A tap on the window.
Can you swim? Man, you're crazy. Let me go. Because even if you can, I don't like your chances. We're so close to the falls, the current's unbelievably fierce. Before you know it, you're swept over. And it's a long way down. Let me go. You might grab onto one of the rocks just before the top, but thing is, if you hit one, it'll probably kill you. Like driving into a wall at 100 miles per hour. If you were in a barrel, like some of those daredevils who've tried going over in one, you might have one chance in 100, which is pretty good odds when you think about it. I'm telling you, mister, swear to God, it wasn't me. I don't believe you. But if you're honest with me, if you admit what you did, I won't throw you over. It wasn't me. I swear. If it wasn't you, who was it? I don't know. If I had a name, I'd give it to you. Please, please, I'm begging you, man. You know what I think? I think when you go over, it'll feel like flying. Chapter 1. A middle-aged guy would have to be a total fool to pick up a teenage girl standing outside a bar with her thumb sticking out. Not that bright on her part either, when you think about it. But right now, we're talking about my stupidity, not hers. She was standing there at the curb, her stringy blonde, rain-soaked hair hanging in her face, the neon glow from the Coors sign in the window of Patchett's bar bathing her in an eerie light. Her shoulders were hunched up against the drizzle, as if that would somehow keep her warm and dry. It was hard to tell her age exactly. Old enough to drive legally and maybe even vote, but not likely old enough to drink. Certainly not here in Griffin in New York State. The other side of the Lewiston-Queenston Bridge, maybe, in Canada, where the drinking age is 19 and not 21. But that didn't mean she couldn't have had a few beers at Patchett's. It was generally known your ID was not put through a rigorous examination here. If yours had a picture of Nicole Kidman on it and you looked more like Penelope Cruz, well, that was good enough for them. Their policy was, park your butt. What can we get you? The girl, the strap of an oversized red purse slung over her shoulder, had her thumb sticking out, and she was looking at my car as I rolled up to the stop sign at the corner. Not a chance, I thought. Picking up a male hitchhiker was a bad enough idea, but picking up a teenage girl was monumentally dumb. Guy in his early 40s gives a lift to a girl less than half his age on a dark, rainy night. There were more ways for that to go wrong than I could count. So I kept my eyes straight ahead as I put my foot on the brake. I was about to give the Accord some gas when I heard a tapping on the passenger window. I glanced over, saw her there, bending over, looking at me. I shook my head, but she kept on rapping. I powered down the window far enough to see her eyes and the top half of her nose. Sorry, I said. I can't. I just need a lift home, mister, she said. It's not that far. There's some sketchy guy in that pickup over there. He's been giving me the eye and... Her eyes popped. Shit. Aren't you Scott Weaver's dad? And then everything changed. Yeah, I said. I had been. I thought I'd recognized you. You probably wouldn't even know me, but like, I'd seen you pick up Scott at school and stuff. Look, I'm sorry. I'm letting rain get into your car. I'll see if I can get a... I didn't see how I could leave one of Scott's friends standing there in the rain. Get in, I said. You're sure? Yeah. I paused, allowing myself one more second to get out of this. Then, it's okay. God, thanks, she said. Opened the door and slid into the seat, moving a cell phone from one hand to the other, slipping the purse off her shoulder and tucking it down by her feet. The dome light was a lightning flash on and off in a second. Geez, I'm soaked. Sorry about your seat. She was wet. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but it had been long enough for rivulets of water to be running down her hair and onto her jacket and jeans. The tops of her thighs looked wet, making me wonder whether someone driving by had splashed her. Don't worry about it, I said, as she buckled her seatbelt. I was still stopped, waiting for directions. I go straight or turn or what? Oh, yeah. She laughed nervously, then shook her head from side to side, flinging droplets of water like a spaniel coming out of a lake. Like you're supposed to know where I live. Duh. Just keep going straight. I glanced left and right, then proceeded through the intersection. So you were a friend of Scott's? I asked. She nodded, smiled, then grimaced. Yeah, he was a good guy. What's your name? Claire. Claire. I stretched the name out, inviting her to provide a last name. I was wondering if she was someone I'd already checked out online. I really hadn't had a good look at her face yet. Yep, she said. Like chocolate Claire. She laughed nervously. She moved the cell phone from her left to right hand, then rested the empty hand on her left knee. There was a bad scratch on the back, just below the knuckles, about an inch long, the skin freshly grazed and raw, just this side of bleeding. You hurt yourself, Claire? I asked, nodding downward. The girl looked at her hand. Oh, shit, I hadn't even noticed that. Some idiot staggering around Patchett's bumped into me, and I caught my hand on the corner of a table. Kind of smarts. She brought her hand up to her face and blew on the wound. Guess I'll live, she said. You don't quite look old enough to be a customer, I said, giving her a reproachful look mixed with a smirk. She caught the look and rolled her eyes. Yeah, well. Neither of us said anything for a half mile or so. The cell phone, as best I could see in the light from my dash, was trapped screen down beneath her hand on her right thigh. She leaned forward to look into the mirror mounted on the passenger door. That guy's really riding your bumper, she said. Headlight glare reflected off my rearview mirror. The vehicle behind us was an SUV, or truck, with lights mounted high enough to shine in through my back window. I tapped the brakes just enough to make my taillights pop red, and the driver backed off. Claire kept glancing in the mirror. She seemed to be taking a lot of interest in a tailgater. You okay, Claire? I asked. Yeah, I'm cool, yeah. You seem kind of on edge. She shook her head a little too aggressively. You sure? I asked, and as I turned to look at her, she caught my eye. Positive, she said. She wasn't a very good liar. We were on Danbury, a 4-lane road with a fifth down the center for left turns, that was lined with fast food joints and a Home Depot and a Walmart and a Target, and half a dozen other ubiquitous outlets that make it hard to know whether you're in Tucson or Tallahassee. So, I said, how'd you know Scott? Claire shrugged. Just, school. We didn't really hang out that much or anything, but I knew him. I was real sad about what happened to him. I didn't say anything. I mean, like, all kids do dumb shit, right? But most of us, nothing really bad ever happens. Yeah, I said. When was it again? She asked, 'cause, it seems like it was only a few weeks ago. It'll be 2 months tomorrow, I said. August 25th. Wow, she said. But yeah, now that I think of it, there was no school at the time. 'Cause usually everyone would be talking about it in class and in the halls and stuff, but that never happened. By the time we got back, everyone had sort of forgotten. She put her left hand to her mouth and glanced apologetically at me. I didn't mean it like that. That's okay. There were a lot of things I wanted to ask her, but the questions would seem heavy-handed, and I'd known her less than 5 minutes. I didn't want to come on like someone from Homeland Security. I'd used Scott's list of Facebook friends as something of a guide since the incident, and while I'd probably seen this girl on it, I couldn't quite place her yet. But I also knew that friendship, quote-unquote, on Facebook meant very little. Scott had friended plenty of people he didn't really know at all, including well-known graphic novel artists and other minor celebrities who still handled their own Facebook pages. I could figure out who this girl was later. Another time, maybe she'd answer a few questions about Scott for me. Giving her a lift in the rain might buy me some future goodwill. She might know something that didn't seem important to her, that could be very helpful to me. Like she could read my mind, she said, "They talk about you." Huh? Like, Kids at school? About me? A little. They already knew what you do, like your job, and they know what you've been doing lately. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised. She added, I don't know anything, so there's no point in asking. I took my eyes off the rain-soaked road a second to look at her, but said nothing. The corner of her mouth went up. I could tell you were thinking about it. She seemed to be reflecting on something, then said, Not that I blame you or anything for what you've been doing. My daddy'd probably do the same. He can be pretty righteous and principled about some things, though not everything. She turned slightly in her seat to face me. I think it's wrong to judge people until you know everything about them. Don't you? I mean, you have to understand that there may be things in their background that makes them see the world differently. Like my grandmother, she's dead now, but she was always saving money, right up until she died at like 90 years old, because she'd been through the Depression, which I'd never even heard of, but then I looked it up. You probably know about the Depression, right? I know about the Depression, but believe it or not, I did not live through it. Anyway, Claire said, we always thought Grandma was cheap, but the thing was, she just wanted to be ready in case things got really bad again. Could you pull into Iggy's for a second? What? Up there. She pointed through the windshield. I knew Iggy's. I just didn't understand why she wanted me to pull into Griffin's landmark ice cream and burger place. It had been here for more than 50 years, or so the locals told me, and even hung in after McDonald's put up its golden arches half a mile down the street. Folks around here who liked a Big Mac over all other burgers would still swing by here for Iggy's signature, hand-cut, sea-salted French fries and real ice cream milkshakes. I'd committed myself to giving this girl a ride home, but a spin through the Iggy's drive-through window seemed a bit much. Before I could object, she said, Not for, like, food. My stomach feels a bit weird all of a sudden. Beer doesn't always agree with me, you know. And it's bad enough I've got your car wet. I wouldn't want to puke in it, too. I hit the blinker and pulled up to the restaurant, headlights bouncing off the glass and into my eyes. Iggy's lacked some of the spit and polish of a McDonald's or Burger King. Its menu board still featured black plastic letters fitted into grooved white panels. But it had a decent-sized eating area, and even at this time of night there were customers. A disheveled man with an oversized backpack, who gave every indication of being a homeless person looking for a place to get in out of the rain, was drinking a coffee. A couple of tables over, a woman was divvying up French fries between two girls, both in pink pajamas, neither of whom could have been older than 5. What was the story there? I came up with one that involved an abusive father who had had too much to drink. They'd come here until they were sure he'd passed out and it was safe to go home. Before I'd come to a stop, Claire was looping the strap of her purse around her wrist, gathering everything together like she was planning a fast getaway. You sure you're okay? I asked, putting the car in park. I mean, other than feeling sick? Yeah, sure. She forced a short laugh. I was aware of some headlights swinging past me as Claire pulled on the door handle. Be right back. She leapt out and slammed the door. She raised her purse in front of her face as a shield against the rain as she ran for the door. She disappeared into the back where the restrooms were located. I glanced over at a black pickup, its windows tinted so heavily I couldn't make out who was driving, that had pulled in half a dozen spots over. My eyes went back to the restaurant. Here I was, late at night, waiting for a girl I hardly knew, a teenage girl at that, to finish throwing up after an evening of underage drinking. I knew better than to have allowed myself to get into this position. But after she'd mentioned that some guy in a pickup was putting the moves... Pickup? I glanced again at the black truck, which actually might have been dark blue or gray, hard to tell in the rain. If anyone had gotten out of it and entered Iggy's, I hadn't noticed. What I should have done before she'd gotten into my car was tell Claire to call her own parents. Let them come get her. But then she'd gone and mentioned Scott. I got out my cell, checked to see whether I had any emails. I didn't, but the effort helped kill 10 seconds. I hit 88.7 on the radio presets, the NPR station out of Buffalo, but couldn't concentrate on anything anyone was saying. The girl had been in there 5 minutes. How long did it take to toss your cookies? You went in, you did your thing, splashed some water on your face, and came back out. Maybe Claire was sicker than she'd realized. It was possible she'd made a mess of herself and needed extra time to clean up. Great. I rested my hand on the ignition key, wanting to turn it. You could just go. She had a cell phone. She could call someone else to come and get her. I could head home. This girl wasn't my responsibility. Except that wasn't true. Once I'd agreed to give her a ride to see that she got home safely, I'd made her my responsibility. I took another look at the pickup, just sitting there. I scanned the inside of the restaurant again. The homeless guy, the woman with the 2 girls. Now a boy and girl in their late teens sitting in a booth by the window sharing a Coke and some chicken fingers. And a man with jet black hair in a brown leather jacket was standing at the counter, his back to me, placing an order. 7 minutes. How would it look, I wondered, if this girl's parents showed up now trying to find her? And discovered me, local snoop for hire, Cal Weaver, waiting here for her. Would they believe I was just driving her home? That I'd agreed to give her a ride because she knew my son? That my motives were pure? If I were them, I wouldn't have bought it. And my motives hadn't been entirely pure. I had been wondering whether to try and get some information about Scott out of her, although I'd quickly abandoned that idea. The hope of getting her to answer some questions wasn't what kept me here now. I just couldn't abandon a young girl out on this strip at this time of night. Certainly not without telling her I was leaving. I decided to go in and find her, make certain she was okay, then tell her to find her way home from here. Give her cab fare if she didn't have anyone else she could call. I got out of the Honda, went into the restaurant, scanned the seats I hadn't been able to see from my outdoor vantage point, just in case Claire was sitting down for a moment. When I didn't find her at any of the tables, I approached the restroom doors at the back, which were steps away from another glass door that led outside. I hesitated outside the door marked Women, screwed up my nerve, then pushed the door open half an inch. Claire? Claire, you okay? There was no answer. It's me, Mr. Weaver. Nothing. Not from Claire or anyone else. So I pushed the door open a good foot, cast my eye across the room. Couple of sinks, wall-mounted hairdryer, 3 stalls. The doors, all closed, were painted a dull tan and bubbling with rust at the hinges. They stopped a foot from the floor, and I didn't notice any feet beneath any of them. I took a couple of steps, extended an arm, and gently touched the door of the first stall. The door, not locked, swung open lazily. I don't know what the hell I was expecting to find. I could tell before I'd opened the door there was no one in there. And then the thought flashed across my mind. What if someone had been in there? Claire, or someone else? This was not a smart place for me to be hanging around. I exited the bathroom, strode quickly through the restaurant looking for her. Homeless guy, woman with kids. The man in the brown leather jacket, the one who'd been ordering food last time I saw him, was gone. Son of a bitch, I said. When I got outside, the first thing I noticed was an empty parking space where the black pickup used to be. Then I saw it. Turning back onto Danbury, flicker on, waiting for a break in the traffic. It wasn't possible to tell, with those tinted windows, whether anyone was in the car besides the driver. The truck found an opening and took off south in the direction of Niagara Falls, the engine roaring, back tires spinning on wet pavement. Could this have been the truck Claire had been referring to when I allowed her to jump in at Patchett's? If it was, had we been followed? Was the driver the man in the leather jacket? Had he grabbed Claire and taken her with him? Or had she decided he was less threatening than she'd originally thought, and now was going to favor him with the opportunity to drive her home? God damn it! My heart pounded. I'd lost Claire. I hadn't wanted her in the first place, but I was panicked now that I didn't know where she was. My mind raced while I worked out a plan. Follow the truck? Call the police? Forget the whole damn thing ever happened? Follow the truck. Yeah, that seemed the most logical thing to do. Catch up to it, come up alongside, see if I could catch a glimpse of the girl, make sure she was... There she was. Sitting in my car. In the passenger seat. Shoulder strap already in place. Blonde hair hanging over her eyes. Waiting for me. I took a couple of breaths, walked over, got in, slammed the door. Where the hell were you? I asked, as I dropped into the seat, the interior lights on for 3 seconds tops. You were in there so long I was starting to worry. She stared out the passenger window, her body leaning away from me. Came out the side door, I guess, when you were going in. Almost muttering. Her voice rougher than before. Throwing up must have taken a toll on her throat. You gave me a hell of a start, I said. But there didn't seem much point in reprimanding her. She wasn't my kid, and in a few minutes she'd be home. I backed the car out, then continued heading south on Danbury. She kept leaning up against the door, like she was trying to stay as far away from me as possible. If she was wary of me now, why hadn't she been before she'd gone into Iggy's? I couldn't think of anything I'd done to make her fearful. Was it because I'd run into the restaurant looking for her? Had I crossed some kind of line? There was something else niggling at me, something other than what I might have done. It was something I'd seen when the light came on inside the car for those 5 seconds while my door was open. Things that were only now registering. First, her clothes. They were dry. Her jeans weren't darkened with dampness. It wasn't like I could reach over now and touch her knee to see whether it was wet, but I was pretty sure. She couldn't have stripped down in the bathroom and held her jeans up to the hot air hand dryer, could she? I could barely get those things to blow the water off my hands. Surely they couldn't dry out denim. But there was more. More disconcerting than the dry clothes. Maybe what I'd thought I'd seen, I hadn't seen at all. After all, the light was only on for those few seconds. I needed to turn it back on to be certain. I fingered the dial by the steering column that flicked on the dome light. Sorry, I said. Just had this thought I left my sunglasses at the Home Depot. I fumbled with my right hand in the small storage area at the head of the console. Oh yeah, there they are. And I turned the light back off. It was on long enough for me to be sure. Her left hand. It was uninjured. There was no cut. Chapter 2. I'd seen that wound on Claire's hand, the ragged bits of skin, the tiny bubbles of blood just below the surface, waiting to come out. She'd suffered that injury, small as it was, only a few minutes before she'd gotten into my car at Patchett's. Unless Claire was one of the X-Men team and had super healing powers, the girl sitting next to me now was not the same girl who had been sitting next to me when we pulled into Iggy's. I had a surreal feeling as we continued along Danbury, like I'd stumbled into a Twilight Zone episode. But this was real, and there had to be some kind of rational explanation. I tried to think it through. This girl was dressed pretty much identically to Claire. Blue jeans and a short dark blue jacket, the same long blonde hair. But glancing over, I noticed that this girl's hair, like her jeans, was not nearly as wet as Claire's had been. And there was something slightly off about it, like her entire head was askew. I was pretty sure I was looking at a wig. I broke the silence. Do I make a turn soon or anything? The girl nodded, pointed. 2 lights up. Go left. Okay. I paused. You feeling better now? A nod. When you were gone so long, I wondered if you were even sicker than you'd first thought. I'm okay now, she said quietly. There was a sudden glare coming from my rearview mirror, even with the night setting. Raised headlights again. You were telling me before, I said, about how you met my son. The girl said. I was just wondering where it was that thing happened, where he spilled an ice cream cone on you. Oh, she said, not staring out her window, but still down and to the right, so that the side of her face was still shrouded by the wig. Yeah, that was pretty funny. It was at the Galleria Mall. I ran into him at the food court, like, literally. He was eating this cone and the ice cream fell off the top and landed on my top. Really? I said. We were sitting at the light where I was supposed to turn left. The truck that had been behind us was to our right, waiting to go straight. It was an SUV, not a pickup like the vehicle I'd seen at Iggy's. Before the light turned green, I said calmly, "How long do you want to do this?" Huh? She almost turned her head to look at me, but resisted. This act. How long do you want to go on like I don't know you're not Claire? Now she looked at me and her fear was instantly palpable. She didn't say anything. It was a nice try, I said. The hair, the clothes. It's all pretty convincing. But Claire had a cut on her left hand. She just got it at Patchett's. The cut doesn't matter, the girl said quietly. It just has to work from a distance. It wasn't meant to work close up. What are you talking about? She bit her lower lip. Just make like you think I'm Claire, okay? Don't do anything weird. Why? You think someone's watching us? I raised one hand, a gesture to the world around us. Someone tracking us on satellite? There was that truck a while ago. Maybe him. I don't know. Could be a different guy. I could see why they thought they could pull it off. Judging from the oversized purse she had down by her feet, she'd come out to the car with a similar red bag. It might have been the same one. The girl's skin tone was about the same as Claire's, almost porcelain. Her facial features were only slightly different, maybe slightly more oval, but Claire's nose was a little shorter, I thought, even though I had never gotten a really good look at her. But they were about the same height and build, skinny, about 5'6". It would be easy enough for them to pass themselves off as each other on a dark, rainy night from a distance, especially with the wig, similar clothes, a nearly identical bag. If they'd said they were sisters, I'd have believed it. So I asked, "You two sisters?" "What? No." "You look it," I said. "Although you need to work on the hair. It's a bit crooked." "What?" "The wig. It's off kilter." She fiddled around with it. "That's better. Pretty darn close to Claire's. Not bad." "She got this at a Halloween place in Buffalo," she said. "Please, just drive me to Claire's house like you were going to. It's not far." "I'm trying to figure it out. You must have been waiting for her in the bathroom. She goes in. You come out, wearing pretty much the same clothes. You went out the side door as I was going in. I popped into the ladies' washroom." The girl gave me a startled look. "Was Claire hiding in there until the two of us drove off?" I could picture her perched on the toilet in the second or third stall so her legs wouldn't show. I should have kept going after I'd pushed open that first door. "I guess," she said sullenly. "So the idea was, whoever's following her will start following you? And now Claire's free to run off and do whatever it is she wants to do without whoever's following her knowing about it." "Wow," she said. "You're like a genius." "Boyfriend stuff?" I asked. "Huh?" "Is some boy stalking Claire? She wants to ditch him and meet up with a new guy?" The girl made a soft snorting noise. "Yeah, sure, that's what it's all about." "But you said it could be a different guy. Has she got more than one guy stalking her?" "I said that? I don't remember." "What's your name?" "It doesn't matter." "Okay, forget your name. If it's not a boyfriend thing, what the hell is it?" "Look, don't worry about it. It's got nothing to do with me, and it's sure got nothing to do with you." "Is Claire in some kind of trouble?" "Listen, it's Mr. Weaver, right? Claire said you're Scott's dad." I nodded. "You knew Scott too?" "Yeah, sure. Everyone kind of knew who he was." "Did you know him well?" "A little. Look, like, I don't know anything, okay? Just let me out, anywhere, right here. Forget any of this ever happened. It's none of your business." I watched the wipers repeat their rhythmic swipes across the glass. "It is my business. You and Claire have involved me." "We didn't mean to, okay?" Was someone else supposed to pick Claire up at Patchett's? They didn't show, so she grabbed a ride with me? Who picked her up at Iggy's? Stop the car. Come on, I can't let you out here. This is the middle of nowhere. She unbuckled her seatbelt and grabbed for the door handle. The car was doing about 30. I didn't think she'd actually open it, but she did. Just an inch or so, enough to cause a huge rush of air. Jesus! I shouted, reaching across her and scrambling for the handle. I couldn't reach it and shouted, "Close it!" She did. You out of your goddamn mind? I want to get out, she screamed, loud enough to make my ears ring. It doesn't matter now anyway. Claire's gotten away. Gotten away from what? Stop the car and let me out. This is kidnapping. I hit the brakes and swung the car over to the curb. We were in an area where residential met commercial, where old homes sat cheek by jowl with furniture stripping and electrical supply stores. There was a cross street just ahead where a suspended traffic light lazily turned from yellow to red to green, and then did it all over again. Look, I can take you wherever you want, I said. You don't have to get out. It's pouring. Just... She threw open the door, swung her legs out, and bolted from the car, snatching her purse at the last second. She stumbled, went down onto one knee on the grass, yanked the wig from her head, and threw it by some bushes. Her own hair was blonde, too, but it only fell to her shoulders, about half the length of Claire's. I couldn't reach the passenger door from where I sat, so I got out, engine running, went around the vehicle, and slammed it shut. Stop! I shouted. Come on! No more questions. Let me drive you home. She looked back just for a second and waved her hand in the air. It looked like she was holding a cell phone, telling me not to worry. She'd get someone to pick her up. Her feet splashed through the puddles, and as she got to the corner, she turned right, disappearing down the far side of a television repair shop that looked as though it had gone out of business years ago. I felt a sense of unease as she vanished from view. Rainwater filled my eyes, dripped into my ears. I tried to convince myself she was right. This wasn't about me. This wasn't my problem. I got back in my car, did a U-turn. Drove past a black pickup parked on the other side, lights out. I hadn't remembered seeing it there before hitting the brakes to keep the girl from jumping out of the car. I drove on another half mile, that damn truck niggling at me. Finally, I pulled over to the shoulder, checked my mirrors, and swung the car around. In a minute, I was back to the spot where I'd seen the truck. It was gone. I let the car roll to a stop at the light, looked ahead, to the left, and then the right. I didn't see any sign of the truck or the girl. So I turned around again and headed for home. Chapter 3. Used to be, when I'd get home after something crazy like that, the first thing I'd have said would have been, "You're not going to believe what just happened." But that was then, and this was now. It was nearly 10:30 when I came in, and even though Donna would almost always be upstairs in bed by now, there was a time when she'd have come down to meet me the moment she'd heard the front door open and close. At the very least, she would have shouted down, "Hey!" And I would have said, "Hey!" But now there was no hey. Not from her, and not from me. I dropped my coat on the bench by the front door and ambled into the kitchen. I'd missed dinner, as I often did, but I hadn't had much of an appetite the last couple of months. I'd gone in 2 notches on my belt to keep my pants up, and on those rare occasions when I wore a tie, I could get a couple of fingers inside a buttoned collar. Last time I had had anything to eat was around 6, sitting in the car, watching the back door of a butcher shop in Tonawanda. A bag of Wise potato chips. The owner suspected someone on his staff was stealing from him. Product, not cash. He was running out of pot roasts and T-bones sooner than anticipated, and figured either his supplier was cheating him, or someone under his nose was ripping him off. I asked him for the hours when he left the shop in charge of his employees, and those were the periods when I staked out the back entry, positioning my Accord down an alley that still afforded a good view of comings and goings. Didn't take long. Late this afternoon, around dusk, the wife of one of the butchers drove up to the back, sent a text. Then seconds later the door opened and her husband ran up to her window with a garbage bag wound tightly at the top. She took the bag, threw it onto the passenger seat, and drove off like she'd just robbed a liquor store. I took pictures using the telephoto, then followed her home. Watched her take the bag into the house. Would have been even better if I could have crept up to a window and snapped some shots of her putting a pork roast into the oven, but there are limits to what I can do. I am called upon, in my line of work, to be something of a peeping Tom at times, but it didn't seem necessary in this circumstance. I didn't have to prove she'd slept with dinner. So maybe I wasn't on the trail of the Maltese Falcon or some missing plutonium. In the real world of private investigation, it was food, or building materials, or gas, or cars, or trucks that got ripped off. A while back, I cracked the case of some stolen cedar shrubs that kept going missing every time the homeowner replanted. When someone stole from you, you not only wanted your stuff back, you wanted to know who did it. Police are too busy and short-handed to solve crimes like these. A random theft, a one-shot kind of thing, well, that was pretty hard for me to solve, too. But if there was a pattern, if you were the victim of a serial pain-in-the-ass offender, chances were I could help you out, because I had the time to wait until the son of a bitch who was preying on you did it again. It wasn't rocket science. It was sitting around and staying awake. Finding people wasn't all that much different. Husbands and wives and sons and daughters went missing as often as steak and lumber and fuel and Toyotas. Although it had been my experience, things were often more missed than people. Someone stole your truck, there was no question you wanted it recovered. But if your two-timing, fist-swinging, scotch-drinking husband failed to come home one night, you had to ask yourself whether good fortune had smiled upon you. It hadn't been smiling much on us lately. I opened the fridge, took out a beer, then went into the family room, where I dropped myself like a bag of sand into a leather recliner. On the coffee table lay several sheets of paper torn from an art pad, each one a sketch of Scott. One profile, a three-quarter, and a third, straight on like a passport shot. Alongside the sketches, half a dozen sharpened charcoal pencils, some soft, some hard, and a small container of fixative spray about the size of a shaving cream dispenser you'd toss into your travel bag. When Donna had taken a sketch as far as she could, she never really finished one because she always found something wrong with it. She sprayed it to keep the charcoal from smearing. Even drawings she felt failed to capture our son she kept for reference, to copy those parts she believed she'd gotten right. There was a chemical whiff in the room which told me she'd been using the fixative earlier. The stuff could take your breath away. This was Donna's coping strategy. Drawing pictures of our son, some from memory, others copied from photos. I found them all over the house. Here, in the kitchen, next to her bed, in her car. There was one taped to the bathroom mirror for a couple of days that she kept looking at as she put on her makeup. I thought it was a near-perfect likeness, and she must have been thinking the same, but finally she took it down and tucked it in the folder with her other rejects. I thought that was a good one, I said. Ears were wrong, she said. It was, for us these days, an extended conversation. I had doubts whether this obsession of hers to capture the perfect image of our boy was healthy. For her, or for me. I suppose that if she'd been so inclined to sit at the computer and work through her grief, writing poems and recollections, I might not have felt the same. That method of coming to grips with what had happened to us would have been more private, would not have drawn me in, unless she invited me to read what she'd written. But the sketches involved me. I couldn't avoid them. They might have been therapeutic for her, but for me they were a constant reminder of our loss and of our failure. And the fact that so many were unfinished and imperfect underscored how troubled Scott had been. Of course, Donna wasn't that crazy about how I was dealing with things either. I found the remote under a drawing of Scott with one eye unfinished, turned on the flat screen, kept the volume low, and my thumb on the channel changer. So many of them now. Channels with nothing but food or golf or decades-old sitcoms. Even one for poker. People sitting around, playing cards. That was a channel. What would be next? The Parcheesi channel? I clicked through a couple of hundred of them in under 5 minutes, then did them all again. I found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. I had diagnosed myself with something I'd coined PTADD, post-traumatic attention deficit disorder. I couldn't focus because there was always just one thing on my mind. I managed to do my job, more or less, but it was always there, white noise in the background. Finally, I settled on some news out of one of the Buffalo stations. 3 people were mugged outside a liquor store in Kenmore. A West Seneca man ordered his pit bull to attack a woman who'd required 30 stitches. The dog's owner told police she had looked at him funny. There was a pedal-by shooting in Cheektowaga. A man on a bicycle fired 3 times at a house, hitting the shoulder of a man who'd been sitting on his couch watching an old episode of Everybody Loves Raymond. 2 men were rushed to Erie County Medical Center after getting shot coming out of a bar. A credit union on Main Street was robbed by a man who'd handed the teller a note saying he had a gun, although none was seen. As if all that weren't enough, Buffalo police were looking for 3 teens who, after stabbing a 14-year-old boy behind a house on LaSalle Avenue, poured gasoline on him and then tossed a match. The kid was in the hospital, still alive, but no one expected him to last long. And that was just tonight. I turned off the set and scanned that day's Buffalo News, which had been tucked into the wicker magazine holder next to the chair, the thin sections already pulled apart by Donna earlier in the day. On the page dedicated to smaller towns outside the city, there was a piece on whether our local police had overreacted at the Griffin Jazz Festival in August. When half a dozen young thugs from out of town crashed the event and started stealing refreshments from the beer tent, it was alleged that some of Griffin's finest, rather than arresting and charging them, tossed them into a couple of cars, took them out past the town's water tower, and liberated them from enough of their own teeth to make a nice necklace. The mayor, a guy by the name of Bert Sanders, had made bringing the cops in line his #1 issue, but he wasn't getting much support from the rest of the council, or the good people of Griffin, who didn't care how many teeth out-of-town troublemakers lost so long as this town didn't turn into Buffalo. That city was less than an hour away, but it was another planet compared to Griffin, a town of some 8,000 that ballooned to 3 or 4 times that in the summer, when tourists came here to launch their boats and fish in the Niagara River, attend the various weekend festivals like that jazz event, or shop in the quaint gift shops downtown that struggled to hold on to customers who were being lured away to the Costcos and Walmarts and Targets of western New York. It was late October now, so Griffin was back to its generally sleepy self. There wasn't that much crime to worry about here. People locked their doors. We weren't stupid. But there were no parts of town you feared going into after dark. Shopkeepers didn't draw metal doors down over their storefronts at the close of business. We didn't have helicopters with searchlights hovering over the neighborhood at 3 in the morning. But there remained a sense of unease, given our proximity to Buffalo, where the violent crime rate was roughly 3 times the national average, a city that regularly placed in the top 20 most dangerous American cities. There was a fear that at any moment, unruly hordes would surge northward like marauding zombies, putting an end to our more or less tranquil lifestyle. So folks in Griffin gave their police some leeway. The head of the business association was encouraging everyone to sign their names to a pledge of support for the local police force. Downtown shops were urged to carry a form headlined, "Our Griffin cops are tops," and all who put their names to it would not only feel good about themselves, but get a 5% discount on their purchases. A little way to say, thank you for keeping our town safe. Not that bad things didn't happen in Griffin. We had our share of problems. Griffin wasn't Mayberry. There were no Mayberries anymore. I looked at a framed photo on the bookshelf across the room. Donna and me, Scott in the middle, taken when he was 13, about the time he was entering high school, before the storm. Smiling, but careful not to show his teeth since he'd had braces put on only a couple of weeks earlier and was feeling self-conscious. Looking awkward, embarrassed maybe, trapped in his parents' arms. The thing was, at that age, what didn't make you feel uncomfortable? Parents, school, girls. The need to belong, to fit in, was a much greater driving force than the desire to ace a math test. He'd always been looking for a way to fit in, yet couldn't turn himself into somebody he wasn't to do it. He was an eccentric kid, more likely to have Beethoven than Bieber on his iPod. Loved almost anything that was deemed classic, in music, in movies, even cars. That aforementioned Maltese Falcon was a poster on his wall, and there was a model of a '57 Chevy on his bookshelf. He drew the line at classics of literature. He wasn't one to stick his nose into a 400-page novel, a trait the doctors had said might be linked to attention deficit disorder, a more clinical diagnosis than the one I'd assigned to myself, although I was never sure I bought any of that stuff. But he did have all the graphic novel classics: Black Hole, Waltz with Bashir, The Dark Knight Returns, Maus, Watchmen. With the possible exception of those graphic novels, he shared few interests with other kids his age. He didn't care about the Bills, something of a religion in these parts, and he'd rather put sticks in his eyes than watch the adventures of Jersey Shore nitwits, spoiled housewives, mentally disturbed hoarders, or any of the other reality shows his friends were addicted to. He did like that comedy about the four nerdy young scientists. Even took some comfort in it, I think. It gave him hope that you could be uncool and cool at the same time. So as much as he wanted friends, he wasn't about to feign interest in things he cared nothing about to acquire them. But then, summer before last, at another Griffin concert, this one featuring several alternative bands, Scott connected with a couple of Cleveland area kids vacationing here for the summer, whose contempt for much of popular culture provided an initial bond. These new friends found that mocking the world around them was easier when you softened the edges of it, and they accomplished that with booze and marijuana. They weren't exactly the first. No question, Scott had had opportunities before to try alcohol and drugs. Show me a parent who thinks his kid lives in a neighborhood where this stuff isn't available, and I'll show you a parent with his head up his ass. But up to now he had, as best we could tell, given them a wave. He'd been at that age where pleasing his parents was important, but now was moving out of it. Having friends trumped making Mommy and Daddy happy. Not exactly an unfamiliar tale. There were changes in his behavior. Small things at first. An increased fondness for secrecy, but hey, what kid moving further into his teens didn't want privacy? But then came trust issues. We'd give him cash to pick up a few items at Walgreens, and he'd return home with only half the items but no money. He forgot things. His grades started to slip. He'd claim to have no homework, but then we'd get notices from the school that he wasn't turning in assignments, or that he'd skipped classes altogether. Values he once held dear, being straight with us, keeping his word, honoring his curfew, no longer seemed to matter. I never blamed drinking and pot for all of this. I didn't have a reefer madness moment convinced that marijuana had warped our son's mind, turned him against us. Part of it was his age. Part of it was wanting to belong. Scott had bonded with the kids who made getting drunk and high part of his life, and when they went back to Ohio at the end of that summer, our boy's new habits were well established. We prayed it was a phase. All kids experimented, right? Who didn't have a few too many beers, smoke a few too many joints? Still, we had the talk, lots of them, about making smart choices. Jesus, what a load of bullshit. What the kid could have used was a swift kick in the ass, and to be locked in his room till he was 20. Maybe, if we'd been smart enough to figure out that he would move on to something stronger, that's what we would have done. because it wasn't beer and pot they found in his bloodstream when they did the autopsy. Donna and I talked, endlessly, about getting help for him. Counseling, enrollment in a program. We sat up nights, searching for answers on the internet, reading other parents' stories, finding out we weren't alone, but taking little comfort in that fact. We still didn't know the best course to follow. We tried the usual things, to varying degrees, but with a consistent lack of success. Yelling, grounding, emotional blackmail, rewards for improved behavior. Pass that math test and I'll get you a new iPod. Instilling guilt. I told him what he was doing was killing his mother. Donna told him what he was doing was killing his father. But there must have been part of us that thought, I know this was true of myself, that while things were bad, they weren't that bad. Millions of kids got into trouble in their teenage years and came out the other side. I wasn't high much when I was in my teens, but getting shit-faced was a weekly ambition. Somehow, I'd survived. We deluded ourselves. We were stupid. We should have done more, and we should have done it sooner. It ate at me every day, and I knew it ate at Donna too. We blamed ourselves, and there were moments when we blamed each other. Why didn't you do something? Me? Why didn't you do something? In my heart, I believed I deserved more of the blame. He was a boy. I was his father. Shouldn't I have been able to get through to him? Shouldn't I have been able to connect in ways Donna could not? Shouldn't I have been able to use some of the smarts I'd acquired in my former career to knock some sense into him? Reading the paper without really taking it in, staring at the TV without any idea of what I was watching, finishing my beer and going back into the kitchen for another, and repeating the whole process again, took up the better part of 2 hours. I figured by that time, Donna really would be asleep and wouldn't have to pretend. I was right. When I went upstairs, the only light on was in the bathroom off our bedroom. If I'd come up earlier, Donna's eyes still would have been closed, but she'd have been faking it. You don't spend 20 years with someone and not know when they're really sleeping, and when they're trying to put one over on you. But never mind. It wasn't like I'd ever call her on it. It was a game we played now. I'll pretend to be sleeping so you don't have to feel weird not talking to me. I stripped down in the bathroom, brushed my teeth, killed the light, and quietly slipped under the covers next to her, my back to hers. I wondered how long this would go on, how it would end, what could help us move forward. I still loved her, as much now as the day we met. But we weren't talking. We couldn't find the words. There was nothing to be said, because there was only one thing either of us was thinking, and it hurt too much to talk about. I imagined making the first move, turning over, edging closer, slipping my arm around her. Not saying a thing, at least not at first. I imagined the warmth of her body as I held her, felt her hair on my face. Imagined it so perfectly, it was as though it was happening. I lay awake for some time, staring at the ceiling or the digital clock on the bedside table. 1 in the morning, then 2. It wasn't all our fault. Not everything. Some of it, of course, was Scott's. Sure, he was a kid, but he was old enough to know better. But there was someone else. Not the kids from Cleveland. Not the kids from Griffin who might have sold Scott marijuana and liquor. I wanted to find the one who gave him 3,4-methylene dioxymethamphetamine, what the rest of the world knows as ecstasy. That's what the toxicology report turned up. That's the stuff that evidently made Scott believe he could fly. I was going to track down the guy who provided that final fatal dose. We all had a lot to answer for. But that son of a bitch, as far as I was concerned, was the one who'd pulled the trigger. Chapter 4. In the morning, the woman comes into the bedroom bearing a tray. "Hey," she says to the man, who is still under the covers. He raises himself up on his elbows, surveys the breakfast as the woman sets it down on the bedside table. "Scrambled," he says, looking at the eggs almost suspiciously. "Just the way you like them," she says. "Well cooked. You should eat them before they get cold." He gets his legs out from under the covers, sits up on the edge of the bed. He is wearing a pair of faded white flannel pajamas with blue pinstripes. They are threadbare at the knees. "How'd you sleep?" the woman asks. "Okay," he says, reaching for the napkin and spreading it on his lap. "I didn't hear you get up." "I got up around 6, but I tiptoed around the kitchen so I wouldn't disturb you." "You given up your hobby?" "What? What do you mean?" "Where's your little book? It's usually right there." She points to the bedside table. "I write in it after you leave," he says, setting the plate atop the napkin, resting it on his knees, taking his first bite. "Good eggs." The woman says nothing. "You want to sit down?" "No. I have to go to work." He picks up a strip of bacon, bites into it with a crunch. "You want some help?" "Help with what?" "At work. I could come and help you." He chews the bacon, swallows. "You're confused," she says. "You don't come to work." "I used to," he says. "You just enjoy your breakfast." "I could help, I really could. You know I'm good at doing the books. I'd catch everything." The woman sighs. How many times has she had this conversation? "No," she says. The man frowns. "I'd like things to be the way they used to be." "Who wouldn't?" the woman says. "I'd like to be 21 again, but wishing don't make it happen." He blows on his coffee, has a sip. "What's it like out today?" "Nice, I think. Rained last night." "I'd like to go out. Even in the rain," the man says. She's had enough. "Eat your breakfast. I'll be back for the tray before I go." Chapter 5. I'd arranged to meet Fritz Brott, owner of Brott's Brats, the Tonawanda meat business I'd been watching for a couple of days, at his shop. He had an office in the back where we could talk privately. Brott had been a fixture in the community for more than 20 years. He'd immigrated from Germany in the 70s with his wife and infant daughter. He found work behind the deli counters at several different grocery stores over the years, but his dream had always been to have a shop of his own. In the early 90s, he learned that the elderly owner of an existing butcher shop wanted to retire. He'd hoped his son would follow him in the family business, but before the boy had even hit his 20s, it was clear he was more interested in computers than red meat. So the father continued to run the business on his own for another 2 decades, but with no one to pass it on to, he decided to sell. Fritz didn't just know meat. He was a great cook, and had a recipe for bratwurst that had been handed down through several generations. That, he told his wife, would be the store specialty. It also provided the shop a new name. Fritz's wife, while an integral part of the business, wasn't in the shop every day. From home, she handled the paperwork, paid the bills, did the payroll. Also, Fritz could concentrate on making his bratwurst and selling his thick, beautifully marbled steaks. It was his wife who noticed things had not been adding up in recent weeks. They were making less money. The sides of beef hanging in the freezer were not turning out the same number of steaks and roasts as they used to. Something was up. Fritz employed 3 men. Clayton Mills, in his late 60s, had worked for the previous owner and lived alone now that his wife of 32 years, Molly, had passed away. He lived frugally, and he never struck me as a viable suspect. Nor did Joseph Calvelli, about 10 years younger than Clayton, with a wife and a grown son who ran an investment firm. Very quickly I zeroed in on Tony Fisk, 27, married, with 2 kids, aged 5 and 2. It was his wife, Sandy, I'd seen drive up to the back door and wait for Tony to pop out with a green bag that he pushed through her window before running back into the store. This had happened at a time when Fritz was not in the shop. "What have you got for me?" Fritz asked as he settled his nearly 300 pounds into the chair at his desk in the tiny office. I'd brought along a small laptop, onto which I had transferred some photos and video. "Mr. Brott, I watched your place for 2 days, and based on what I've seen, you don't have anything to worry about where Mr. Mills and Mr. Calvelli are concerned." He waited. He knew where I was going. "Tony," he said, pursing his lips. "The son of a bitch." I opened the laptop and set it on his desk. "This is yesterday afternoon, just before 5 o'clock. His eyes narrowed. "Then I was out, getting my truck fixed." "That's right." I had clicked on play to start the video. "You see this car pulling up here?" Fritz nodded. I checked the plate to confirm. "This car is registered to Anthony Fisk. Behind the wheel is his wife, Sandra. They call her Sandy?" "Yeah, I know her. I know that car." "You can't quite tell in the photo here, but there are 2 children's safety seats in the back. I believe, although I can't confirm, that she had their 2 children with her in the vehicle." Fritz was stone-faced. "Okay." "She stops the car right by the back door. She's got her phone out now, and she's using her thumb, so it looks to me like she's sending someone a text. Now she waits a few seconds." Fritz's jaw tightened as his eyes stared at the screen. And out comes Tony with the garbage bag, hands it off to her, and runs back into the shop. She takes off. "Go back." "Hmm? You can go back and frame freeze this?" "Freeze frame? Sure." I fiddled around with the mouse pad, took the video back about 15 seconds, then started advancing it again. "There. Stop it there." I had to go back a fraction of a second. Fritz wanted to get a look at the bag. He appeared to be studying the shape of what was inside, tracing its outline with his finger, half an inch from the screen. "Can you blow that up?" he asked me. "Sure." I moved my finger on the mouse pad, clicked. "There you go." "Shoulder roast," he said. I smiled. "I guess you would know." "The son of a bitch," he said. I could try to get hold of the text message his wife sent him, but all it would probably say is she's there. It's not likely she'd type out, "bring out the meat" or anything. If you're going to bring the police in and have him charged, they can probably get the transcript. "You think I should call them?" "That's up to you. You asked me to find out if someone was stealing from you, and I believe this answers your question. What happens next is your decision. Is he a good employee?" Fritz nodded sadly. "He's worked 3 years for me. Does his job, does what I tell him. I treat him good. Why would he steal from me? He's maxed out on his credit cards, and his wife just got cut from 4 days a week to 3 at Walmart." The sorrow that had washed over Fritz's face a moment ago was transforming into something else. "There for days, I didn't think I'd be able to keep a roof over my head back when I first came to this country. But I never stole from anybody." He pointed his finger into the air. "Not once." He stared down at the top of his desk, shook his head, then trained his eyes on the closed metal door like it was made of glass and he could see Tony right through it. "I went to his kid's christening," Fritz said. "It happens," I said. "I let him stay. What's it say to the others? It says, 'Hey, you steal from Fritz, he'll forget about it. He's a softie.' That's what they'll think." "Like I said, it's your call. I'll write you up a formal report of my investigation, my hours, what—" Fritz waved his hand. "Fuck that. I know." He pointed to the laptop, the frozen image of Tony clutching the bag of meat. "I've seen it with my own eyes." "You'll get a report just the same," I said, "when I invoice you." His eyes were still boring into that door. I had a pretty good idea what he was thinking and what he was going to do next, but hoped I was wrong. "Tony!" he bellowed. I was right. In the tiny office, it was like a cannon going off. I'd have preferred that Fritz waited until I was gone before he acted on what I'd found out for him. I gathered information. I didn't hang around and mete out sentences. I could handle the confrontations if they developed, but they weren't what I was paid to deal with. I wasn't a counselor, God knows. I just found stuff out. This was never more true than when I handled cases involving cheating spouses. You watch TV detective shows, especially back in the 60s and 70s, you'd think a lot of investigators are above that kind of work. In the real world, those kinds of detectives have to rely on food stamps. When you worked in private investigations, saying no to divorce work was like opening a donut shop and refusing to sell coffee. When I found out a husband was sleeping with his secretary, I didn't tell his wife she should kick the guy out, pour gasoline all over his Porsche, and light a match, drill a hole in the bottom of his boat. If she wanted to forgive him, look the other way. Didn't matter to me one bit. I didn't care what Fritz did with Tony, just so long as he did it without my being there. Wasn't working out that way. The door swung open, and there stood Tony in a bloodied apron, a blood-smeared cleaver in his right hand. He looked like he'd just stepped off the set of a horror movie. All that was missing was the severed head grasped by the hair with his other hand. "Yeah, Fritz," he said. "How long?" "What?" A look of puzzlement. Feigned, no doubt, but it looked genuine. "How long you been stealing from me?" I'd never taken any employee relations course, but there had to be a rule somewhere that you shouldn't accuse one of your people of theft when they're wielding a meat cleaver. If Fritz was worried about it, he gave no sign. He planted his hands on the arm of the chair and pushed his considerable bulk to a standing position, then came around the desk on the far side from where I'd been sitting. But now I was on my feet too, and the three of us had formed a little triangle. "I don't know what you're talking about," Tony said. "Don't lie to me," Fritz said. "I know what you've done." I kept my eyes on the cleaver. The thing looked like it weighed 10 pounds if it weighed an ounce. And Tony's arms were evidence that in his hands the tool was light as a feather. "What?" he persisted. "What the hell are you talking about?" Fritz swung the laptop around, pointed to the screen, the paused video of Tony running out to his wife's car. Said nothing. Tony blinked a couple of times looking at it. "What's that?" "That's a thief," Fritz said. "And that's a thief's wife." Tony, his mouth tight, shot me a menacing look. He'd put it all together in a second. "Get out," Fritz said to him. "Get out and don't come back. I'll mail you your last check." Tony took his eyes off me and focused them on his former boss. "You docked me," he said. "What?" "The day my kid was sick. She had that fever, 104. We thought she was going to die. We took her to the hospital. I couldn't come in, and you docked me a day's pay." Tony shook his head. "I'm just paying back what you owe me." And he raised the cleaver over his right shoulder, getting ready to put some power into it. "Don't even think about it," I said, my voice firm but calm. Tony glanced my way. A lot had happened in the few seconds since he'd last looked at me. I had a pistol in my hands now, the Glock 19 for which I had a concealed carry permit. The weapon was pointed directly at Tony's chest. "Don't be a part of history," I said. "Huh?" "I've never shot anyone before. You'd be the first." We sized each other up for a full 5 seconds. Finally I said, "We all need to catch our breath." His arms frozen, he stared straight into the barrel. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Fritz retreat a couple of steps. "Put the cleaver down," I said. Tony nodded at me with his eyes, telling me he was going to do what I asked. But he brought that cleaver down a hell of a lot faster than I was expecting, driving the blade into the top of Fritz's desk. When Tony took his hand off the handle, the cleaver was still standing. Tony looked at me and said, "I don't forget." Then he turned and walked out of the room, his hands going around his back to undo the knotted apron strings. Fritz was dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open so wide I could have shoved a pot roast in there. His eyes went from my gun to the door and back to the gun. He just had the shit scared out of him. I was feeling a little rattled myself. I holstered my weapon. I thought it was bullshit, he said, his voice cracking. About his girl being sick. I thought he was making it up. I had a hell of a headache on the drive home. Tension, most likely. I usually have some pain reliever in the glove box, but there was nothing there, so as I was coming into Griffin, I wheeled into a gas station that was also a convenience store and went inside. They had small bottles of Tylenol, so I grabbed one of those, along with a bottle of water, and reached into my back pocket for my wallet as I approached the counter. "Hey, how you doing?" the kid at the cash register said, not really asking, just saying what he felt he had to say to everyone. He was about Scott's age, 15 to 17, face ravaged by acne, hair hanging over one eye that he brushed away every 3 seconds. "Great," I mumbled. I handed him a 10 and he rang up the 2 items. "Bag?" "Hmm? You want a bag?" "No." I glanced at the counter. There was a clipboard there with what looked like a petition attached to it, as well as a pen on a string. But the people who had signed, a considerable number, were not opposed to something, but in support. It was headlined, "Our Griffin Cops Are Tops." "You can sign it if you want," the kid said without enthusiasm. "Manager says I'm supposed to ask everyone." I worked my nail under the plastic wrapping that hugged the top of the pill container as I scanned the form's preamble, which sat below the headline and above the names. It read, "We, the undersigned, are 100% behind the good men and women of the Griffin Police Force and appreciate the terrific job they do. Our cops are tops." I peeled away the plastic, popped the lid, struggled to remove the cotton. If I'd had only 10 seconds to live, and one of these pills could have saved me, I'd have been a goner. Getting the cotton out of the way took the better part of half a minute. Then I shook out 3 red pills, cracked the cap on the water bottle, and washed them down. "You must have some headache," the boy said. Holding the clipboard, I looked over the names of those who'd signed the top sheet, which was about half full, but didn't see any I immediately recognized. There was a spot, alongside an individual's name, where people were supposed to write down their home and/or their email addresses. Not everyone had included this information. I flipped to the second page, which was full, as were the 3 behind it. About 70% had put down information other than their names, thereby making it easier for someone to authenticate the signatures, should they want to. "How many people who come in sign this?" I asked. The boy shrugged. "I don't know. It's mostly like the old people anyway." I smiled. "People like me." "No offense," he said. "When you're my age, cops around here stop you all the time for doing nothing." Scott had said the same thing, the last year or so. Not more than a week before we lost him, he'd come home telling us he'd seen a Griffin cop doing a pat-down body search of a girl behind Patchett's. "She hadn't done anything wrong," he'd said. "Cop just wanted to feel her up." I'd asked Scott at the time whether the girl was going to make a complaint. "She won't do anything," he said. "You can't do anything about these guys." I don't think he thought anyone saw him, so I shouted, "I know who you are, dickface." It scared him pretty bad. Then I ran like hell. "You gonna sign it or what?" the kid behind the counter asked, bringing me back to the present. I saw a signature I recognized. Donna Weaver. I studied it a moment, even ran my finger along the page where my wife had taken this pen and signed her name. "No need," I said. "You know what I think?" the kid asked. "Tell me." "I think the cops are collecting these and checking the names and the addresses and figuring out which people who live here have signed and which ones haven't." "You don't say." He nodded wisely. "Oh, yeah. That's how they work." "So I guess you've signed it too, just to be safe." He grinned and shook his head. "Manager told me to and watched me when I did it. But I wrote down Dougie Douche. No way I had ever signed something supporting these clowns." "You're not a fan? You ever had someone spray paint down your throat?" "Excuse me?" I wasn't even the one doing the tagging. It was my friend, but he took off, leaving me with the spray cans when the local cops showed up. One of them decided to do some graffiti in my throat. That could have killed you, I said. Yeah, well, she just did a couple of quick shots. Lost my breath for a few seconds. My teeth and lips were yellow. She? Someone else came in to pay for gas. The kid grabbed the clipboard, told me to have a nice day, and turned his attention to the new customer. I got back in the Honda, drank half the bottle of water, then put the car in drive. It was only 3 or 4 minutes to home from there, but the pulsing in my temples and above my eyes was already starting to fade when I turned down our street. And then, just like that, the headache was back. It probably had something to do with the fact that a Griffin police cruiser was parked across the end of our driveway. I was thinking they'd found out pretty damn fast that I hadn't signed the petition. Chapter 6. It was almost 5. Donna usually got home around 4:30 from her job at Griffin Police Service. They changed the name on the building a few years back. No longer was it the Griffin Police Force. That sounded a bit too, well, forceful. Too close to the truth, actually. So they changed it to Service, which made it sound more like they were gun-toting caterers. The powers that be must have decided that if they sounded gentler, they'd somehow be perceived that way. Didn't happen. And while Donna did work there, she didn't carry a gun, or ride in a cruiser, or work weekends and nights. She went in Monday to Friday, 9 to 4, got all the statutory holidays off, and didn't have to wear a uniform. That's because she wasn't a cop. She worked in payroll and admin, making sure everyone's monthly paychecks got deposited to the financial institution of their choice, sorted out overtime disputes, and remembered to pay the department's bills, so that when a Griffin resident dialed 911, somebody answered. So it was possible that a Griffin cruiser parked in front of our house was not a cause for worry the way it might be for anyone else. Donna knew every member of the force, if not personally, at least by name and social security number. She had been known, on occasion, to bring in baked goods and share them with anyone who walked past her desk. An officer could have been dropping by to return the favor. Donna and one of the town's 2 female police officers, Kate Ramsey, sometimes went to the movies together, although not lately. Neither Donna nor I had been particularly social with anyone lately. But still, I didn't have a good feeling about this. Only a half a block from home, my cell, sitting on the seat next to me, rang. I glanced down and saw the word home. Used to be, Donna called me at least a couple of times during the day. Usually nothing important, just calling to chat. She'd know there was a good chance I wouldn't answer, but that it was still safe to try, since I'd have my phone muted if I was someplace where I didn't want to make my presence known. I snatched up the phone. Yeah, I said. The police are here, she said. I'm just coming down the street, I said. I thought maybe it was Kate. No, it's Haynes and Brindle. Haynes, I said solemnly. One of the younger cops on the force, although he still had more than a decade in. He'd been the one to come to us with the news, in August. I don't know, Brindle. You're in for a treat, then, she said. What's going on? They're not saying. They want to talk to you. At first I thought maybe they'd found out who sold him the drugs. Had come to tell us. Donna could draw pictures of Scott all day, but it was hard for her to write his name out or say it aloud. But I think they'd have been willing to talk to me about that. I'd have been surprised to learn that tracking down who provided Scott with ecstasy was still a priority for the Griffin Police Service, if it ever was. Not that the cops around here weren't concerned about keeping the peace. They just went about it differently. If they thought you were a drug dealer, particularly one from out of town, they took you out back of a Griffin snowplow shed, beat the living shit out of you, then gave you a lift down to Niagara Falls and dropped you off in front of some abandoned industry on Buffalo Avenue. There'd long been stories about excessive force around here, which explains Scott's take on that officer patting down the girl behind Patchett's. He'd said there was no reason for it, but for all I knew, the officer had a legitimate suspicion she was up to something. I'd learned long ago during my stint with the police department that when you gave someone, male or female, the benefit of the doubt, you reduced the odds that you'd be going home at the end of your shift. For the most part, no one around here was troubled by rumors of police overstepping their bounds. The citizens of Griffin felt safe in their homes. As long as that sense of security continued, they didn't need to know the details. When I was honest with myself, I had to admit that was my attitude too. I knew that if and when I found the one who sold Scott XTC, XE, whatever they were calling it on the street these days, I'd handle the matter myself. Talk to you later, I told Donna, and ended the call. I pulled up alongside the police car, saw the two male officers inside. I pulled over to the curb ahead of the cruiser, got out, glanced at the house, and saw Donna watching through the living room shears. Ricky Haynes, the younger of the two, got out on the passenger side and nodded. Early 30s, black hair and mustache, all neatly trimmed. In shape, too. He had the look of someone who might have played football at some point, although he was a little shy of the necessary bulk. Hockey, maybe. Although bulk had its pluses there, too. "Mr. Weaver," he said, touching his index finger to his forehead in a mini salute. "Officer Haynes." "Good memory," he said. "It's hard to forget the name of the man who told you your son was dead." The other door opened. This cop looked to be in his late 30s, and if he'd ever played a sport, he'd long since given it up. I was guessing he weighed 280, and he was carrying a good chunk of it around the middle. There was more hair above his lip than on his head. "This is Officer Hank Brindle," Haynes said. I nodded. "Hey." "So you're Donna's husband," he said. His voice was low and gravelly. "That's right." He nodded, thought about that for a second, then said, "Wonder if you might be able to help us out with something." "I'll give it a try." Brindle pointed to my Honda Accord. "This car's registered to you?" "Yes." "Were you driving around in this vehicle last night?" Brindle asked. "Yes." "Can you tell us where you were?" "It would depend on the time," I said. "Say around 10? "I was on my way home." Brindle nodded. "On your way home from where?" "I'd been doing some work in Tonawanda." Brindle's head kept nodding. "Ricky here tells me you're a private investigator. That right?" I nodded, waiting. I could have asked what this was about, but cops had a way of getting to things in their own sweet time and didn't like to answer questions. I knew the drill. Brindle nodded thoughtfully again, then glanced over at his younger partner. "I guess I'll let you take it from here. You're more up to speed on this." I thought I heard a hint of resentment. I turned my attention to Haynes. "Up to speed on what?" "We're looking for a girl," Haynes said, "a teenager." I waited. "Her name's Claire Sanders, 17. Blonde hair, about 5'5", 115 pounds or so." "Why are you looking for her? She done something?" "It's important that we find her," Haynes said, sidestepping the question. I persisted. "Because she's done something or because she's missing?" Haynes cleared his throat. "She's unaccounted for. We'd be grateful for your cooperation here, Mr. Weaver. This is kind of an unofficial inquiry, to be honest. Considering who Claire's father is, we've opted to handle this with discretion." I had to think a second. Claire Sanders? This girl is Bertram Sanders' daughter? She's the mayor's kid? "I can see why you're a detective," said Brindle. "Our information," Haynes said, "suggests you may have encountered Claire last night." "You have a picture of her?" Haynes got out his phone, tapped it a couple of times, and approached me. He held the phone close enough that I could see the screen, but didn't hand it to me. The photo looked like it had been taken at a party. The girl was laughing, her head tilted back, a martini glass in her hand. I was guessing it was off Facebook. "I gave that girl a ride last night," I said. but I'm guessing you already know that. Haynes nodded. You picked her up at Patchett's. No sense denying it. Yeah. I get picked up on closed circuit? Haynes hesitated, then said, Yep. That's something you do a lot, Mr. Weaver? Brindle asked. Pick up teenage girls? She tapped on my window when I was stopped at the sign. Asked for a lift home. And you gave her one? Yes. So you already know Claire Sanders, the older cop asked. No, I said. Brindle said. It was me. Some young girl asked me for a lift, assuming I was in my own car and not the cruiser. I'd feel a bit odd about that. Like maybe it wasn't the smartest thing in the world to do. She recognized me. She said she'd known my son, Scott. I looked at Officer Haynes at that point. Hank Brindle cocked his head like a dog hearing a whistle. That's the one that died, right? I felt warm under my collar. Yes. Got stoned and went flying off the roof of Ravelson Furniture a couple of months back? Brindle said, like we were just reminiscing. I got that right? Yeah. You got that call, didn't you, Ricky? He asked Haynes. Yeah. His face flushed. I had to deliver the news to Mr. and Mrs. Weaver. I sensed discomfort. I remember that, Brindle continued. That was the week I didn't get any of the overtime I was due in my payslip, because your wife had taken some time off and didn't put it through. Now my neck was feeling hot. I made fists, not because I was planning on taking a swing at anyone, but to channel the tension. I kept my hands down so Brindle wouldn't think I was about to hit him in the nose, much as I wanted to. On her behalf, allow me to apologize for the inconvenience, I said. Brindle waved a hand. No biggie. Cleared his throat. So, you gave this girl a ride because she knew your son? It seemed wrong at that point to leave her standing in the rain. I told her to get in. She asked for a ride home. Did she tell you her name? Brindle asked. Just Claire. So you dropped her off at her home? Haynes asked. They were both looking at me intently. I had a bad feeling about the way this was going, because the story I felt it was inevitable I'd have to tell stretched the limits of credibility. No, I didn't drop her at home. We stopped at Iggy's out on Danbury. Claire said she felt like she was going to be sick. You could have pulled over to the side of the road for that, Brindle said. She asked to go to the restaurant, so I pulled in and waited in the car. She was in there for quite a while, so I went in looking for her, couldn't find her, but when I got back outside, there was a girl sitting in my car. What do you mean a girl? Haynes asked. You mean Claire. I shook my head. I thought it was her at first. This girl wanted me to think she was Claire. She was wearing a wig to make her look like Claire, and her clothes were similar, but there were differences you could spot up close. For one, Claire had a cut on the back of her left hand, but this girl didn't. Whoa, Brindle said. You're saying Claire Sanders went into Iggy's, but it was a different girl that came out? That's what I'm saying. What the hell happened to Claire? I don't know. Who was the second girl? Haynes asked. No idea. A friend of Claire's, obviously, but she wouldn't tell me her name. Once we were down the road a short stretch and I realized she wasn't Claire and called her on it, she told me to keep acting like I thought it was her, in case anyone was watching. Brindle made another snorting noise. This is the craziest story I ever heard. No, wait, Haynes said. If Claire was being, stalked or something and wanted to lose that person, that'd be a way to do it. That's what I was thinking, I offered. Brindle was shaking his head. This is horse shit. She demanded to get out of the car around Castleton and Berkeley, I said. I let her out. The cops exchanged looks. Then Haynes said, Did Claire say anything before she went into Iggy's that suggested she was about to switch places with someone else? No. If I'd known what they were planning, I wouldn't have gone along with it. She say anything about where she might be going? Just home, I said. That's probably what it was, Haynes said. Huh? Said Brindle. Some stalker, and not the creepy killer kind, but an ex-boyfriend or something, was bugging her, and she needed to get away. Maybe to see a different boy. So she set her friend up as a decoy. He smiled and shook his head in admiration. Pretty damn clever when you think about it. Brindle looked unconvinced. I said, "Except where's Claire now?" "My bet," Haines said, "is that she's with the boy she really wants to be with. Getting it on somewhere. That's probably what happened." I said to both of them, "How did you know to check Patchett's?" Brindle pointed his thumb at Haines, who said, "She was known to go there, so it was kind of a starting point." "Let me ask you again," I said. "Are you looking for Claire because she's done something, or is she missing? Have you some reason to be concerned for her?" Haines rubbed his chin, an awkward gesture designed to fill time. "I guess there's always reason to be concerned about somebody when you can't find them." He clapped his hands together, rubbed them. "I guess we're done here, Mr. Weaver. We'll get out of your hair now." "I hope you find her soon," I said as the two of them started getting back into their car. Brindle locked eyes on me. "With a fishy story like the one you just told us about some look-alike girl getting in your car? You better hope we do." Chapter 7. I watched as the cruiser did a three-point turn in the street and rolled back up to the corner, turned left, and disappeared. When I got into the house, Donna was standing there. "What's going on?" "It's okay," I said. I didn't ask if everything was okay. I asked what's going on. "I gave one of Scott's friends a ride last night. They're trying to find her." "Her?" "Yeah. Girl named Claire." "You picked up a girl hitchhiking?" "Not hitchhiking. She was out front of Patchett's, asked for a lift. She recognized me, said she knew Scott." "How would she recognize you?" "She said something about seeing me drop him off at school. It was raining. Look, if you'd been there, you'd have given her a ride too." "I might," she said. "You don't see the difference between my doing it and you doing it?" "Of course I do." "I could do it without exposing myself to as much risk," she said. "But you picking up a young girl late at night? That seemed like a good idea?" "I told you why I did it." Her mouth opened slightly as something dawned on her. "I know why you did it. You thought she might know something. You think everyone may know something. You keep interrogating everyone under 20 in this town, you're going to put your foot in it sooner or later. You'll push someone too far, get yourself in trouble." She didn't know the half of it. "That wasn't why I picked her up, but yeah, I'd probably have gotten around to asking her some things, but she cut me off before I had a chance. Said she didn't know anything." "They're all wary of you." "Maybe they should be," I snapped. Donna didn't flinch. "You're obsessed." "I'm obsessed? Do I have a sketchbook this thick?" I held my thumb and index finger an inch apart. This time a microscopic twitch. I'd wounded her. Trying to soften my voice, I said, "I'd have thought you wanted answers too." She lightly touched the closest wall as though bracing herself. "Would that make everything better for you? Finding out where he got the stuff? Who gave it to him or sold it to him? Then you'd have your culprit. Then you'd be off the hook. Would I be too? Would I be exonerated as well? Could you stop blaming me as much as you blame yourself?" She lowered her head and touched her fingers to her forehead, massaged it, then said, "Let's say you find whoever it is. Let's say you could even get him to confess. Then what'll you do? Turn him in? Mete out some kind of frontier justice of your own?" "I can't talk about this now," I said. "And the thing is, whoever it is, if it hadn't been that person, it would have been somebody else. What you don't get is, who has never been the issue. The issue is why. Why'd he take the stuff in the first place? What was wrong with his life that he thought getting high could fix?" "I told you I can't do this now." "Of course you can't," Donna said with mock acquiescence. When would be a better time? Maybe I could make an appointment. I'm worried about this girl, I said. I don't think she disappeared because of some stalker boyfriend. I don't think she'd have gone to all that trouble to have another girl dress up like her just to ditch some guy. I have no idea what you're talking about, Donna said. Are you talking to me, or are you talking to yourself? I gave my head a shake. I guessed to myself. There's your problem, she said, turned, and walked away. I wasn't able to just let it go. I couldn't go about my own business while the Griffin police looked for Claire Sanders. I'd meant when I told the girl who pretended to be her, that even if the two of them never intended to, they had involved me. Now that I knew the girl was missing, nearly a day after I'd given her a lift, I was reevaluating everything I'd done the night before. I shouldn't have let the second girl get away. I should, at the very least, have gotten her name. I should have followed her when she bolted from the car. I should have asked Claire more questions. Was there really a guy in some pickup watching her? If so, who did she think it was? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I didn't much care for Officer Brindle's parting shot that I'd better hope they found her soon. But there was some truth in it. If something had happened to Claire, I didn't even want to think about what that might be. It was a safe bet they'd be coming back with more questions. But I was getting ahead of myself. Teenagers took off all the time, and it didn't necessarily mean something bad had happened to them. But I knew, as well as anyone, the kind of agony parents went through when they hadn't heard from their kids, when they had no idea where they were. Like you're at the bottom of a well and can't climb out. I had an inkling of what Claire's parents had to be going through. What I didn't know was whether getting the police to handle the matter quietly was the way to go. Like I was in any position to criticize how any other parents dealt with their kids. I didn't want to wait to find out what progress Haynes and Brindle made in their discreet search for Claire. I could find her as quickly as they could, if not quicker. I knew something they didn't. I knew what Claire's friend looked like. If I could learn who she was and get to her, I could find Claire. This girl had to know where she'd gone. They'd cooked up this disappearing act together. I was betting I could get her name without even leaving the house. I went to the kitchen, past Donna, who was standing at the sink with her back to me, and grabbed the laptop sitting there. I dropped into the recliner where I had passed time the night before, and logged onto Facebook. But not as myself. I didn't have a Facebook profile. After Scott died and I began looking into where he might have gotten the ecstasy, I needed to know who his friends and acquaintances were. 10 or 15 years ago, that would have involved a lot of legwork. Once I'd found one friend, I'd have leaned on him to get the names of more, and then when I'd gone to visit those people, I'd have repeated the process. These days, all I had to do was go to the #1 social network. There wasn't, in my experience, a kid today who wasn't on it, although I suspected it wouldn't be long before the younger generation found some other way to connect. All their parents were on Facebook now, ruining it for them, crowding them out, posting videos and pictures of dogs and cats and cute babies, and tarting up cliched aphorisms. This is your life. Be who you want to be, in colored boxes with fancy fonts. When I'd started snooping around Facebook, the first thing I'd had to figure out was Scott's password. I worked at it off and on for 3 days. I entered everything I could think of, starting with the obvious ones many people use, like password. But I knew Scott was far too clever for that. So I moved on to his birthday and tried every variation of it. Day, month, year, month, day, and so on. No luck there. Then I tried the names of pets. We hadn't had that many over the years. There was our white poodle, Mitzi, who got run over by a FedEx truck when Scott was 7. He'd accidentally let the dog out of the house when he was heading out to play with friends and saw Mitzi chase after the truck and get caught under its rear wheels. He cried for a couple of days straight, and we swore off any more dogs at that point. There was a gerbil named Howard that came into our lives for 3 months when Scott was 10. He got out of his cage, and we found him a week later, stuck behind a bookcase. It wasn't pretty. No joy on Mitzi or Howard. So then I entered everything I'd ever known him to be interested in. Movie titles and characters, celebrity names, favorite songs and musicians, names of cars. Nothing worked. Then one day I thought of 2 words he used all the time whenever he wanted to get our attention. He might shout them from any room in the house or blurt them out when he came into a room. 2 words that he ran together as one. From the time he was little until the day he... You get the idea. Mom, Dad, he'd yell. Mom, Dad. I tried Mom, Dad. I was in. Trouble was, I was too overcome, my eyes too misted, to be able to study his list of friends for several minutes. But once I did, I learned he had 217 of them. A respectable number, if not huge. While Scott was part of the network, he didn't do all that much socializing on it. He posted rarely, and when he did, a clip, say, from a favorite movie or Family Guy episode, or a link to an article from one of his favorite sites. Few people chimed in with comments. There were only a handful of people with whom he actually exchanged messages, but those were the people I'd first checked out. Some discreetly, some not so discreetly. As I'd thought she might be, Claire Sanders was listed as one of Scott's friends, but there was no interaction between them beyond that. No private messages back and forth. But right now, I wasn't interested in who Scott's friends were. I wanted to know who Claire's friends were. So I clicked on her name, went to her Facebook page, and immediately saw that she had more than 500 of them. This could take a while. But I was confident that anyone she could talk into posing as her was going to be a Facebook friend. First, I looked at photos she'd posted, but there were only a few, including the one that Haynes had shown me on his phone. I found a couple of party shots featuring a girl who looked like the one from my car, but the photos hadn't been tagged with identifying names. I clicked on Claire's friends list and started scrolling through it, looking at all the postage stamp-sized faces, hunting for the girl who'd tried to pass herself off as Claire. If only it were that simple. Not only were the profile images small, but many of them were poorly shot, or featured the individual with others. Lots of Claire's friends, like millions of others on Facebook, didn't even use a picture of themselves for their profile. They used shots of famous people. For example, one boy, Bryson Davies, was passing himself off as George Clooney. Another, Desmond Flint, was Gort, the robot from The Day the Earth Stood Still. Several kids were animated cartoon characters, like Snoopy or Cartman from South Park. The girls also embraced this practice. Elizabeth Pink, I was sure, was not a dead ringer for Lady Gaga. If Patrice Hengo looked like her profile image, then she needed help. She'd posted a photo of a pepperoni pizza slice. If none of Claire's female friends whose profiles featured actual pictures of themselves looked like the girl I was searching for, I would come back to these, click on their personal pages, and hunt for more representative photos. At least, I would search those whose profiles I could access. If Scott and Claire did not have these friends in common, there was a strong likelihood I wouldn't be able to get into their personal pages, given that I was signed in as Scott. All these new opportunities for digging into people's private lives presented an equal number of obstacles. Slowly, I scrolled through the list and studied female faces. Many were easy to dismiss immediately. They were too old or had different hair or skin color. Every time I spotted a blonde girl in her teens, I stopped, clicked on the pic, and went to the individual's personal page to view a larger image. When I found it was the wrong person, I went back and repeated the process. You're invading his privacy, you know. I still think those things matter. I looked up from the laptop screen to see Donna standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Right now, I'm invading someone else's privacy, I said. It's kind of how I've made my living for some time now, in case you hadn't noticed. Let it go. I told you, this isn't about Scott. It's about this girl you picked up. Gave a ride to, I said. What did you say her name was? Claire. Claire what? Claire Sanders. Donna's eyebrows went up. Bertram Sanders has a daughter named Claire. Is that who you picked up? Yes. And she's missing? That's who Brindle and his partner were asking you about? That's right. She folded her arms. Concern pushed anger from her face. That must be so awful for him. Him? Well, his wife, his ex-wife too, of course. He's divorced. You seem to know a lot about him. He's the mayor, and he's in the station all the time, not that he's particularly welcome there. He likes to come in and harangue Augie on a regular basis. Augustus Perry, the police chief. Someone whose unlisted home number was in my own phone's contact list for reasons that were more than professional. I thought back to the item I'd read in the paper the night before about Mayor Bert Sanders' fight with the Griffin police over allegations of brutality. Did it make sense that the mayor, who'd pissed off everyone in this town who wore a badge, could reasonably expect the cops to indulge him with a discreet search for his daughter? Yet, that seemed to be what Brindle and Haynes were doing. Maybe Augustus Perry was happy to do the mayor a favor. It could buy him leverage in the future. The chief was good at having people owe him one. You think the mayor would go to him directly? I said. Ask for help finding his daughter without making a big official thing of it? A lot of people are willing to swallow their pride when it comes to their kids' safety, Donna said. You think maybe this is something you shouldn't be sticking your nose into? It's already there, I said. I told her, briefly, about the events of the previous evening. How I might be one of the last people to see Claire before she went missing. What do you know about Bertram Sanders? I asked. Former professor at Canisius College, political science, wrote a couple of books that did okay, I think. One of them was a flattering profile of Clinton. He's left of center. He could have stayed and taught there a few more years, but opted to take early retirement. Why? She shrugged. Maybe he'd had enough. A woman I work with, she took a course with him 10, 12 years ago. He asked her out a few times. He hit on his students? So they say. Didn't seem to trouble him that he had a wife, although I suspect it must have troubled her, given that she finally left him. And despite this failing, apparently he's this big idealist. Believes in something called the Constitution. Doesn't like Augie's approach to streamlining the justice system. A nice way to put it. Taking a felon behind a building and breaking his nose instead of laying charges was one way to keep the court system from getting too clogged. A 10-second silence followed as Donna stood there, staring at me. What? I asked. This is how it used to be, she said. How we used to talk. I remember how, when you'd get home, you'd tell me all about the things you were working on. Donna. This is the most we've spoken in weeks. Another pause. You remember my friend Eileen Schuyler? Who? She was married to Earl. He worked the border at Whirlpool Rapids before it went Nexus only. Vaguely, I said. Things started to fall apart for them after their daughter, Sylvia, died in that crash at the top of the South Grand Island Bridge when she got cut off by the gas truck and there was a fire. She was 32. Her husband had left her about a year earlier. I remember. It hit them pretty hard, which is no surprise. They were so sad, so heartbroken that they didn't know how to talk to each other anymore. The smallest pleasures made them feel guilty. And most of the pleasure they'd found in life had been being with each other. It got to the point where they lived on different floors of their house. Earl came in the back way, right by the stairs, and lived on the top floor where he set up a hot plate and put in a small fridge. Eileen used the front door and lived on the first floor, set up a bedroom down there. They lived in the same house but could go weeks without ever having to see or talk to each other. I said nothing. So what I keep wondering is, are things going to get better around here? Or should I put in a call to Gil? Gil Strothers was a carpenter and general handyman we'd used around the house for several small projects, although he had tackled larger ones for other people. Additions, new kitchens, all cash under the table jobs. He did good work. Do you want me to call him and ask him if he could put in a set of stairs by the back door there? Is that what you'd like me to do? I'm not saying it's what I want. I just wanted to get an idea if that's what you want. Donna, I said, shaking my head tiredly and looking down, my eyes scanning past the multiple square facial images. I don't want you. And I saw her, there on the screen, her head cocked a bit to one side, blonde hair cascading across her forehead, tucked behind her ear. It was her. I was sure of it. Son of a bitch, I said. I clicked on the name next to the picture. Hannah Rodomsky. I looked up to tell Donna I'd found her, but she'd left. Chapter 8. I got out of Facebook, called up the online phone directory, and found a C. Radomski at 34 Arlington Street, which was on Griffin's west side. I grabbed my keys. Heading out the front door, I called back into the house, "Be back in a bit." I didn't know where Donna was or whether she'd even heard me. The Radomskis' house was a broad bungalow, set back from the street with an expensive, well-manicured lawn. There was an operating fountain in the center that looked like an oversized bird bath, and fit in, on this street, like a Rolls hood ornament on a Kia. The Radomskis had what looked like the nicest house on an okay street, which I'd learned long ago from a friend who sold real estate, is not nearly as desirable as having an okay house on a very nice street. Every other home on Arlington was pulling the value of the Radomski place down. A white Ford Explorer and a dark blue Lexus were parked in the double driveway. I pulled in behind the Explorer, got out, crossed the flagstone walk to the front door, and rang the bell. I could hear muffled shouting inside. A man's voice asking if someone was going to get it, a woman saying he was closer. I waited, figuring that sooner or later someone would get here. The door was opened by a silver-haired man in his late 40s, early 50s, probably just home from work. The collar of his crisp white shirt was unbuttoned, his tie askew, the cuffs of his dress pants rested on black socks instead of shoes. The big toe of his right foot was peeking at me through a hole. In his hand was an oversized wine glass that was half full of red. "Yeah," he said. "Mr. Radomski?" I said. "Whatever it is, we don't want any." "I'm not selling. I'm here to—" "Who is it, Chris?" a woman shouted from someplace in the house. He swiveled his head around, yelled, "I don't know!" Then back to me he said, "What'd you say you're selling?" I said I wasn't. "My name is Cal Weaver. I'm a private investigator." I extended a hand. Chris Radomski shook my hand, which was clammy enough to make me sorry I'd offered it. "Really?" he said. I took out my wallet and displayed my license for half a second. I could have allowed him a closer look, but his eyes were glassy and I didn't see the point. A woman I presumed was his wife appeared at the bottom of the stairs and turned toward the door. Big hair, auburn in color, and a little too much lipstick, suggesting to me that when she was little, she had a hard time coloring within the lines. Her cheeks were overly rouged, almost clown-like. She had a glass of red wine in her hand as well, but it was just about ready for a refill. "Who's this?" she said to her husband. There was a hint of slurring. She hadn't reached total inebriation, although I had a sense it was her destination. "It's a detective, Glynis." "The police?" she said, and the skin beyond the red circles on her cheeks instantly paled. She set the glass down on the closest surface, a side table. I told her my name. "I'm not with the police. I'm private." "What's this about?" She'd put one hand to her chest, as though checking to see how quickly her heart was beating. "I'm sure everything is fine," her husband said. He looked at me apologetically. "Glynis always assumes the worst." "That's because that's how things usually turn out," she shot back. "May I come in?" I asked, nodding toward the living room. "Just tell me if it's about Hannah," Glynis Radomski said. "I have to know if this is about Hannah." "It is," I conceded. "At least in part." "Is she here?" "No," her husband said quickly. "She's not." Which immediately made me wonder where she was. We sat down in the adjoining living room. I caught a glimpse of the kitchen through a doorway. Dishes piled by the sink, a leaning stack of newspapers, an uncorked bottle of wine, an open box of Cheerios. Unless they were having cereal for dinner, that box had to have been sitting there all day. By contrast, the living room was pure Martha Stewart. 2 matching couches, 2 matching chairs, with perfectly positioned throw pillows on all of them. Chris Radomski tossed a pillow aside before taking one of the chairs, and it hit the broad-loomed floor silently. Glynis scowled at him, ever so briefly, but I was guessing my presence was more disconcerting to her than his contempt for her decorating touches. She sat on one of the couches, and I took the other empty chair. "Do you know where Hannah is now?" I asked. They exchanged looks. "Not right this second," he said. "There are a number of places she could be." He tried to be offhand about it. "With her friends, probably." He adopted a look of grave concern toward me. "We really need to know what this is about before we start answering your questions." "It's about that little business she has with her boyfriend, isn't it?" Glynis blurted. "I told her that would end up biting her in the ass." Chris Radomski shot her a look. "We don't know that Mr. Weaver's visit has anything to do with that." "Business?" I asked. He waved his hand dismissively at me. "Tell us why you're here." I took a breath. "Hannah has a friend named Claire Sanders, doesn't she?" "Yes," Glynis said. "Claire hasn't been seen since last night, and I'm trying to find her. I figured Hannah might be able to help me." "What do you mean she hasn't been seen?" she asked. "She's missing?" I hesitated. There was a difference between not knowing where someone was and categorizing them as missing. "She needs to be found," I said, and left it at that. "I have no idea where she is," Glynis said. "Claire, I mean. She comes around here once in a while, but she's only going to come here if Hannah's home, and she's not home all that much." "But she lives here," I said, making a statement more than asking. "Well, sure, technically," Hannah's mother said. "But she spends pretty much every waking moment with her boyfriend." "Not just waking," her husband sneered. "Who's that?" I asked, getting out my small notebook. "Sean," Hannah's mother said. "Sean what?" "Skilling," Chris Radomski interjected, putting the wineglass to his lips and taking a long sip. "That's right," Glynis said suddenly. "Sean Skilling. Every time I try to think of the name, I come up with Skillet." I asked, "Does Hannah carry a cell phone?" Glynis rolled her eyes. She seemed less tense now that she realized I was here more about Claire than her own daughter. "Are you kidding? It's surgically attached to her hand." She rethought that. "Or her head. I don't know which." "Could you call her? Tell her to come home?" "What will I tell her?" "I don't know. Something's come up, a family matter. You need her to come home." Glynis looked skeptical. "I can try." She picked up the receiver on a landline phone that was sitting on a table next to the couch. She held the phone to her ear and waited. She nodded almost imperceptibly with each ring, then said, "Oh, hi, sweetheart. It's your mother. Could you please come over? There's something your father and I need to discuss with you. But—" She looked at me. "It's not the sort of thing I can talk to you about on the phone." A pause, then, with forced cheerfulness, "Hope you're having fun." Glynis ended the call. "She'll either call back or she won't. She probably saw it was me and didn't answer. She sees our name and generally ignores it. I could text her, but it wouldn't make any difference." Radomski shook his head. "Which is really a pain in the ass when you need to get in touch with her. You got kids?" I hesitated. "A son." Radomski nodded enviously. "You're better off, believe me. Girls can get into so much more trouble." "Have Hannah and Claire been friends a long time?" I asked. "Since around 7th grade, I think," Glynis said. "They're inseparable. Sleeping over at each other's houses, trading clothes, going on school trips." "What do you know about Claire?" I asked. Glynis shrugged. She's a nice girl. Her husband said, She's the mayor's daughter, you know. A pause. That horse's ass. You're not a fan? Chris shook his head. You watch the news? You see the kind of things going on a half an hour's drive south of here? You want that kind of thing happening in Griffin? As far as I'm concerned, the cops here do what they have to do, and I'm okay with it. Bert Sanders is more worried about some troublemaker's rights than he is about our right to be able to be safe in our beds at night. I signed that petition. Signed it more than once. Every store I go into, I sign it. How about you? I never seem to have a pen on me, I said. You either support Chief Perry or you don't, that's how I feel. The Chief and I have a complicated relationship, I said. I wasn't interested in talking politics any longer. I turned to his wife and asked, When's the last time you saw Hannah? She glanced at her husband and then back at me. I didn't hear her come in last night, and I guess she was off to school pretty early Hannah didn't come home last night, Chris said. For God's sake, Glynis, stop fooling yourself. Well, if she didn't come home, where was she? With that boy, Sean. She's over at his house most nights. He lives with his parents? Radomski nodded. I guess they don't see anything wrong with it. Girl shacked up in their house with their son. Shacked up, Glynis said mockingly. What century are you from? I need Hannah's cell phone number, I said to both of them, and an address for Sean Skilling. I can give you the number, but I don't know exactly where the Skillings live, Glynis said. I'm sure they're in the book, though. She recited the number, which I scribbled into my notebook. They go to school together? Glynis nodded. And Sean has a car. What kind? She looked hopelessly at her husband. It's a pickup, she said. Probably a Ford. You know Skilling Ford just outside of town? I did. That's them. What kind of work do you do, Mr. Radomski? I'm a financial advisor, he said. Here in Griffin? No, we have an office down on Milltree Road. He pronounced military Milltree, like everyone else around here did. I work too, Glynis said indignantly. Looking after him and our daughter. That's a full-time job. One of Glynis's little jokes, Chris Radomski said wearily. She thinks if it's funny once, it's funny 100 times. I handed them each a business card. If Hannah comes home before I run into her, give me a call. Maybe by then I'll have found Claire anyway. They each took a card without looking at it. One last question. What's this business you mentioned? Glynis said, plain dumb. When I came in, you asked if this was about that business they've been running. You said you told Hannah it could come back and bite her in the ass. It has nothing to do with Claire Sanders, Chris Radomski said. I think we've helped you out as much as we can. They showed me to the door. As I walked back to my car, I took a small detour down the side of the house to get a look at the backyard. Even in the darkness, I could make out several garbage cans and an old rusted swing set. It had been years since Hannah had played on that. I thought of Chris Radomski's nice suit, the hole in his sock, perfect living room, messy kitchen, beautiful front yard, a jungle out back. The Radomskis liked to make a good first impression, but didn't give a damn what you thought once you got to know them. Chapter 9. When she pops in from work to see that he is okay, and to bring him some takeout, buffalo chicken wings and fries, he is sitting in the chair with a car magazine open on his lap. I don't understand these, what they call 'em, nav systems, he says. All the cars have them now. Never had one of those in a car. I hear they don't work that well, the woman says. Heard about some idiot woman, she kept doing what the system told her and drove right into a lake. The man laughs softly. That smells like wings, he says, taking the styrofoam box and opening it. Looks delicious. I brought you lots of napkins and wet wipes, she says, handing them over. Try not to drop the bones all over the room. Like it would matter. He's always spilling his food. Once a week or so, she tries to get in here and clean up the mess. But honestly, doesn't she have enough to do? The room reeks, but she stopped noticing the smells long ago. Did you think about what I said this morning? He asks, biting into a wing, tearing at the chicken with his gray teeth. What did you say this morning? She replies. She remembers. She always knows what it will be about. But feigning ignorance stalls things for a while. About going into work? Or just going out? Enough. You're wearing me out. She gathers some magazines on the bed. Car magazines, a People, and half a dozen National Geographics, and sets them neatly on the bedside table. You can't ask me the same thing every day and think you're going to get a different answer. Oh, for God's sake. There's toast crusts in your bed. The man says, if it's getting me out that worries you, I think I could manage the stairs myself. It'd just take a while, that's all. It's not about that, she says. You know that. Something that troubled her that morning is eating at her again. Where's the book? The one he writes in 3 times a day or more. Now that she thinks about it, she hasn't seen it for days. Where's your stupid little notebook? She asks. I told you, I write in it after you leave. Since when? I just do. Where is it right now? I think it fell under the bed. Might be stuck between the bed and the wall. Move aside, I'll find it for you. It's okay, he says. I'll do it. Better find it fast or you'll forget what to write, she says, deciding to drop it, at least for now. She has to go. As she turns to leave, he says, wait. She stops. What? The boy, he says. What's up with the boy? She is confused for a moment, unsure which boy he's referring to. His stepson, or the one who's caused them so much trouble lately? She decides on an answer that covers all the bases. Everything's under control, the woman says. We're doing our best to sort things out. Maybe, the man says, allowing a naive sliver of hope to creep into his voice. It's a good thing what happened. I mean, it might mean things will change. He smiles at her with those gray teeth. I could use a change. No, she says. It doesn't mean that at all. Chapter 10. He was always on my mind. It was true all through this period, but even now, after all this time, that's still the case. Almost like a low-pitched hum, no matter what you're doing, that's always there in the background. I thought about what he was like, the things we did together. Moments, mental snapshots. Some of the memories were pleasant, some less so. Some of them were like signposts along a journey. When Scott was 8, the school called because he'd been in a fight with another boy. Donna couldn't get away from work, but I was between jobs, so I headed over. I found him sitting on a bench in the office, staring down into his lap, his legs just barely long enough to touch the floor with the tips of his sneakers. He was swinging his feet back and forth. Hey, I said, and he looked up. His eyes were red, but he was not crying at that moment. I sat down beside him, our thighs touching, and he leaned into me. I thought I was doing the right thing, he said. Start from the beginning. Mickey Farnsworth threw a rock at a car and I told the teacher. She told me she was busy and I guess she forgot to do anything about it, and at recess, Mickey said I was a tattletale and started beating me up, and we got into a fight and now we're both in trouble. Where's Mickey? I asked. His mom came and got him. She called me a tattletale too. That really pissed me off, but I had to let it go. The thing was, Scott had some history here, of tattling. He didn't like to see others getting away with things, but seeing that justice was done often had a way of backfiring for him. Welcome to the world. It's wrong to throw rocks at cars, right? He asked. It is. And you and Mom say it's wrong to do nothing when people break the law. Isn't it against the law to throw rocks at cars? It is. So why am I being suspended? I put my arm around him and patted his shoulder. I couldn't think of anything to say that wouldn't make me a hypocrite. I gave it my best shot. Sometimes doing the right thing hurts. I paused. Sometimes doing the right thing is not always worth doing. It's hard to be right all the time. It's not an easy way to live your life. Don't you always do what's right? Scott asked, turning his head to look at me. I always try to where you're concerned, I said. He rested his head against my chest. The principal wants to talk to you. Okay. And you have to take me home. Okay. Am I going to be punished? You have been already, I said. For the wrong things, for the wrong reasons. I don't understand, Dad. Me neither, I said. Me neither. As I went in search of the Skilling residence, I gave more thought to what I was doing and why I was doing it. I needed to know Claire Sanders was okay. I needed to know, having been dragged unwittingly into this mess, whether my actions had put her at risk. If they had, I'd have to see what I could do about it. I didn't like to see kids in trouble. Yeah, but you don't mind scaring the shit out of them when it suits you. I was confident I'd find her. I couldn't recall offhand how many times I'd been hired to track down missing kids, easily 20. And only once had I failed. And that was because the kid, a 12-year-old boy, came home on his own before I could find him. When I finally did find Claire, at a boyfriend's place, a kid's hostel in L.A., some beach down in Florida, what would the plan be then? Drag her back to Griffin? Hardly. But I'd tell her that people back home were worried about her. I'd recommend that she call her folks. I'd give her shit for getting me involved. That'd be it for me. Sean Skilling would lead me to Hannah, and Hannah would lead me to Claire, one way or another. I found the Skilling residence about half a mile away on Dancy. It had been dusk when I had arrived at the Radomskis', but by the time I got to the Skillings', night had descended completely. I drove slowly down the street, looking for numbers, marveling at how many people don't make them easy to spot. If they didn't want to do it for the fire department, you'd think they'd at least do it for the pizza delivery guy. The house was evenly numbered, so it had to be on the left, and I figured I was only a couple of doors away when I saw a car's headlights come on in a driveway just ahead. It had been backed in, so the lights intercepted my path. I glanced over as I passed by, blinded briefly. Brass numbers were attached to a large decorative stone set by the curb. This was the place. It wasn't a car after all, but a pickup. A black Ford Ranger. Once I had the headlight glare out of my eyes, I was able to spot a young man in a ball cap behind the wheel. I pulled over to the opposite curb as the truck roared onto the street, accelerating so quickly it fishtailed and tore off in the direction I'd come from. I executed a fast three-point turn and hit the gas. The pickup had disappeared beyond the bend, so I thought it was unlikely he'd noticed me turning around to come after him. A left turn, then a right, and we were on Danbury. I had a hunch where he might be going. 4 minutes later, it proved right. The Ranger crossed the street and wheeled into the parking lot behind Patchett's. I pulled over to the shoulder so I could get a look at him as he got out of the truck, and walked briskly into the bar. While he wasn't running, there was a sense of urgency in his stride, and he moved like an athlete. He was 6 feet, 180 pounds, with dirty blonde hair falling out from beneath a cap, branded with 2 broad horizontal stripes across the front. A Bills cap. He wouldn't be the only one in Patchett's wearing one of those. Once he disappeared inside, I put the Honda in park, leaving it behind a couple of Harley-Davidsons with raised handlebars, crossed the street, and entered the bar. Patchett's was like 1,000 other bars. Dim lighting, loud music, Railings and chairs and tables made of heavy oak, the smell of beer and sweat and human longing hanging in the air. There were about 100 people in here, some standing at the bar, others at the tables working on ribs and wings and potato skins, along with their pitchers of beer, about a dozen hanging out around the pool table. I wasn't the oldest guy in the room, but the crowd was mostly made up of men and women in their 20s. And knowing Patchett's as I did, probably several in their late teens. They were easy to spot, and not just because they looked younger. They were the ones trying the hardest to look cool while drinking, holding the necks of their beer bottles between their index and middle fingers, like they'd been drinking this way their whole lives. I scanned the room for Skilling, spotted him talking to a man at the bar. With the speakers blaring the 1969 hit Proud Mary by Creedence Clearwater Revival, there couldn't have been a person here who was alive when that came out, and even I'd only just made it. I couldn't make out what he was saying. I'm no lip reader, so I sidled up to the bar behind him, caught the bartender's attention, and ordered a Corona, all the while trying to hear what the kid was saying. It wasn't that hard once I got close, considering everyone had to shout to be heard over the music. The man Sean was talking to yelled, "Haven't seen her, man. When'd you last talk to her?" "Saw her last night," he shouted. "She's not answering her cell?" He shook his head. "Look, if you see her, tell her to call me, okay?" "Yeah, no problem." Sean Skilling moved away from the bar and crossed the room to talk to someone standing in a group of 3 by the pool table, where a couple of overweight bearded men in black leather jackets, who didn't look like they were from around here, were thoroughly engrossed. I kept my position for about 30 seconds, then took my beer and ambled in that direction. There was a pillar about 2 feet away from him. Taking the side that would put my back to him, I leaned against it, but there was too much noise to pick up anything he had to say, even though his voice was raised. So I pushed myself off and wandered close to the group, pretending to watch the 2 bikers play pool. I thought they were wannabes, guys who didn't make the cut for Hell's Angels but wanted to look the part. "Sorry, man," I heard a girl say. "I saw her here like yesterday. I think it was yesterday, or it might have been the night before." Did Hannah know her boyfriend was so interested in finding Claire? Was Sean Skilling the guy in the pickup Claire was trying to get away from? But would Hannah have helped Claire pull a disappearing act so her own boyfriend would stop stalking her? Did that make any sense at all? "Okay, well, if you see her, call me?" Sean asked. Nods all around. A young man in a black t-shirt with a Batman insignia on it asked, "Hey, can I place an order with you for Saturday night?" "Not right now, man." Sean spotted someone he knew in the far corner of the room. I didn't see much need to eavesdrop on another conversation that was going to be the same as the previous 2, and besides, there was no place over there where I could lurk undetected. I watched Sean ask some questions of a young man who was sitting at a table, wiping chicken wing sauce off his fingers with a moistened napkin. The man shook his head, and Sean nodded. Then he turned, scanned the room for anyone else he might know. Spotted a waitress, stopped her as she was crossing the room with 2 pitchers on a tray that she was balancing just above her shoulder. She shook her head, moved on. Sean Skilling stood there, as if wondering what to do. He dug into his jacket for his cell phone, probably checking for a text or message he might not have heard come in, then shoved the phone back into his pocket. He headed for the door. I set my beer on the closest table and went out after him. He was about to round the corner of the building when I called out to him, "Sean!" He whirled around, squinted at me. "Yeah?" "Sean Skilling? Who the hell? Do I know you?" "I'm Cal Weaver." He cocked his head at a funny angle. "Weaver?" "That's right." "Scott's dad?" "Yeah," I said. "You're like the private dick guy." Emphasis on the word you'd expect. "Yeah," I said. He shook his head violently and raised a hand, palm out. "I don't know anything about anything. You don't even know what I want to ask you about." "It's about Scott, right? I got nothing to tell you." "I'm not here about him. I'm trying to find Claire Sanders." His mouth opened, but nothing came out for a second. "What the hell have you got to do with that?" I heard the bar door open and close behind me, a couple laughing as they walked across the street. Sean, listen to me. I need to talk to Hannah. I think Hannah might know where Claire is. The police are trying to find her. He waved a hand at me. Fuck you, pal. I took a step toward him. I'm not out to cause trouble for you. I just want to make sure Claire's okay. Where can I find Hannah? Is she with Claire? I heard the door open again behind me, the brief cacophony of voices and music spilling out into the night air. Come on, I pleaded. We'll go someplace quieter, get a coffee, you can fill me in. Sean Skilling laughed. Yeah, like I'm gonna go someplace with you, you fucking psycho. I thought I caught him looking past my shoulder for half a second. I glanced that way as someone yelled, Take off, man! I didn't move quickly enough to stop the fist from connecting, though I did get an arm up in time to partly deflect it. But the blow still caught me in the side of the head, and I went down before I could get any kind of look at my attacker. As I hit the ground, non-celestial stars swirling before my eyes, I heard two sets of footsteps running off in opposite directions. Fucking hell, I muttered, putting a hand to the side of my head. I'd landed on my back. I rolled over and brought myself up to my knees, making sure the world wasn't rotating too speedily before I got to my feet. From the parking lot I heard the growl of a pickup, then the squeal of tires as the truck shifted from loose gravel to pavement. You okay? Standing over me was a heavy-set woman, mid-60s, gray hair hanging straight down to her shoulders, in a style she hadn't probably changed in 4 decades. She gave me a grin. Looks like you just got your ass whooped. Why don't you come in? We'll see if you're in need of medical attention. My name's Phyllis. I own this dump, and I think I got a pretty good idea who you are. Chapter 11. Phyllis led me back through Patchett's, behind the counter, and into an office. I briefly considered protesting, telling her I was fine. But first, she had a vice-like grip on my arm. And second, I thought she'd be worth talking to. As we passed the guy who'd handed me my Corona, she said, Get me some ice and a towel, Bill, for Sam Spade here. Have a seat, she ordered, releasing her grasp on me and pointing to a leather couch across from a desk. I sat. Bill appeared with a red and white checkered towel in which he'd collected half a dozen ice cubes. Put that on your noggin, Phyllis said. I took the towel and held it against my temple, which, I had to admit, was throbbing. As Bill left and closed the door behind him, Phyllis parked her butt on the edge of the desk and held up a fist in front of my eyes. How many fingers am I holding up? That's funny, I said. She extended the middle one. How about now? 1. She laughed. I think you'll live. But you keep that ice on there. Head injuries are no joke. Remember how Mannix got knocked out nearly every week? That guy should have been brain damaged. I'm guessing the Mannix and Sam Spade references mean you know what I do for a living, I said. She nodded. I recognized you when I saw you lying down there. You're Cal Weaver. And you're Phyllis Pierce. If we've met before, I'm sorry, but I don't remember. We haven't, she said, shaking her head. But I've seen you around. I make a point of knowing who everybody in Griffin is. Lived here my whole life, so whenever a new face comes to town, I ask who it belongs to. You moved here, what, 8, 10 years ago? 6, I said. Sorry about your boy, she said. I raised my head slowly to look her in the eye. Thanks. Could have been anybody, you know. I'm sorry? Could have been anybody who sold him those drugs. I must have looked surprised at what she seemed to be implying she knew, and it made her smile. I hear you've been asking around. That what you were doing here tonight? No, I said. Because, she said, talking right over my denial, I can't have that. You want to go around interrogating kids about what happened to your boy, and I don't blame you one bit in that regard.
You can't be doing it on my premises. Starting a fight on my front steps? I won't have that. You do what you have to do, but don't be causing any trouble on my turf. I didn't start a fight, I said, feeling like some kid telling his mother he was blameless. And that's not why I'm here. I took the ice away from my head for a second. I'm looking for Claire Sanders. The mayor's kid? Yeah. That who slugged you out there? Some little thing of a girl? No, I don't know who it was. I was cold-cocked. I wanted to talk to a kid named Sean Skilling. You seem to know everyone around here, so you probably know that name. Ford dealer's kid. Yeah. I paused. The ice was so cold it was starting to hurt, but I held it in place. I should take you on as a partner. You know so much of what goes on. Save me a lot of legwork. Phyllis Pierce grinned. I got enough to do, running my vast empire. She opened her arms wide. What do you want with the Skilling kid? His girlfriend is friends with Claire. She may know where Claire is. Phyllis Pierce nodded slowly. Got it. I think Claire was around here a night or two ago. What you want to talk to her for? I just want to find her, I said. Who are you working for? I looked at her and said nothing. Oh, I get it. Client confidentiality and all that. She went around the desk and dropped into her oversized, overly padded office chair. There was a keyboard in front of her, but the monitor was angled off to the side so we could see one another. She brushed her long gray hair off her shoulders, raised her head so it would fall on her back. Although it would stand to reason it's her dad wants her found. I would imagine he does, I said. Who's the Skilling kid's girlfriend? I told her. Hannah. Oh, yeah. Chris Radomski's kid. We had to throw that drunken son of a bitch out of here all the time 15 years back. Well, my husband, not me. Your husband's the bouncer? I hadn't noticed anyone on the premises who looked like an age-appropriate match for Phyllis. It was among Harry's duties back then. But I lost my husband 7 years ago. I'm sorry, I said. She shrugged. Not easy, running this place on my own. Our son ended up pursuing a different line of work, but I've got good people working for me here. I stopped pressing the cold, damp towel to my temple. What should I do with this? Pierce pointed to a small sink along one wall. She had a small bar set up there. I got up, tossed the towel into the sink, the shrunken cubes clinking into the drain. I scanned the room, which had maybe 20 old black-and-white photos of Griffin from its early days. Horses and buggies in the streets in some of them. She noticed me admiring them and said, No, I didn't take them myself. Even that was before my time. There was one shot of a much younger, slimmer Phyllis, her hair in exactly the same style but dark, arm in arm with a man I presumed was Harry, standing in the street in front of Patchett's. Maybe an inch taller, curly-haired, and thinner than his spouse. This your husband, I asked? Yep, but not Harry. That's my first husband there. That was taken around 1985 or so, before he got cancer and passed on. Harry I met in 1993, married him a couple of years after that. She cackled. I was about 60 pounds lighter then. But as I gained weight, I gained wisdom. I sat back down on the couch. Maybe she was expecting me to leave now that I was done treating my injury, but I still had things to ask her. Obviously you know about my son, Scott. Did you ever see him around here? She thought. It's possible, but I don't know. If they look like they're still reading the Hardy Boys, they don't get in. It's like throwing back a fish that's too small. Your boy, he was still pretty wet behind the ears. Probably half the clientele here right now shouldn't be. Phyllis Pierce smiled warily. For someone who's lived here as long as you have, you don't seem to have an idea of how things work in Griffin. Enlighten me. She leaned forward, her elbows on the desk, her heavy breasts resting on the keyboard. Sure, we got people having a drink here, a little something to eat, who may technically be under 21 years of age. The state of New York, in its infinite wisdom, raised the drinking age from 19 to 21 back in 1985. Based on your observations, Mr. Weaver, would you say that stopped people under the age of 21 from drinking? No, of course not. I would imagine that in 1985 you yourself were under the age of 21. When I said nothing, she continued. And did that law put the fear of God into you? Or did you and your friends get hammered every weekend anyway? We pretty much got hammered. Damn right you did. We know what kids are going to do because we know what we did when we were that age. Better it's happening in one place where we could keep an eye on it, don't you think? So we're surrendering. We've decided we can't control what our kids do, so we're just happy if we know where they're doing it. Pierce beamed at me like I was the smartest kid in the class. And not just that. I'm doing what I can to help the local economy. Because if they can't come here, they can be across the border to Canada in 10 minutes, where the drinking age is 19. A 17-year-old with the right ID can pass for 19. But a 17-year-old has a lot harder time passing for 21. All these kids, before and after they come to Patchett's, they buy pizza, go to Iggy's for a burger, get gas, pop into the local 7-Eleven. And zipping across the border ain't what it once was. How many of these kids have passports? Used to be they whisked you through in 5 seconds. But now, if you haven't got a passport, you're not going across that border one way or the other. Thank you very much, Osama bin Laden. May you rot in hell, you motherfucker. She leaned back in her chair. I'm not going to tell you I've managed to put every Griffin's parent's mind at ease, thinking if their kids are drinking, they're doing it here. Kids are still having parties in their basements, having a wild time when their parents are out of town. There's quite a little business going on of getting booze to kids who aren't old enough to go into stores to buy it themselves. They even deliver. She smiled. But I do my part. And the police leave you alone. They're very supportive. Once in a while, we get some riffraff in from the south, and they look after us in that regard. A couple of fellows out there right now monopolizing the pool table have me a little concerned. Maybe the local cops give you a pass because, as you've demonstrated, you know everybody's business. Pissing you off might not be in anyone's interest. My eyes narrowed. And maybe there's a little something in their Christmas stocking, too. You smooth talker, Phyllis said, grinning. Thinking I wield any power around here? Nothing could be further from the truth. I'm just a simple businesswoman, trying to get by. But I will say this. That Augustus Perry, he's a good man. She served me a sly smile. Not that I have to tell you. One last thing, I said. I'd like a peek at your security tape. See who it was clobbered me. I can't help you there, she said. If you don't show me, you'll just have to show it to one of Griffin's finest. Oh, don't be silly. She gave me a look of disappointment. You're not going to the police about that, and you know it. Is that what a real private eye does? Goes running off to the cops every time he gets a knock on the head? Please. She was right. I had no intention of reporting the assault. But that's got nothing to do with why I won't let you see the security tape, she said, and then waved her arm around the room like she was about to pull back the curtain to door number 2. You see any monitors in here? We have no surveillance system. No closed-circuit cameras. Not even out front, I asked. She shook her head. You look surprised, Pierce said. I'd heard different. You were misinformed. Or you misunderstood. Maybe so, I said, getting up off the couch. But if there's anything else I can help you with, my door's open, she said. You strike me as someone who could use a bit of guidance. Chapter 12. As I walked out, I tried to get my sore head around what Phyllis Pierce had told me. No surveillance system? That spot out in front of Patchett's was only steps from where Claire Sanders had tapped on my window asking for a ride. How was that caught on a security camera if the guy who'd sucker-punched me was not? Before I crossed the street to get in my car, I looked for cameras out front anyway. There were none. But hadn't Haynes and Brindle, one of them, I couldn't remember which, told me that was how they'd been led to my door? That my license plate had been picked up on the bar's camera when Claire got in? Had either of them actually said that? Or had they only intimated it? Allowed me to think it when I raised the suggestion that my car had been caught on closed circuit. I couldn't recall how the conversation had gone exactly, and the throbbing in my head wasn't helping my powers of recollection. But if they had, in fact, told me I'd been picked up on a camera, why had they lied? If there was no camera, what had led them to me? Did they already have Patchett staked out? Were they already following Claire? It wasn't a stretch to think the local cops might have a cruiser parked across the street from the place now and then, watching for people getting into their cars who were too drunk to drive. Or maybe they had quotas to fill, and picked up the occasional underage drinker to show they were keeping Griffin a safe and decent place to raise our children, even if they were letting Patchett serve drinks to minors. Maybe the cops had been called to Patchett's earlier for some kind of disturbance, and before they'd left had noticed a teenage girl hitching a ride with a strange man, and had the presence of mind to make note of a plate number. Then, later, when Claire was reported missing, some cop at the morning briefing said, "Hang on." I fumbled in my pocket for my keys, hit the remote button to unlock the car, and slid in behind the wheel. I took a glance at myself in the rearview mirror before I closed the door and turned the lights out. My hair was mussed. I combed it with my fingers to the point where I looked moderately respectable. I was about to turn the key when the two bikers came out of Patchett's and wandered across the road to the motorcycles parked directly ahead of me. As they were getting ready to swing their legs over like a couple of cowboys mounting their horses, headlights came on about 100 yards away. Almost instantaneously, a bank of multicolored swirling rooflights were activated on the same vehicle. A siren whooped for 5 seconds before the cruiser screeched to a stop beside the bikes. The bikers stood there and watched as two cops got out of the car. A woman from the driver's side, a man from the passengers. I recognized the woman as Donna's friend, Kate Ramsey. Late 30s, short blonde hair, about 170 pounds, no more than 5'6". Chin up, formidable. Her partner I didn't know, but I guessed he was in his early 30s, 5'10", about the same weight as Ramsey, strong chin and cheekbones. It looked like Kate was going to take the lead here. I put down the window so I could hear. "Where you boys from?" she asked. She had one hand on the nightstick hanging from her belt. Biker 1 said, "What's the problem, officer? We do something wrong?" "I asked the questions," he said. "Where are you from?" "Elmwood," Biker 2 said. "A Buffalo neighborhood, and a pretty nice one at that." "What brings you up to Griffin?" the other cop asked. "We just rode up for a couple of drinks, play some pool," Biker 1 said. "That be all you're doing up here?" Kate Ramsey asked. "You wouldn't be up here doing a bit of business?" Biker 2 shook his head. "Listen, we just wanted to get some air, do some riding on our bikes, that's all. We're not looking for trouble." Kate's partner said, "We don't need your kind up here." "Our kind," Biker 1 said. "The fuck is that supposed to mean?" "It means," Kate said, "we don't need greasy, drug-dealing dickheads like you fucking up our town." The first biker moved an inch toward Kate, but the other one held up his hand. "Then I guess we should be on our way." "We don't have to take this shit," the first one said. Kate's partner moved forward, taking the nightstick from his belt. "Oh, I think you do." He walked around to the front of the second biker's bike, swinging the stick casually. "What's a headlight like that run?" "Come on, man, we'll go," Biker 2 said. "We're on our way." "And you won't be back," Kate said. "Fine," the first one said. "Who the fuck would want to come back here anyway? Everything they say about this hick town is true." Kate Ramsey and her partner stood there and watched as the two got on their bikes, started them up with a roar, then navigated their way around the Griffin police cruiser. Once they were on the road, one of them stuck his hand into the air and offered up a one-finger salute. Ramsey and her partner watched until their taillights were reduced to the size of pinheads, then got back into their car and drove away. I was going to hunt up the Skilling house, but decided that before I did that, it made more sense to find and talk to Claire's father, Bertram Sanders. I found his address through my smartphone. Sanders lived on Lakeland Drive. I knew Lakeland, but never understood why it was called that. The street neither overlooked nor led directly to any body of water. I was hoping that when I knocked on the door it wouldn't be the mayor who answered, but Claire herself. After all, if she'd returned home since the cops had been to see me, there wasn't anyone who would have felt obliged to let me know. It was a lower-income, post-war neighborhood. That'd be the Second World War, not the one in Korea, or Vietnam, or the Gulf, or Iraq, or Afghanistan. We'd had so many of them, it was hard to keep track. It was a simple two-story house with clapboard siding, painted brown, and while the place looked narrow from the front, it went back a long way. The house was better maintained than many others on the street, several of which still sported rusted television aerials that probably hadn't picked up a signal in years. Behind the house, at the end of the long single-lane drive, stood a separate one-stall garage. I parked on the street, went up to the door, and knocked. It was past 8 and the street lamps were on, but I didn't see lights on in the Sanders house. I shielded my eyes and peered through the rectangular window set vertically in the wooden door. No signs of life. It seemed fruitless, but I decided to walk around and try knocking on the back door, which, once I got there, I could see entered the kitchen. Again, I put my eyes to the window and saw that the only light inside appeared to come from a digital display on a toaster. No one came when I knocked. "You looking for the mayor?" I turned and saw an elderly woman standing beneath a porch light of the house next door. She had a view of me over the fence. "That's right," I said, slowly. "I was hoping I'd catch Bert at home." "It's Thursday night," said the woman, like I should know the significance of that. "What's Thursday night?" "The night the town council meets. You must not be from around here." All the years I'd lived in Griffin, and tonight I felt like a stranger, everyone pointing out how little I knew. It slipped my mind. From inside her house, a man shouted, "Who are you talking to?" She turned around and shouted back, "Man looking for Bert. Tell him to try the town hall." "I did that. You think I'm an idiot?" She turned back to me. "He thinks I'm an idiot." I thought Claire might be home and I could just give her a message. "Haven't seen her around today." She hesitated, licked her lips like she was weighing whether to tell me something. "You never know where she might be. Thank God our kids are grown and gone. They hardly ever call, but frankly I couldn't be happier. But it can't be easy for Bert, raising a girl on his own." I recalled what Donna had told me, that the mayor and his wife had split up. "Yeah, they can be a handful," I said. "What are you talking about?" the man yelled from inside the house. "I'll tell you in a minute," she shouted at her husband. "Don't mind him. He just likes to be included." She rolled her eyes. "Does Claire spend all her time here?" I asked. "Or does she spend half of it with her mother?" "Oh, that'd be tricky, spending half her time here and half across the border. Caroline's living in Toronto with her new husband. What's his name?" "What is his name?" I asked, like I'd known it myself at one time. Maybe Claire was with her mother. It'd be worth checking. "Ed," the woman called back into the house. "Ed." "Huh? What was the name of that guy Caroline married? One that runs the jewelry store that has the ads on the Toronto station?" It'll come to me. It was Minsky." "No, that wasn't it," she shot back. "That's your sister-in-law's name." "Oh, right." She looked back at me. "I remember. His name's Jeff Karnofsky, with a K. Well, two of them. One at the beginning and one right near the end." "When's the last time you saw Claire around here?" "Last night. Saw her take off in some pickup truck." "What time would that have been?" I asked. She shrugged. "I don't know. It was after the news." "Which news?" These days, especially with the cable networks, there was never a time when the news wasn't on. "Brian Williams," she said. That would be the NBC Nightly News on WGRZ, the local NBC affiliate. The show ran from 6:30 to 7 p.m. He's a handsome bugger, that one. So was it soon after the news ended that Claire left? I felt my questions were starting to get too specific, but this woman seemed happy to talk, and violating confidences didn't seem to be something that troubled her. I don't know. 7, 8, 8:30. I don't know.
Took off in a real hurry, tires squealing and all.
Police should give them a ticket for driving like that. God knows they're here enough. What do you mean? Been going on for a while now. There's often a Griffin cruiser parked along the street, like they've always got their eye on the mayor's house. I was wondering whether he was getting death threats or something, but when I asked him about it, he said it was nothing, not to worry. She chuckled. I'd sure hate to have someone come by and shoot out his windows or anything. They might hit our house by mistake. Chapter 13. Griffin Town Hall dominated the town center, situated at the end of the green, its spire drawing the eye skyward. It was an example, I'd been told, of Georgian architecture, with its gabled entrance and melding of red brick and white-painted wood, like something out of colonial Williamsburg, even though we were a long way from there. I did know that maintaining and restoring the building was a constant drain on the town's budget, and that some taxpayers were in favor of building new municipal offices just outside the downtown area, near all those big-box stores and fast-food outlets on Danbury. Sanders, to his credit, had countered that if Griffin's civic leaders were willing to abandon the downtown, what hope did the remaining merchants have? I could not recall ever meeting the man, but from what I'd read, I liked where he was coming from. I drove the streets surrounding the town hall a couple of times looking for a place to park. There seemed to be a lot more cars down here than usual. I was forced to leave my car a couple of blocks away, not something I wanted to do, because it meant I'd have to walk past Ravelson Furniture on my way back. In my darker moments, I imagined conversations with my son, asking him why, if he had to end his life the way he did, he couldn't have done it someplace I didn't see every time I came downtown. Sometimes I tried pretending it wasn't even there, which was a challenge, considering the store was in the largest and one of the oldest commercial buildings in Griffin, dating back to the late 1800s. But even if I never came down here, there was no escaping the Ravelson name. They bought newspaper ads every week, delivered flyers to the door, and ran commercials on the local stations featuring the owner, Kent Ravelson, a man unfamiliar with subtlety. My personal favorite starred Kent, seated in an overstuffed leather chair, smoking a pipe and wearing a pair of professorial glasses, playing a psychiatrist dispensing advice to a blonde babe stretched out on a couch. "Now that I've got you on the couch, I'm going to shrink its price," he says, trying to sound like a famous Austrian psychoanalyst, but coming across more as a horny Nazi. A mental health organization in Buffalo lodged a complaint, but it only encouraged him to do more. Even though I kept fooling myself, thinking I could sidle past Ravelson's like it wasn't there, it just wasn't possible. I'd crane my neck upward and study the corniced edge of the building's roofline. The place where Scott had stood, for how long I don't know, thinking God knows what, before deciding on a quicker way to descend 4 stories than taking the stairs. He didn't jump from in front of the store, but the side, which brought him down into the parking lot, onto a handicap spot. It was there that the police, Officer Ricky Haynes, found him. Walking past this time was no different. I stopped and stared. The store wouldn't close for another half hour, and there were the occasional couple going in and out, cars starting up and leaving the lot. As I always did, I surveyed the scene. Starting at the handicap spot, rising past the 4 rows of windows, stopping at the roofline. How long would it have taken? 2 seconds? 3? I saw his body falling, plummeting, hitting the pavement. 3 seconds seemed about right. Certainly no more than that. What was he thinking on the way down? Was he terrified? Did he realize once he'd gone off the edge what he'd actually done? In those 2 or 3 seconds, had he wondered whether there was anything he could do to save himself? Or was he happy? Did he hit the ground with a blissful smile on his face? And which would have been better? To realize in his last second that he'd made a fatal mistake? Or to spend his last moment drugged to the eyeballs, meeting his maker as happy as a lark? It didn't do me any good to dwell on these things. But there were so many to dwell on, like how he'd gotten up there in the first place. I wanted to blame the good folks at Ravelson Furniture. After all, if they hadn't given Scott a job for the summer, he wouldn't have had access to the roof. But I knew that was akin to blaming Starkist for cutting your finger on the lid of the tuna tin. If anything, Kent Ravelson had gone out of his way to give Scott a break. The kid didn't have much of an employment history, nor the kind of upper body strength needed to work in a furniture store. But Kent found Scott plenty of tasks, even if they never included lifting a refrigerator. He even gave our boy a taste of sales, letting him work the mattress department one day when one of the regular salesmen was sick. I had a sense that Kent, and his wife Annette, who ran the store with him, had taken something of an interest in our son, possibly because their own boy, Roman, didn't want any part of the family business. He was 21 and, from what I'd heard, aspired to greater things than running a furniture store. He spent his time hanging out at home, tapping away at zombie screenplays on his lap, which had, so far, failed to attract any attention from Spielberg or Lucas or Scorsese. Donna and I had hoped the responsibilities associated with a summer job would have a maturing effect on Scott. Instead, it just meant he had more money to spend on booze and drugs, which he'd consumed in considerable quantities that night on the roof. The police investigation, such as it was, concluded that Scott, possibly with friends, had been up on that roof more than once. They found a number of discarded liquor bottles, marijuana butts, and a couple of dropped ecstasy tabs. What fun it must have seemed, having the roof to himself, a view of Griffin below, and in the southern distance, Niagara Falls, the Skylon Tower on the Canadian side, looking like some enormous golf tee on the horizon. I had been up there myself twice since Scott's death, both times as a father, but I couldn't help but take in the scene as an investigator, trying to figure out how it happened, recreating the events in my head. I could picture him larking about, letting the combination of drugs and alcohol carry him away. A brick ledge, a kind of lip, ran along the roof's perimeter, but it was only about 6 inches high. Not a barrier that would break a person's fall if he tripped near the edge, and certainly not a barrier that would present any obstacle to someone who thought he had the ability to fly. I'm usually okay with heights, but the 2 times I'd been up there, standing right up next to that brick lip, I could feel the vertigo kicking in. Was I really dizzy, or was I imagining Scott's delirium at the time? And I remembered vividly that knock on the door. Donna and I had been in bed, but neither of us asleep, wondering where Scott was. I tried his cell without success and was just about to get dressed and go looking for him when there was a hard rap on the front door. "Oh, God," Donna said. "Oh, no." I don't put a lot of faith in premonitions or a sixth sense, but right then, when that knock came, I think we both knew we were about to get very bad news. I'd run down to the door in my robe, Donna trailing after me. When I opened it, we saw a Griffin police officer standing there, a name tag on his shirt that read, Haynes. When he saw Donna, I could see surprise in his eyes. "Ms. Weaver," he said. I had a feeling when I checked his wallet it might be the same Weaver. "Ricky?" Donna said. "Why are you here? What's happened?" "It's about your boy." We both held our breath. Officer Ricky Haynes took off his hat and held it over his chest, obscuring his name tag. "I'm awful sorry, but I have some bad news." Donna clutched my arm. "No," she'd said. "No, no, no." I pulled her into my arms as Officer Haynes said, "Hey, Cal. Cal? Cal?" I was so wrapped up in my own thoughts of the past, I hadn't noticed a person standing to my left in the present. It was Annette Ravelson. She was late 40s, round but not quite plump, what they might have called zaftig in another time. She stood about 5'8", but would have been 5'5" without the heels. Gold hoop earrings the size of coasters dangled below her poofy gray-blonde hair, and there was a powerful whiff of some flowery fragrance about her. "Hi, Annette." We'd known the Ravelsons even before Scott went to work for them. We'd bought furniture here over the years, then got to know them better during the summer Scott worked there. But our encounters since the incident had been few. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, I'm fine." "I kept saying your name, but you didn't seem to hear me." "I'm sorry." "What happened to you?" She pointed to my temple, which had puffed out slightly. "Took a tumble," I said. "No big deal." "You sure?" "Positive. I'm fine." Annette stopped looking at my head and sized up my vantage point. She had to know what had been going through my head. "Is this a good idea, Cal?" she asked hesitantly. "I mean, coming by here all the time, standing here—" "You're right," I said quickly. "Absolutely right. I should get going anyway. I was just walking over to town hall." "Oh," she said. Worry crossed her face. "Council meeting tonight?" "So I gather." "Cal, please tell me you're not going to ask them for a new law mandating higher railings on the edges of buildings or something like that. That's what people do these days. They think some new ordinance will prevent another tragedy, like—" "No, I'm not doing that." Now Annette Ravelson looked mortified. "I'm sorry. I should never have said that. That was awful of me. Forgive me." I waved it away. "Nice to see you, Annette." She touched my arm as I began to leave. "Cal, there's also something. This is very awkward, especially after I've just been so horrible." "What is it?" "Believe me, this isn't me talking. But Kent, well, he's seen you standing out here quite a few times before, and I wouldn't want you to think he doesn't understand what you've been through. Believe me, his heart goes out to you, as does mine. You know that. But when he sees you here, sometimes sitting in your car in the parking lot, well, it kind of creeps him out, if you know what I mean." "Creeps him out?" That came out wrong. "But it makes him uncomfortable. I mean, other customers, they see you there, and they ask why you're there, and—" "I certainly wouldn't want to make Kent uncomfortable," I said. I looked at the building. "Is he in? Maybe he'd like to tell me himself." Annette Ravelson put a hand up to my chest, nearly touching it. "He's not there. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it." Now I felt sorry, too, that I had overreacted. "No, it's okay. I understand. Give Kent my regards. I haven't seen him around in a while." "Everyone's busy, you know," she said. "Anyway, I need to go," I said. I forced a grin. "I'll say hi to the mayor for you." A startled expression overtook her face. "Why would you do that?" she asked. "It's a joke, Annette," I said. "Take care." Chapter 14. Getting into Griffin Town Hall wasn't like entering the Capitol, or the White House, or even the Empire State Building. For a while there, after 9/11, the mayor at the time implemented harsh security measures, and he had the support of Augustus Perry, who was deputy police chief then. You couldn't get into the building without passing through a metal detector and having your bag inspected. But being that Griffin was a small town, it wasn't long before the security people, who were also locals, started getting walked all over. "For Christ's sakes, you gonna strip search me before I can go in there and buy a fucking tag for my dog Mittens?"
Rose Tyler, a fixture around town, allegedly snapped one day. They let her keep her bag and bypass the metal detector. It got to be that way with most everyone within 2 or 3 months. It was decided that if Al-Qaeda decided to attack America again, Griffin Town Hall was not likely among their top 10 targets, so reason prevailed, and the security measures were dropped. I ran up the half-dozen steps past the cornerstone that reminded everyone that the building had been here since 1873. As I made my way down the hall toward the council chamber, which was actually an old-fashioned courtroom by day, think To Kill a Mockingbird, I could hear a murmuring of voices, the subtle movements of people shifting in their seats. I hadn't expected to find so many people in the gallery. 4 or 5 dozen, I guessed. Town hall meetings around here rarely got into anything more controversial than somebody putting money into a meter and not getting any time, but there was clearly something bigger than that going on tonight. A man in the audience was on his feet, pointing to the front of the room where the mayor, flanked by a couple of town councilors, was seated at a long table. The man, who looked to be in his 70s and was wearing a plaid shirt and a ball cap, said, "I don't know what gives you the right to think you can tell the police how to do their job." There were murmurs of agreement from the people seated around him as I slipped into one of the seats at the back. Bert Sanders, who had the kind of good looks, a full head of dark hair, a strong chin, a nice set of teeth, that could have given him a shot at being mayor of someplace a lot more important than Griffin, replied calmly, "I'm not telling the police how to do their job, but I'm not afraid to tell them who they're accountable to. And they're accountable to everyone in this room. Not just me, or the people sitting up here with me. They're accountable to you, sir." "Well, I think they're doing just fine," the man shot back, still standing. "I go to bed at night, and I feel safe, and that's bloody well good enough for me." "I'm not so sure everyone shares your assessment," Mayor Sanders said. A hesitant hand went up tentatively on the other side of the gallery. "Yes?" A red-headed woman in her 40s stood up, slowly, like she wasn't sure now that she'd been called upon that she wanted to say anything. But she cleared her throat and spoke. "Some of you may know me. I'm Doreen Cousins, and I manage Griffin Dry Cleaners. I recognize a lot of you folks. I've got one of them petitions by the cash register about the cops are tops, and sometimes I get customers, they don't want to sign their name, and what I'm wondering is, if I know who those people are, am I supposed to make a note of it?" She waved a sheet of paper in the air. "Because I've got a list of names here of people who wouldn't sign. Should I give that to the police or to you?" "Oh, for God's sake," Sanders said. "Yeah, give it to me." The woman moved to the aisle, walked to the front of the courtroom, and handed the sheet to the mayor. From where I sat, it looked like there were 20 or 30 names on it. Mayor Sanders took the sheet, ripped it in half, then ripped it again. The woman who had handed it over put her hand to her mouth as a collective gasp swept the room. Another woman bolted to her feet and shouted, "If there's people here don't support the police, we need to know who they are." "Damn straight," someone said. "Who's on that list?" shouted another. "Are you on it, Mayor? Are you?" Sanders held up both hands, hoping for quiet, and finally pushed back his chair and stood. "I don't know if I'm on Doreen's or not. But if I'm not on hers, I may be on somebody else's, if they're taking down names like Doreen is. Because you're right. I haven't signed. I don't have any intention of signing. I don't have to swear allegiance to the police. My allegiance is to the Constitution and the citizens of Griffin. I won't be intimidated into signing that petition, and no one here should feel compelled to do it either. I support any police force that operates within the law, that does not exceed its authority, that does not take it upon itself to mete out sentences." Some rumblings among the crowd, but also a smattering of applause. "When an officer wearing a badge of the town of Griffin," Sanders said, his voice rising, encouraged perhaps that he had a handful of people on his side, "take a suspect down by the water tower and knocks out one of his teeth, then something is very wrong with—" "Bullshit!" The whole room, including me, jumped. It's hard not to flinch when a cannon goes off.
I might even have jumped more than most, since the explosion came from right behind me. Like everyone else, I whirled around, and standing there at the entrance to the courtroom was Griffin's chief of police, Augustus Perry. All 6'3" of him. Broad-chested, thick-necked, and totally bald, he carried himself well even with that bit of a paunch he had going on. He was in uniform, although his position allowed him to be more casual about it. Black dress boots, new jeans with a visible crease, a white-collared shirt, and a tweed jacket with a small badge pinned to it. You half expected him to wear a Stetson, even though we were a long way from Texas, but our chief thought his shiny dome afforded him more distinction. I was sitting no more than 3 feet from him, and was the first person in the room, aside from the mayor, he locked eyes with. They popped for a second. Clearly he hadn't expected to see me here. And then he gave an almost imperceptible nod. I returned it. "Augie," I said quietly. "Evening." Perry took his eyes off me and turned them back on Sanders, who said, "You're out of order, Chief." The way the two faced one another across the room, the only one standing, it was like we were at the OK Corral. But I guessed that only the chief was armed. I knew he kept a weapon attached to his belt, just under the jacket. And it struck me as unlikely that shooting the mayor would be the best way to confront accusations of police brutality. "I'd say you're the one out of order," Perry said. "You preach about the Constitution, yet here you are, making unsubstantiated charges based on rumor and hearsay and innuendo. This individual, you say, was assaulted by a member of my force. Is he here? Am I able to confront the accuser on behalf of my officers?" Perry paused, his last word echoing in the hall. The mayor took a moment to respond. "No, he is not." "Have you a sworn statement from this person? Has he filed a complaint? Launched any kind of action against the town?" Another moment of silence. "No," Sanders said again. He looked briefly as though he'd been slapped, but he raised his chin defiantly. "In a town where simply failing to sign a pro-cop petition gets your name on a list," he gestured to the torn pages before him, "who dare take the police on with an assault charge?" "Doreen might have been taking down names," Perry said, "but she was not asked to by anyone under my command, and I'd have torn that list up same as you." He pointed a finger. "You're a showboater, Sanders. A bleeding heart, an opportunist, and a slanderer. If you've got evidence that my people are breaking the law, bring it to me, and I'll weed out the bastards. But in the meantime, you'd be well advised to keep your powder dry." Before Sanders could respond to that, Perry turned to walk out and caught my eye a second time. I smiled and said in a voice loud enough just for Perry, "Leaving when you're on a roll, Augie? Your horse double parked?" He gave me a sly grin. "Bet you're relieved the mayor tore up Doreen's list." I shook my head. "You know I'm always in your corner." Augustus Perry snorted and left the building. Chapter 15. When Perry departed, the room erupted. People in the audience were yelling at the mayor and each other, while Sanders banged a gavel on the table to try to bring things to order. When he saw he wasn't getting anywhere, he said, "I move that we bring this meeting to a close. Do I have a seconder?" A woman seated to his left raised a weary hand. "All in favor?" Sanders asked, and every hand shot up. "Fine," he said, attempting to be heard above the ruckus. I made my way down the center aisle to the front of the room. "Mayor Sanders!" I shouted, fighting my way upstream as others, grumbling among themselves, began filing out. He barely glanced up, then went back to stuffing some papers into a briefcase, eager to get the hell out of here. I got up close and said, "Mr. Sanders, I need to talk to you." He didn't even look up. "My name's Cal Weaver, and—" Sanders instantly stopped shuffling papers and looked at me like I'd startled him. "Who did you say you are?" "Cal Weaver." "What? I'm sorry, but I have to run." His voice was agitated. I've nothing else to say about this whole business. I'm not here about your dispute with Chief Perry. I'm here about another matter. He eyed me warily. What would that be? I'm a private investigator, Mr. Sanders. I need to ask you some questions about your daughter. The eyebrows, sitting on his forehead like a couple of furry black caterpillars, went up. Almost, I thought, in relief. Claire? What about her? I'm trying to locate her, I said. Why on earth would you be trying to do that? Because... Isn't she missing? Missing? Claire's not missing. I don't know what you're talking about. I was probably the one who looked startled now. Is there someplace we could go to talk? Sanders stuffed the last of his papers into his briefcase, snapped it shut, and cast his gaze tiredly across the room as the last of the people straggled out. My office, he said. I followed him out of the courtroom and up a flight of broad wooden steps that creaked underfoot. We entered a room with a 12-foot tin ceiling and tall windows that looked as though they'd been painted shut since the Eisenhower administration. Behind his expansive desk hung a picture of him with the current president, overlooking Niagara Falls, taken when the commander-in-chief took a swing through this part of the state about a year back. Sanders managed to look not like some small-town mayor, but like the head of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, with his perfect hair and suit that looked like it was worth more than that modest house of his I'd been to earlier. Sanders closed the door behind us and said, "What's this about, Mr. Weaver? Is Claire home? Has she already turned up? You really have me at a loss here." "The police came to see me," I said, "earlier this evening. They're trying to find Claire. She hasn't been seen since last night. Are you telling me you didn't report her missing?" Of course I didn't. But he did look concerned. "Then where is she?" "She's gone away. I don't see any reason to disclose her whereabouts to you, and what's your connection to this anyway?" "I saw your daughter last night," I told him. "She used me to give someone the slip, to get away from someone she must have believed was following her." "Used you? How?" "I gave her a ride. She—" "Whoa! Stop right there," he said. "Claire was in your car?" "She asked for a lift out in front of Patchett's. She recognized me. She knew my son. If she hadn't mentioned that, I probably wouldn't have given her a ride. She said she was worried about someone watching her. I didn't see how I could say no." Sanders seemed to be sizing me up as a possible predator. "Go on." "She asked me to stop at Iggy's. Said she wasn't feeling well. She went in, but it was a different girl that got back into my car, dressed to look like Claire with a wig. Hannah Radomski. The two of them pulled a fast one on someone who may have been watching them." He did a slow walk to the other side of the desk, rested his hands on the back of the cushioned high-back chair. "Really?" "Really," I said. "That's quite a little stunt they pulled." He forced a smile. "You sure they weren't just having a little fun? Playing a trick on you?" "Whoever they were trying to fool, it wasn't me," I said. "There's no way Claire could have known I was going to be coming along at that time." Sanders shrugged. "Maybe it didn't have to be you. It could have been whoever they got to pick Claire up. A practical joke." "I don't think so. If it's all a joke, then why are the police involved?" Sanders' tongue moved around the inside of his cheek like a lollipop. "It must just be some kind of misunderstanding." I placed my hands on the desk and leaned forward. "Here's what I'm having a hard time getting my head around. The police seem to think your daughter is missing. They want to find her. They're either worried about her or think she's mixed up in something they want to ask her about. But you don't seem to be that worried at all. About your own daughter. Maybe you could clarify that for me." Sanders hesitated. "People usually did that for two reasons. They didn't want to tell you the real story, or they were buying time while they thought up a good story." "You saw what went on tonight," he said. "That meeting?" That's right. You're telling me there's a connection between your daughter and the fight you've got going with the Griffin cops? He gave me a sly grin that showed off his perfect teeth. Like you don't know. You're losing me, I said. I know your connection. I know what kind of game you're working here. Connection? You're talking about me and Chief Perry? Sanders nodded smugly, like he was no fool. I know he's your brother-in-law. What of it? Didn't think I knew, did you? Figured you might get that one past me? I don't give a damn whether you know or not, I said. He's my wife's brother. What's that got to do with anything? You think I'm stupid, he asked. You think I can't figure out what's going on here? Perry doesn't like losing leverage, does he? Doesn't like it that he's got one less person to intimidate. You can tell him I know what he's doing. You can tell him it's not working. I don't care how many cruisers he has watching me or how many people he thinks he can turn against me. Because that's what he's doing, you know. He's making this an us-against-them kind of town, using fear to turn people to his side. If you're not with the great Augustus Perry, you're on the side of the criminals. Well, it's not going to work. I'm not backing down. He doesn't run this town. He may think he does, but he doesn't. Is the chief trying to scare you? Is he harassing you? Oh, please, Sanders said. What do you think? That he could send you here, trick me into telling you where Claire is? So she is missing. Or hiding. Sanders smiled. She's fine. There's the door, Mr. Weaver. Has Claire been threatened because of what's going on between you and Perry? He just shook his head dismissively. You've got it wrong, I said. My concern for Claire is genuine. I gave her a lift and she disappeared on my watch. I have to know. I have to know that she's okay. Get out. Call her. Just let me speak to her. Get out. All I'm asking is... Sanders held his palm up in my face. A strong gesture, betrayed by a tremble. Now, he said. Chapter 16. When she gets home, she sees a sliver of light beneath his door, so she decides to check on him. He could have fallen asleep with the light on, and if that's the case, she'll turn it off. But maybe he's sitting in his chair reading. He does that sometimes when he can't sleep. Once she has the door open, she finds he is indeed awake, but not in his chair. No book or magazine in his hands, just looking at the ceiling as though some movie is being projected there. Are you okay? She asks. Just thinking, he says. About what? She asks, although she has a good idea. I thought about what we could say. Say about what? About why I've been away. It's never been this bad before, she thinks, him harping on things like this. The events of the last few weeks, that boy's unexpected visit, have agitated him. He's not the only one. Okay, she says, since part of her is curious about what he's come up with. Why have you been away? I was in Africa. Africa, she says. On a safari. I got lost. In the jungle. In the rainforest. I think that's in South America, she says. I think you'd have a hard time keeping your story straight. We could work on it together so I'd be sure to get it right. You should turn off the light and go to sleep, she says. No, the man shouts, and the woman recoils. He is usually passive, manageable. Don't you raise your voice to me, she says. I went to the Arctic. I was on an Arctic expedition, and now I'm back. Stop it. You're getting yourself all worked up. You're talking nonsense. Or maybe I was in the desert. I was wandering the desert. The woman sits on the edge of the bed and places her hand on his clammy forehead. She pats him gently. You'll never get to sleep if you get yourself all wound up, she says soothingly. You're overtired. He wraps his hands around her arm and pulls her to him so her face is inches from his. His breath smells like the inside of an old leather bag. I don't blame you, he says. I understand. But it has to end. It can't go on forever like this. She's been thinking that herself for a while now. Chapter 17. As I walked back to my car, I got out my phone, called up the number for my brother-in-law, Augustus Perry, and entered it. Something didn't add up. The police were looking for Claire Sanders, but her father claimed she wasn't missing. It didn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure out he was hiding something, lying to me. Claire had to be in some kind of trouble. She'd gone to a lot of effort to outwit someone who'd been following her. Was it the police? An ex-boyfriend? Her father? If I couldn't get any satisfactory answers from him, best to go back to the police and learn what prompted them to start looking for her. But I didn't want to talk to Haynes or Brindle. It made more sense to go to the top. Not that Augie was naturally disposed to help his sister's husband. He more or less considered me a horse's ass. The feeling was mutual. We managed to be civil to one another through most family get-togethers, so long as discussions did not turn to politics, religion, or some of the really contentious topics, like the quickest route to Philadelphia, how much it rained last week, or who was getting better gas mileage. We'd really gotten into it summer before last, at a barbecue in our backyard, when Augie said that if we accepted that certain racial groups were more intellectually superior, from a genetic standpoint, than others, and that if we further accepted that intellectually inferior racial groups were more likely to break the law, then racial profiling wasn't racism at all because it could be supported by scientific data. I'd love to see that data, I said. Look it up, he said. It's on the internet. So if it's on the internet, it must be true. Well, if it's scientific data, it is. If I saw something on the internet that said a new study that determined that you've got the IQ of a bucket of bolts, would it be true? Because it's going to be on there in about 5 minutes. His wife, the long-suffering Beryl, had to hold him back. I had to concede that, attitude aside, Augie wasn't all bad as a cop. He had good instincts. He was tireless. Before he was a chief and not spending a large chunk of the day sitting on his butt behind a desk, he'd knock on doors all day and all night if that's what it took to find someone who might be a potential witness to a neighborhood crime. When we had an 8-year-old boy go missing 5 years ago, Augie came out from behind his desk and participated in foot searches for 6 days, getting less than 4 hours sleep a night until he found that kid in the basement of an abandoned mattress factory. The kid had fallen through a hole in the floor and couldn't get out. Augustus Perry was also skilled as an interrogator. He knew how to get information out of people. But I also knew Bert Sanders had his number. My brother-in-law was a great believer in expediting the justice system. Why go to all the trouble of a trial to encourage a troublesome out-of-towner to stay out of Griffin, when a good swift kick in the nuts could accomplish the same thing in a lot less time? But the men and women under Augustus Perry's command were careful. They covered each other's asses. They didn't teach someone a lesson in front of witnesses. And the corners they cut with their heads held high, because they believed in their hearts that they were making Griffin a better place. I had entered the number for Augie's cell, not his home phone. He always carried his cell. It rang several times before it went to message. Augie, it's Cal. I need to talk. Call me when you get this. I wasn't going to spin my wheels waiting for him to call back. I was going to take another run at Sean Skilling. I wasn't through with that kid. I drove back to the Skilling place, an expansive 2-story house with a triple garage and 3 different models of Fords out front, although none of them was the Ranger Sean had been driving. I parked around the corner, walked back, and pressed my thumb hard on the doorbell.
It didn't take 10 seconds for someone to answer. A small woman with porcelain skin and light blonde hair to match. Without makeup, she gave the appearance of having had all the blood drained out of her. Hello? Miss Skilling? Yes, I'm Sheila Skilling. I'm Calvin Weaver. I flashed my license. I'm a private investigator. What do you want? It's about Sean. Alarm consumed her face. Sean? Is he okay? She turned her head. Adam, the police are here about Sean. I didn't see the need to correct her yet. What's happened? A man shouted, his voice muffled. A moment later, a door swung open, and Adam Skilling emerged from the basement. Running up the stairs had winded him, which wasn't too surprising given that he looked to be at least 250 pounds. He had a round face, his cheeks currently crimson, a mustache, and a full head of brown hair. What's going on? He asked between breaths. Something about Sean, Sheila said. Both sets of eyes were on me. Has there been an accident or something? I shook my head. More like an incident. Good heavens, what? I went authoritarian. In the execution of my duties, I was attempting to elicit some information from your son when one of his friends assaulted me. Then the two of them fled. Jesus, said Adam. Where the hell was this? At Patchett's. You're a cop? You don't look like a cop. I'm an investigator. Private. My name's Cal Weaver. I did him the courtesy of showing my license again. It'd be my preference not to involve the police in this, but that will depend largely on your cooperation. And Sean's. I was hoping they wouldn't see through me as easily as Phyllis Pierce had. I peered beyond them into the house. Is he home? I don't see his truck in the drive. He's out, Sheila said. I don't know where he is. Adam Skilling, no longer winded, dug into his pocket and withdrew a cell phone. I'll get him. I'll get him over here, right? No, not yet, I said. I have some questions for you first. Maybe we can iron a lot of this out before we bring your son into it. Who assaulted you? I don't know. I was struck from behind. But Sean, he didn't hit you, Sheila said. I think that fact may help mitigate things, I said. May I come in? They led me into the living room and motioned for me to take a seat on the couch. Sheila and her husband took chairs across from me. Is Hannah here? I asked. That one caught them both off guard. Hannah Radomski? Sheila Skilling asked. Is there another Hannah? I asked. No, of course not. And no, she's not here. I mean, she's probably with Sean. Is Hannah in some kind of trouble, too? I told you that girl was no good, Adam Skilling said. Didn't I? Does she stay here? I asked. Sean's mother flushed. Well, I know maybe it's not proper, but yes, the odd night, she does stay here with... That girl sleeps here more than she does at her own house, Adam said. It's not right. She's a bad influence on the boy. Some days she parades around here in her underwear like she owns the joint. His wife shot him a look. She was just going into the bathroom, and you don't have to look. The man's cheeks, which had settled down some since his run up the stairs from the basement, flushed again. And anyway, his wife continued, she wasn't here last night. I know that for sure. I think both of them might have slept someplace else, because I don't even think Sean was here last night. You never know where the hell they are, Adam said, puffed up like a blowfish. Can't afford to take your eyes off them for a minute. Sheila shot him another look, which this time he seemed to take to heart. Some of the air was let out of his chest, and he shrank a size. All I'm saying is, they take years off your life. I was troubled by Sheila's comment that Hannah hadn't stayed here last night, because I had the impression from her parents that she hadn't slept in her own house in the last 24 hours. When's the last time you saw Hannah? I asked. Yesterday, Sheila said. Around dinner time? She looked at her husband, but he shrugged. But I don't understand. Are you here about Sean or Hannah? Was Hannah the one who hit you?
I'm pretty sure she wasn't, I said. But I am here about Sean and Hannah and Claire Sanders, too. Oh, Claire, we know her, Sheila said. Don't we? She said to Adam. And her father, he said wearily. I was trying to ask your son about her when I was struck, I said. I'm trying to find Claire, and I think Sean and Hannah know where she is. Why are you looking for Claire? Adam asked. I ignored the question. I think Hannah will know where she is, and I'm hoping Sean can put me in touch with her. Sean's looking for Claire, too. He was asking around at Patchett's. Sean may think he has something to fear from me, but he doesn't. My interest is in finding Claire. If he helps me with that, I can let everything else slide. Have you talked to Bert? Adam asked. So he and the mayor were on a first-name basis. Yes, I said. I looked at the cell phone in the man's hand. This would be a good time to invite Sean to come home. Don't mention I'm here. Adam hesitated, then placed the call. Sean's phone probably rang 3 or 4 times, and then his father spoke. Hey, where are you? What do you mean driving around? Driving around where? Okay, listen, I don't care where you are. Just get your ass home pronto. You'll find out when you get here. If you're not here in 5 minutes, you can forget driving around in that Ranger. I've got a 15-year-old Civic on the lot that'll suit you just fine. Yeah? Fine. 5 minutes. He ended the call and looked at me. I must have done something bad in a past life to deserve all this misery. Chapter 18. The kid showed up in 4 minutes. Headlights splayed across the living room window. A second later, a truck door slammed, and 2 seconds after that, Sean Skilling came barreling into the house like a runaway train. But he put the brakes on the moment he saw me sitting with his parents in the living room. He looked like he was going to turn and run, but his father jumped to his feet and shouted, "Hold it right there, mister." Sean froze, but you could see it in his eyes that he was still thinking of making a break for it. "Get the hell in here," Adam said, pointing to the living room. "Get the hell in here and sit the hell down." He pointed to the chair he'd just vacated. The kid moved cautiously, like he was expecting his father to attack him before he could sit, but he got to the chair without incident. Adam stayed on his feet, moving back and forth in front of his son in short steps, like a boxer warming up before the bell rings. "What the hell's going on?" he asked. Sean shot him a look. "I don't know what you're talking about." That was probably true to a point. He must have wondered whether I was here about Hannah or Claire or his friend punching me in the head. No doubt we'd get to all of it before the night was over, but clearly Adam Skilling wanted to address the third issue immediately. His father said, "Who hit him? Who hit this man? I want a name." "I didn't hit him. I didn't lay a hand on him," he said. "But you saw him get hit, didn't you?" "I don't know, maybe. That's a yes or no question. You saw him get hit, or you didn't see him get hit. Which is it?" "Adam," his wife said tentatively. "I'm talking here, Sheila. Yes or no?" "Yeah, I saw him get hit, but it was dark." "Oh, please," Adam Skilling said. "Was it light enough for you to see him when the two of you ran off together? What if he'd been knocked unconscious? What if he'd had some kind of brain injury or something? You want to end up with a record? Is that what you want? So I'm going to ask again. Who hit—" "Mr. Skilling," I said firmly. He whirled around, looked at me as though he'd forgotten I was there, even though his questions concerned me. "What?" "We can get to who it was later," I said. "I'm trying to help, for Christ's sake." "I know, and I appreciate it." I turned to Sean, who looked slightly relieved. "In case you don't remember, I'm Cal Weaver, and I'm a private investigator." "I know who you are. I don't think you understood what I was after when I saw you at Patchett's. I'm looking for Claire, and I think Hannah can help me." "I don't know where she is." He looked at both his parents quickly. "Swear to God." "Why are you looking for Claire?" Sheila asked. "I don't understand what's happened with her. Is she missing?" Sean looked down at the broadloom and shook his head. Sort of. What's that mean, sort of? I asked. I mean, yeah, she's gone away, but that doesn't mean she's missing. It just means she's not around. You know where she is? I asked. I swear, I've got no fucking idea. Adam's hand came out of nowhere and slapped the kid across the side of the head. You watch your goddamn mouth. Sean winced, but made an effort not to cry out. Maybe he was used to it. Does Hannah know where Claire is? I asked. Sean hesitated, bit his lower lip. I don't know. She might. She and Claire kind of cooked this thing up together. Then we need to talk to Hannah. Sean said nothing. Where's Hannah, Sean? I asked. I don't know. What do you mean? Sheila asked. She's practically attached to you. Did she go back to her parents' house? Maybe, but I don't think so. Sadness washed over Sheila's face. Oh, no. Did you two break up? That'd be the first bit of good news we've had around here in some time, Adam said. No, Sean said forcefully. We didn't break up. I was sensing something more urgent here than a teen romance in trouble. Sean, did Hannah and Claire go off someplace together? I don't know. I'm starting to wonder. The thing is, I wasn't at Patchett's looking for Claire. Don't lie to us, Adam said. The man says he saw you there, and that when he tried to talk to you, somebody hit him in the head. I was there, okay? I admit I was at Patchett's, but I wasn't looking for Claire. I nodded, suddenly getting it. You were asking if anyone's seen Hannah. He looked at me, his eyes starting to fill with tears. I don't know where she is. She's not answering her phone. She's ignoring all my texts. Try her now, I said. I tried her just try her, and hand me the phone. He complied. After tapping Hannah's name in his contact list, he handed the phone over, and I put it to my ear. It rang 8 times before it went to voicemail. This is Hannah, she said cheerfully. Leave a message. I ended the call. So her phone was on. Does Hannah have one of those tracking apps on her phone? Sean shook his head. No. Still, the fact that the phone is on means we might be able to get in touch with the provider and figure out where it is. Where she is, he said. She could have lost her phone, forgotten it, even had it stolen, I said. Maybe that's why she's not answering. I returned his phone to him and said, Do you know why I'm here, Sean? He gave me a duh look. You told me at Patchett's that you're trying to find Claire. That's right. But do you know why it's me and not someone else? Sean puzzled over that one for a second. I'm not sure. You know what Claire and Hannah were up to last night? Slowly, he said, Kind of. Were you supposed to be Claire's ride? Were you the one who was supposed to pick her up out in front of Patchett's? It made sense to me. Clearly, Claire and Hannah had needed a third person for their stunt. Claire had been waiting for a ride that hadn't showed. And since Hannah was in on it, it stood to reason her boyfriend might be as well. And Bert Sanders' neighbor had said she'd seen Claire get picked up the night before in a vehicle that could have been Sean's. When the boy didn't answer, I said, When exactly did you last see Hannah? Last night, he said. Around 9:30 or 10 or something like that. Where was that? I dropped her off at Iggy's. Okay. Then what? I was driving around, just, driving. You had some time to kill. Kinda. But then I got stopped by the cops. What? His father said, taking on a will this never-end expression. What for? I went through a stop sign. Okay, not really. I mean, I didn't run it, I did one of those rolling stops. I almost stopped. But there was this Griffin cop sitting there, and he hits the siren and pulls me over. He shook his head in disgust. You know what they're like in this town. Any little thing, especially if you're my age or you're from out of town, or if you're like Dennis and your skin's not exactly as white as everyone else's. Adam had briefly closed his eyes. Maybe he thought if he closed them hard enough, when he opened them once again, we'd all be gone. And they had me sitting there forever while they ran the plates and checked my license, but it's totally clean, right? So when the cop finally came back, he just gave me a warning to always come to a dead stop. No ticket? His mother said. That's right, her boy said and smiled, grateful that there was at least one thing that had turned out right. It also helped me fit one piece into the puzzle. That was why he wasn't able to get to Patchett's to pick up Claire and drive her to Iggy's, where Hannah was waiting. Did you make a phone call while you were waiting for the police to run your license? I asked. He looked surprised. Yeah. To tell someone you were going to be late or weren't going to make it at all? I could see it in his eyes that he was figuring it out now, too. That I was the fill-in. He'd called Claire to say he was held up, and she told him she'd try to hitch a ride. I don't understand what's going on at all, Sheila said. What are you two talking about? What'd you do then, Sean? I asked. I didn't really know what to do. But wait. Wait for what? A phone call, I guess? To let me know things went okay? Sheila interrupted again. I still don't. I held my hand up to silence her. We were finally getting somewhere. Did you get a call? I asked. Now a tear ran down his cheek. Yeah, he nodded. Who called you? Hannah. What did she say? She was talking real fast. She said things got kind of... He glanced at his father. Things got kind of messed up, but it sort of went okay, that they did the switch, but she was all kind of freaked out. Switch? Adam said. I held up my hand again. What do you mean freaked out? I asked. She said she just jumped out of some guy's car and it was raining and she was soaked and she needed a ride and she was really upset. You said the last time you'd seen her was earlier. But didn't you go and pick her up then? The police were done with you by then, right? Yeah, and I was going to pick her up. She was about to tell me where she was, and then she says, and don't be angry, Dad, because this is exactly what she said to me. She says, shit, they're here. Who's they? The same ones Claire was trying to lose? I don't know. What'd Hannah say then? She didn't say anything. The call just ended, and I never got to know where she'd been dropped off. I knew. Chapter 19. Sean and I have to go out, I told the Skillings. What for? His mother said as we all got to our feet. We're going to see if we can find Hannah. Aren't we, Sean? I said to him. He nodded. Yeah. I don't know about this, his father said. I very much appreciate your son's cooperation and yours, I said. In consideration of that, I'm inclined to let that other matter slide. Parents contemplated my words. Sheila spoke first. You help this man any way you can, Sean. Yeah, Adam said. You do that. As their son and I moved toward the door, Sheila said, Don't be too late now. Like we were heading out to catch a movie. Once outside, I said, I'm parked around the corner. We walked a short distance in silence. I hit the remote to unlock the doors, and the two of us got into the Honda. Where are we going? He asked, as he reached over his shoulder for the seatbelt. I was the one who gave Clara a ride last night, I said, when you didn't show up at Patchett's. I figured that, but why would she have called you? She didn't. I was in the right place at the right time. Or, The wrong place at the wrong time, depending on how you looked at it. I was driving by, stopped at the light. Claire had been standing there, waiting for you, and when you called and said you couldn't make it, she tapped on my window to ask for a ride. I was going to say no, but she recognized me, said she knew Scott. So I said okay. If I hadn't gotten pulled over, Sean said, I'd have been there. Stupid cop was jerking me around for no reason. I keyed the ignition, turned around, gave it some gas. Yeah. So let me guess how it went. You gave Claire a lift to Patchett's. Then you picked Hannah up and took her to Iggy's so she could wait for Claire. Yeah. We figured no one would follow me after I dropped Claire off. They'd hang back at Patchett's. Okay. Then after you dropped Hannah off, you were to go back and get Claire, drive her to Iggy's, they do the switch, and Hannah, wearing that wig, gets in your car looking like Claire. How am I doing? Good, he said, looking straight ahead. Hannah had me fooled for about 1 minute, but I guess that was okay because I wasn't the one she had to trick. So here's what I'm wondering, Sean. He glanced over. Who's following Claire that she'd go to that much trouble to get away from him? And who picked her up after Hannah took her place? He shook his head. I don't know. You're lying. Really, man, I don't know what the fuck it's all about. His dad wasn't here to slap him upside the head, and I wasn't going to do it. I was tempted, but not over his foul language. You just agreed to help out without knowing a thing? Claire didn't talk to me about it. She and we haven't been getting along as well as we used to since she dumped my friend. He cut himself off. Your friend, I said. Yeah, he said. I've got a friend she used to go out with, but then she started seeing this other guy. What's your friend's name? Doesn't matter. This friend the same one who clunked me in the head? Sean shot me a cautious look. He didn't mean to hurt you or anything. He thought you were coming after me. He was just trying to protect me. Okay, I said. You want me to go back, ask your parents who out of your friends recently got dumped by Claire Sanders? How long do you think it'll take me to get a name? Sean looked ready to surrender. You going to have him charged? No, I said. You going to throw him in a trunk or anything? I glanced over at Sean, then back to the road. No, I won't do that. His name's Roman. Roman? I said. Roman Ravelson? Whose parents own the furniture place? Yeah. Isn't he a bit old for Claire? I knew he was 21. Whatever, he said. She broke it off anyway. But now she knows how it feels, so maybe she'll get back with him, although I kind of doubt it. What, did someone dump her? I asked. She started going out with this other guy, Dennis. I don't know where he's from exactly, but not from here. He was just here for a summer job, and she was all super in love with him, but then I guess he just wanted out and went back to wherever he came from. Claire was like all devastated, and you ask me, it kind of looked good on her. I heard the name earlier tonight. Is Dennis the black guy you mentioned? Huh? When you told your parents about being pulled over, you said the cops pull over people your age, out-of-towners, or people like Dennis who's not as white as everyone else around here. Oh, yeah. He's black. He shrugged. This is still kind of a white bread town, you know. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just some people around here kind of freak out when they see a black guy. Sean wasn't wrong about that. So even though you're pissed with Claire, you agreed to help her with this thing last night. Hannah asked me, so I did it. She said Claire was being stalked or something and she needed to get away. Who'd she need to get away from? Roman? I don't know. I mean, okay, Roman has wanted to talk to Claire about why she dumped him. A guy deserves some kind of explanation, right? She wouldn't answer the phone if it was him, and she stopped texting with him because he kind of crossed a line there. How'd he cross a line by texting with her? Oh, man, I can't talk about this. Forget I said that. Sean. Okay. You know you can send more than words in a text, right? You can send pictures? I know. So, after Claire broke up with Roman, he texted her a picture of what she was going to be missing. I was pretty sure I was getting his drift. You telling me that he texted a photo of his dick to her? Sean shrugged. Pretty much. And not at half-mast, I'm guessing, I said. Look, it's no big deal. Everybody does it. Sends hot pictures of themselves to each other. But Claire kind of didn't like that after they broke up. Did Dennis know Roman sent her those kinds of pics? I don't think so. He'd have probably tried to kill him if he had. He waved his hands like he was trying to clear the air. But look, I don't think it was Roman that Claire was trying to ditch. I mean, Hannah wouldn't have asked me to help her out if it was my own friend that was involved. That wouldn't be right. So you have no idea who might have been following her. He licked his lips. I swear, I don't know the details. Hannah said Claire wouldn't even tell her what exactly was going on. Could it have been the police? Like I said, I don't know. These are all things you should ask Hannah. I was just supposed to drive, okay? What about Claire's father? What about him? Could he be the one she was trying to give the slip to? Sean didn't answer right away. Where are we going, anyway? To where I dropped Hannah off. You didn't answer my question. Could Claire have been trying to get away from her father? What? You think he's been following her around? I'm asking you. What's the story on Claire and her dad? They get along? I guess they're okay. She's living with him and not her mom, so I guess that says something about how they got along. And she didn't want to have to go live in Canada and get split up from all her friends. Her mom's new husband is even weirder than her real dad, so she probably figured she was better off with him. What's weird about Bert Sanders? You hear stories. What kind of stories? I asked. I don't know, just he's, even though he's an old guy, he really gets a lot of action. I don't know where he'd find time to follow Claire around. Are you talking about women? He has a lot of lady friends? Yeah, I mean, Claire says he's all high and mighty about a lot of things, like what's right and wrong and all that kind of stuff, and raising shit with the cops, which, by the way, I happen to think is a pretty good idea, but when it comes to getting some, he's right in there. Kind of embarrasses Claire. Hannah told me she said one time, maybe I shouldn't tell this. I waited. One time Claire comes home from school in the middle of the day. She was sick, right? And her dad's home, and there's this woman. She's got her head in his lap, right in the living room. He gave me a look. You know what I'm talking about? I know what you're talking about. Who was the woman? Shit, I don't know. I don't even know if Claire knew. She caught a glimpse of what was going down. He stopped himself. I wasn't trying to be funny, but when she saw what was happening, she, ran off. Is Claire afraid of her father? He gave me another glance. Everybody's afraid of their fathers. Mothers, too, mostly. My mind drifted for a moment. Had Scott been afraid of me? Had he been afraid of Donna? I couldn't believe that. We were good parents. Except for when we weren't. Yeah, but there's afraid and then there's afraid, I said. You're afraid your parents are going to find out about stuff you've done they wouldn't approve of, and if they do, there'll be consequences. You get grounded, lose driving privileges, end up with a Civic instead of that nice pickup you're driving. It's like that for all kids. But then there are parents who go too far, who cross the line. You get what I'm saying. Yeah. Does Claire's father cross some kind of line? I don't know what you mean, Sean said. You mean like what? Slapping her around or something? You tell me. I don't think so. I never seen her with bruises or anything like that. What about other kinds of abuse? Sean made a face like he'd eaten something bad. He shook his head definitively. No way. I mean, I don't think so. He paused. If anything, Claire's dad cares too much. That can be kind of hard to live with, too. Do your parents care too much? I said. Sometimes I wish they cared a little less. My dad's on my ass all the time, and he's pissed about Hannah being over and all, but her parents, they don't care that much about what she does. She's lucky that way. Was that what defined luck for these kids? Parents who didn't give a shit? I seem to recall Hannah's parents being worried about something. A business Hannah was involved in with her boyfriend that could end up biting her in the ass. You and Hannah got something going on the side, I said, not asking a question. To make some money. His head jerked. I'd hit a nerve. What? What is it? I thought immediately of Scott. You guys selling something? Selling drugs? Jesus, no. You're doing something. Her parents mentioned you had something going. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. It's just... Look, everybody does it. Everybody does what? Drinks, Sean said. It's no big deal around here. I mean, everybody knows you can get a drink at Patchett's as long as you don't look like you're 12. But not everybody wants to drink there. Sometimes, you want to do stuff at home or someplace else. Like when parents are away. He gave me a look. Sometimes. So where do you and Hannah fit in? Sean sighed. Man, you just don't quit, do you? Something's going on, Sean. Something with Claire. I don't know what it is yet, but you answering my questions, it helps. I'm not looking to make trouble for you. I just want to find Claire. What me and Hannah are doing, it's got nothing to do with Claire. Why don't you let me decide that? Another sigh, then. Okay, so we get stuff people want, to drink, and we deliver it. You and Hannah, using your Ranger. Yeah, just to friends. Like anybody. Word gets around, people have a couple of numbers they can call, they say they need some rye or vodka or beer or whatever, and we deliver. With a markup. Well, yeah, we're not doing it for nothing. How do you get it? You and Hannah aren't old enough to be buying booze in bulk. Sean's lips stayed pressed together. Let me guess, I said. You need someone who's 21 who can pick up everything you need. Roman. He looked at me. He didn't have to admit it. I could tell from his expression. Roman gets a cut of what you and Hannah make? Sean nodded. You just work Griffin? I asked. He shook his head. We kind of go all over. Lewiston, Niagara Falls, Lockport. If the order's big enough. Thing is, it used to be easy to go over the border for a drink, but now you got to have a passport to get into Canada and back, so more kids, we got to do it on this side. There's a market, How much you make? We usually only do it on Saturdays, maybe on a Friday night, too. We can make a couple hundred. I smiled. It was entrepreneurial, to be sure. But risky, too. Driving into neighborhoods they didn't know, a truck full of liquor, large sums of cash. Pretty dumb, all things considered. We rode for a minute in silence. Then I said, I've got one last question for you. Not about Hannah or Claire or any of this. Sean waited. At Patchett's, when I told you my name and you asked if I was Scott's father, the first thing you said was that you didn't know anything about what happened to him. I don't. I hadn't even asked you anything. You came out with that pretty fast. He didn't say anything for a few seconds. Then, I got another friend, Len Eggleton. Maybe you know who I'm talking about. I didn't say anything. Len says one night this guy came to see him, said he wanted to know who sold his kid some X. Len said this guy, He'd heard a rumor that Len dealt the stuff, even though, far as I know, Len's never been into that kind of thing. Just weed, you know? I still said nothing. So anyway, Len says no way, he never sold or gave this guy's kid any X, and the guy, then he's all, okay, if Len didn't give it to the kid, maybe he knows who did. And Len says, no fucking way, he doesn't know, and the guy, he says, maybe Len needs time to think about his answer, and he grabs Len, and he stuffs him into the trunk of Len's car. Len's like, he's totally claustrophobic and just about freaks out, so the guy lets him out, and I think he actually kind of believes Len now, that he really doesn't know who gave the kid the X, but the guy, he tells Len if he tells anybody about what just happened, he'll put the word out that he did give up a name. Len was scared shitless, so he never told his parents or the cops or anyone else but me and a couple of other friends. It was very quiet in the car. So, Sean concluded, that's why, when I saw you, I told you right out that I didn't know anything. Because I didn't want to end up in a trunk like Len. That's why Roman decked you. He was trying to save my ass. I shot him a startled look, but said nothing. I pulled the car over to the shoulder, eased to a stop, and put it in park. We're here, I said. This is where I dropped Hannah off. Chapter 20. We both got out and stood a moment in the cool night air. Unlike 24 hours before, there was no rain. There was the sound of distant traffic and the occasional vehicle that went right by us, but other than that, it was very quiet. A few car lengths up, the traffic light changed. The businesses were closed, and there were few lights on in the homes that were sandwiched between them. You let her out here? Sean said. This is like the middle of nowhere. She tried to jump out of the car when it was moving. I had to pull over. I couldn't force her to stay. I was trying to convince myself as much as Sean. Seems like a shitty thing to do, he said. I went around to the back of the car, used my remote to pop the trunk. Sean spun around, a nervous look on his face. Don't worry. I'm just getting a flashlight, I told him, and grabbed a heavy mag light I kept in there, along with other tools of the trade, like a bright orange safety helmet that would allow you to go almost any place you wanted when you put it on your head, as well as a laptop, a mini printer, even a Kevlar vest I'd kept from my days as a cop but had never worn since. I closed the trunk, joined Sean, and clicked the light on. When she jumped out, I said, she ran that way. Why are we doing this? He asked. This doesn't make any sense to me. This is where Hannah called you from. Last thing she did was show me she had a phone, which I took to mean she was going to call someone else for a ride. Yeah, he said. She called you and got interrupted. Right now, it looks like you're the last person we know who's spoken to her. It happened around here, so I want to look around. Over here by these bushes, that's where she tossed her wig. I cast the flashlight beam around the shrubs, panned it low first, then went higher in case the wig had caught on a branch before it hit the ground. There, I said. We closed the distance. I went down to one knee and took hold of the wig, tentatively at first, like it was a piece of roadkill. This look like the wig? I asked him. I think, Sean said. Me too. How many wigs can you expect to find along the side of the road? I guess. I got up, heard my knee crack. I walked back to the car, unlocked it, and set the wig on the back seat. Let's head up this way, I said, pointing to the corner. When she got to the corner, she turned right. I kept scanning my flashlight across the sidewalk, using it like a white cane. I didn't know what I was looking for, if anything, but it seemed like a detective-ish thing to do. When we hit the corner, I saw that the cross street went only about 100 yards before there was a short bridge. Just this side of it, on the right, was a house that looked as though it had been knocked down in one windstorm and reassembled by the next. Boards askew,
eaves hanging loose. But there was activity here. 3 people sitting on the sagging porch, drinking beer, sitting in what were once, perhaps in another millennium, living room chairs that now had the stuffing exploded from them. "Hey," I said, as we came up in front of the house. There were 2 women, heavy-set, and a thin, bearded man between them. All in their 60s, I guessed, enjoying a night getting buzzed in the evening air. "Hi," said the man. "How you boys doing tonight?" "We're good," I said. "My name's Cal, and this is my friend Sean. We wonder if you might be able to help us." "You lost?" the man asked. "Because I can't imagine anyone would intend to be walking along here at night unless they was." The women cackled softly. "We're trying to find a girl," I said. "Well, you can have both of these ones," he said, and the women cackled some more. I laughed along with them, showing I could appreciate clever repartee. Sean was drifting away, heading toward the bridge. From what I could see, it spanned little more than a creek and was only about 40 feet long. "A girl came running along here last night about this time," I said. "It was raining, and she might have been on her cell phone." "What'd she look like?" one of the women asked. "About 17, 5.5 feet tall, slight, with short blonde hair," I told them. "We think that while she was making the call, someone may have stopped, given her a ride, maybe." "What time did we go in last night?" the woman asked the man. "We didn't even sit out here," he said, "because it was raining. We enjoyed our evening festivities indoors." "That's right. We didn't come out here at all," the second woman said. I was trying to keep track of what they were saying while keeping an eye on Sean. He was at the bridge, which had 2 street lamps at each end, and was peering over the right railing. "You didn't hear anything at all?" I asked. "Nothing out of the ordinary?" "Nope. Except for Mildred here, who had some terrible gas." He pointed to the woman to his left. There was more cackling. "And those damn dogs," Mildred said. "What dogs?" I asked. The man said, "They've been going at it off and on all day like they've been fighting over something. Settled down lately." "Where?" The man pointed in Sean's direction. I turned my head. He was on the other side of the bridge now, leaning over the railing, looking down into the dark. Sean shouted, "Come here! Come here!" I ran. "Down there," he said, as I came up alongside him. "It looks like there's something down there." I shone the light down. Water trickled along a gravel bed, probably no more than 6 inches of it at its deepest point. Along the bank, close to the abutment, there was something lighter in color up against the dirt and brush. I played the light over it. It looked to me like a foot, and a leg up to the knee. Badly mangled. I wouldn't be able to see any more until I got under there. Sean was starting to move, but I grabbed his arm and I said, "Stay here." "I gotta see if—" "Stay here," I repeated, more firmly. I ran to the end of the bridge, then cut my way through brush and tall grasses that matted the hill down to the creek. I nearly fell twice, my foot slipping on a beer bottle or can. I worked my way toward the slope of the abutment, shining the light ahead of me. It was a body. And it was a mess. From what I could tell, it was a young woman with short blonde hair, wearing the same clothes I'd seen Hannah in the night before. Most of them, anyway. She was naked from the waist down. She was on her side, her legs angled down toward the creek. I shone the light on her face, and I was sure as I could be that this was the girl I'd found in my car when I came out of Iggy's. "Jesus," I said under my breath. The phone in my jacket pocket, pressed against my chest, went off. It was like someone had placed the paddles of a heart defibrillator on me. I reached for the phone, nearly dropped it next to the body, and put it to my ear before I'd had a chance to see who it was. "Hello?" I said. "You left a message," Augustus Perry said. He sounded annoyed. "What do you want?" "What I called about has changed. Something else has moved to the top of the list." Chapter 21
She looks out the window and sees that their boy is home. Well, not a boy, really. He's a man now. But isn't that how mothers always view their sons? As their boys? "I'm just here for a couple of minutes," he says to her as he comes through the door. "I've been running around all night putting out fires, and I'm not done yet. But I wanted to see how he is." "Wound up," she says. "Did you give him something?" "No, but I may have to. He needs his sleep." "I'm doing everything I can," he says. "This'll all get sorted out." His mother shakes her head doubtfully. "We started off with one big problem, and you turned it into two." She's about to say something else, but bites her lip. But he knows what it would have been. That if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have this problem in the basement to begin with. "I told you I'm going to deal with this. There's a couple things I can do before morning. You better, because I feel like this is all ready to blow up in our face. It's like waiting for the other shoe to drop, but when it does, it's going to land on a mine." She sighs. "You're just one brainstorm after another." Wearily, he takes a seat at the kitchen table. "God, I just want things to be normal. Things have never been normal." "Some people's lives are never normal," she says. "That's just the way it is." She surveys the room, but she's really looking beyond it. More to herself than her son, she says. "It's like we're all prisoners. I haven't had a vacation in years." "And I haven't had a life," he says. "This overshadows everything. It's no wonder she broke up with me." "She wasn't right for you." His mother never thought any of his girlfriends were right for him. "What did she say, exactly?" "She didn't really say anything. She just ended it. But I know why. It's because she could tell something wasn't right. I mean, I couldn't even bring her here to meet you. It had to be at a coffee shop. She had to think it was weird that everything about this house was off limits." The woman puts her hand to her forehead. It's late, and she's exhausted. "You have more important things to worry about. Finding that girl and then the boy. Making sure he can't hurt us." "I know. You don't have to keep telling me." "Even after you find them, deal with them. We may have to make some changes around here," she says, casting her eyes down to the floor, as though she can see right through it. "I'm going to go down and see him." "There's something going on with his book," she says. "What do you mean?" "It's never where I can see it. He says he writes in it after I've gone. That's not like him. I'm worried what he might be writing in it. I need you to go down and find it." He goes downstairs, is gone several minutes. When he returns, he says to his mother, "It's not there. I couldn't find it anywhere." "What'd he say?" "I asked him what he'd done with it. He said he didn't remember." "Tell me he didn't." "I think he did. I think he gave it to the kid." The woman closes her eyes as though she's in physical pain. "Doesn't matter," he says. "It's all gibberish. It's meaningless." She shakes her head. "Maybe. But there are dates. And it's all in his handwriting." Chapter 22. When Scott was 12, he had an idea for a movie. He spelled it out to Donna and me over dinner. It's about this guy who comes to Earth from another galaxy, or maybe it's this one, like from Mars or something. It doesn't really matter. But he comes here wanting to see what Earth people are like, and he has to take human form so nobody can see what he really looks like, which is kind of gross. Like he has what looks like worms all over his face or something, but they're probably blood vessels. "Uh-huh," I said, glancing down at my noodles. At first I was thinking someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger could play him, but it's not really a Terminator kind of role, so I have to think about that a bit more. His mission is to make friends with one person and to study him, and he picks someone totally at random and watches what this person does and how this Earthling interacts with other Earthlings. But what the alien doesn't know is he picked a real nerdy, geeky guy who doesn't have hardly any friends, so he doesn't interact much with other Earthlings. So the alien guy goes back to his home planet and reports that all Earthlings are lonely and unhappy and don't really fit in because they're weird and like stuff nobody else likes. Donna and I said nothing for a moment. Finally, I asked, "That's how it ends?" Scott shook his head. No, it has a happy ending. The alien guy comes back and takes the person he was like shadowing back to his own planet because he feels sorry for him. And the Earthling turns out to be really happy there because everyone thinks he's really cool and interesting and he doesn't think about killing himself anymore. Donna put her hand over her mouth, got up, and left the room. Scott said, "Was it the worms thing? I could take that out if it's too gross." I'm not sure why that memory popped into my head after I ended my brief conversation with Augustus Perry and made my way back up to the bridge where Sean Skilling was waiting for me. Of course, I had Scott flashbacks about every 5 minutes since he died. He was always there, just below the surface, regardless of what I was doing. Maybe it was the notion of happy endings, how elusive they can be, and how they aren't the same for everyone. For Scott, a geeky kid transplanted to another world, millions of miles from home, finds his happy ending among aliens who appreciate his uniqueness. But was it a happy ending for the parents he left behind? Scott was on my mind, because I was starting to worry there might be no happy ending in my search for Claire Sanders. Not if she ended up the same way her friend Hannah Rodomsky had. When I got to Sean, he was a mess. "Is it her?" he asked, tears running down his cheeks. "It can't be her. There's no way it's her." "I'm pretty sure it is," I said. "But it's a bad scene down there." I had to grab him as he attempted to get past me to go under the bridge and see what I had seen. "You can't go down there." "Get the fuck out of my way," he said, practically spitting the words into my face. He was a strong kid, and I wasn't sure I was any match for him, but there was no way I wanted him going down there and seeing Hannah. First, he just didn't need that, and second, I didn't want him messing with evidence. Although the dogs had already done a good job of that. "Sean, listen to me," I said, blocking his path. "You can't go near her. I may have already screwed things up getting as close as I did. Are you hearing me? Whoever did this to Hannah, we want the son of a bitch caught. You go down there now, and you run a chance of messing up a crime scene. You hear me?" I could feel the muscles in his arms, taut as steel, relax ever so slightly. "Please," I said. "We'll stay here on the bridge, we'll stand guard, make sure no one else goes down and disturbs her, okay? Let's preserve what dignity she has left." He turned and walked to the other side of the bridge, put his hand on the rusted railing. His body started to shake with sobs. I put a hand on his shoulder. "We're going to find out who did this. I swear." Sean turned and pointed an accusing finger at my face. "This is your fault. You dropped her off. You left her here for whoever killed her." I was aware. I thought about that black pickup, pulled over to the side of the road that I'd noticed seconds after Hannah had fled my car. The one that had taken off by the time I turned around and gone back for another look. I struggled to remember any details about it. Ford or Dodge? Foreign or domestic? I was usually good at that sort of thing, but it had been dark, and it had been raining. "If I hadn't gotten pulled over by that damn cop," Sean said. "I was supposed to be there. It wouldn't have happened if I'd been there. She wouldn't have tried to run away from me." The trio from the porch were cautiously approaching. The one I knew as Mildred called out, "What's happened?" "There's a body under the bridge," I said. "Mother of God," Mildred said. I told her the police would be here shortly. When I told Augie who it was I'd found under the bridge, he didn't know the first name, but he'd recognized the last. Jesus. That must be Chris Radomski's kid. Chris and Glynis. I'd confirmed it for him. He wanted to know what I was doing there, but agreed to wait for details until we could talk face to face. 10 minutes, he said, and I'll call it in. I could hear sirens in the distance as I walked back over to Sean. "I'm going to have to call my parents," he said. "Yeah," I said. "Look, Sean, before the cops get here, is there anything you haven't told me? About who Hannah was helping Claire get away from?"
He shook his head. I told you what I know, I swear. After the cops let you off last night, after you ran the stop sign, go through it with me. What did you do then? I drove by Patchett's just in case Claire was still there. Then I went to Iggy's in case Hannah or her were still around. What time did you get to Iggy's? Did you see Hannah get into my car? No. I never saw you. So you didn't follow me, did you, Sean? What? In your Ranger. Did you follow me down this way? He blinked at me. What are you talking about? I saw a black pickup around here after Hannah got out of my car. I'm going to have to tell the police about that. The sirens grew louder. Sean shook his head. Are the cops going to think I did this? They always look at the boyfriend. Luckily for you, the cops are your best alibi, since they had you pulled over around the time Hannah was killed. Plus, you may have been seen at Iggy's, or caught on their security cam if they have one, which again places you away from the scene. I hoped Iggy's was more diligent than Patchett's where security was concerned. If they had cameras, Claire might have been caught on them after I'd headed off with Hannah. The first cruiser arrived at the scene, lights flashing, siren wailing. 2 officers, a male and a female, got out. Kate Ramsey and her partner, the ones who'd sent the bikers on their way. Seconds later, another car rolled up. Out got Ricky Haynes and Hank Brindle. What about you? Sean asked. The arrivals had distracted me. Huh? What about me? Aren't they just as likely to think you did it? Sean asked. You dropped her off just before she got killed. It occurred to me at that moment that pissing off the chief of police at family get-togethers over the years might not have been such a good idea. Chapter 23. And then there he was, arriving just seconds after his uniformed officers in a white Chevy Suburban. Augustus Perry had a short huddle with them before striding over in my direction. I stood and let him come to me. Cal, he said without even a hint of a nod. He looked at the teenage boy standing next to me. Who are you? Sean Skilling. A pause, then, Sir. Augie squinted. Ford dealership? My dad's, yes, sir. Augie nodded. Adam Skilling. You folks do all the servicing on our vehicles. I've seen your father at our garage. That'd be him. Augie put his eyes back on me. Show me. Leaving Sean behind, I led my brother-in-law to the railing and pointed down to Hannah's body. Hard to see all of her from here, I said. He grunted. Tell me how it came to be that you found her. It's a long story, I said. All the more time I get to spend with you, he said. I gave it all to him as quickly as I could, picking up Claire at Patchett's and everything that followed. And then, earlier this evening, 2 of his men coming to see me, trying to find Claire. This part I'm guessing you already know about, I said. He stared at me blankly, although I couldn't tell whether that meant he didn't know or did and just wasn't saying. Go on, Augie said. I told him I felt a responsibility where Claire was concerned and started asking around myself. Looking for Claire led me to Hannah, Hannah led me to Sean Skilling, and his recollection of his short phone call with Hannah had led us back here, around the corner from where Hannah had jumped out of my car. She tossed her wig when she got out. It's in my car. Mayor's kid missing, Augie said under his breath. Girlfriend dead. Yeah. He looked over his shoulder at Sean Skilling, who was currently being interviewed by Officer Ramsey and her partner. What about the kid? Girl gets killed, the first most logical suspect is the boyfriend. I know, but I don't think it's him. And he's got an alibi courtesy of the Griffin PD. One of your people pulled him over to write him up for running a stop sign about the time it all went down. So there'll be a record of the ticket. No, there won't. Sean says the cop got another call before he could finish writing it out. Augie scowled. Convenient. Look, maybe it's the kid, I don't know.
But I think something different's playing out here. Who are they trying to trick with the switch? No idea. The Skilling kid know? He claims not to. We were both looking at him now, being questioned by Ramsey and her partner. Who's with Kate? I asked. Well, that's Marv Quinn. Augie took another look over the railing. Haynes and Brindle were searching the hillside around the body, flashlights in hand. That girl's missing her drawers. I noticed, I said. You think the Skilling kid and the girl were having troubles? She wants to break it off, he gets mad, things get out of hand, he wants one last go at her? I don't think so, I said. He took one more long look at Hannah Radomski and said, These sorts of things aren't supposed to happen here. Even in the dim glow of the street lamps, I thought I saw genuine sadness cross his weathered face. He rubbed his mouth thoughtfully, then said, You think it's turned around somehow? How do you mean? This crazy stunt the girls pulled. Fooling someone into thinking it was Claire got into your car, which allowed her to slip away. Could it be the other way around? Maybe it wasn't that Hannah was trying to make someone think she was Claire. Maybe Claire was trying to make someone think she was Hannah. That made my head hurt. No, it doesn't play that way. Maybe you're right. But it's possible. Whoever killed the Radomski girl, they could have been thinking she was Claire. Thoughts? That definitely crossed Sean Skilling off your suspect list, I said. He said, I asked, Why are you looking for Claire Sanders? Who said I was? The chief said. The collective you, Augie. Your minions. Who was it again came to talk to you? Brindle and Haynes. Haynes I know. He was the one. He brought us the news about Scott. Augie's face softened. About that, Haynes should have called me. He shouldn't have delivered that news to you himself. Should have been me. I'm Scott's uncle, for Christ's sake. Sorry about that. I nodded. It wasn't the first time Augie had mentioned it. I honestly didn't think he'd made the connection, Augie said. If he'd thought for half a second, seen the name Weaver on Scott's ID, thought about Donna and payroll, you're supposed to have some smarts if you're a cop. He glanced down toward the creek where Ricky Haynes and his partner were still mucking about. Anyway, those two came to see you. Tell me about that. Well, they were looking for Claire. They knew I'd given her a lift at Patchett's. One of them said something about getting picked up on closed circuit there, but Patchett's doesn't actually have any. So my first question is, were they already watching Patchett's? And the second is, who put them on to looking for Claire in the first place? Her father says he didn't report her missing. You talked to him? Right after you had your little town hall chat. Could someone else have reported her missing? Her mother? Sanders' ex lives in Toronto, right? But even if it was her, wouldn't you have gotten a heads up? Augustus Perry didn't say anything. If I didn't know better, I'd have guessed he was thinking. I interrupted whatever process was going on in there. It would seem to me, even with my limited understanding of the inner workings of the Griffin Police Department, that when the daughter of our beloved mayor, your sworn enemy of the moment, is the subject of a police search, somehow you would be in the loop. Augie looked back to where his SUV and the police cruiser were parked. There was another set of lights approaching. Coroner, he said, and started walking. Chapter 24. A short black woman in her 50s, wearing a shiny blue down-filled jacket zipped up to her neck, approached. It struck me that she was dressed for much colder weather than we were currently having. Chief, she said, blowing her nose and stuffing a tissue into one of her jacket pockets. I could see the ends of some surgical gloves sticking out of both of them. You okay, Sue? Augie asked. Freezing to death. It's this goddamn cold. Been trying to shake it for 2 weeks. Sorry you had to get dragged out when you're sick, he said. Sue shrugged. Still a hell of a lot better off than that girl down there, I gather. Cal, you know Dr. Kessler. She's what passes for a coroner around here. Sue Kessler sniffed, looked at me. We've met before, I think. She was right. We'd crossed paths once or twice since I'd moved to Griffin. I won't shake your hand. I was okay with that. Sue, Cal found the body. You touch anything? Kessler asked. No, I said, but I got pretty close to her. Point me, Kessler said. Augie raised an arm, extended a finger. Down by the creek, just under the bridge. Terrific, she said, pulling the gloves on. Give me a couple of minutes. She was gone more like 10. Augie talked briefly to some of his officers, then returned to my side, the two of us hugging the railing, leaning over, catching glimpses of Kessler doing her job. We walked to the end of the bridge to meet her as she worked her way back up the hill. I'd say strangled, she said. There's impression marks on her neck, aside from the bite marks from some animals, dogs most likely. Dead at least a day, I'd guess, but I'll know more later. Sexually assaulted? Augie asked. Kessler shrugged. You could presume, given that her pants and underwear are missing, but I won't know until I've had a chance to examine her. Missing? I said. If they're down there, she said, I didn't see them. They're certainly not close to the body. Your people find any of the Vic's clothes? Augie said he would have to talk to his people. Kessler sneezed and said, I'm going to go home, drink a gallon of NyQuil, try to get some sleep. I'll tackle her first thing in the morning. As Kessler walked away, Augustus Perry said to me, You might as well go home too, Cal. We'll take things from here. I wasn't ready to leave. It's bugging you, isn't it? I don't know what you're talking about. Someone's not keeping you informed. That has to worry you. Cal, Augie said, bristling, it may surprise you to know that the chief is not informed of every single thing that goes on within the department. If you get pulled over for speeding, I don't get a call. If someone smashes a window at Griffin High, I don't get a call. A cat gets stuck up in a tree, I don't get a call. Fire department gets that one, don't they? There are any number of reasons why someone in my department might be asking around about Claire Sanders that would not warrant my being brought into the loop, as you put it. I shook my head. I was suddenly very tired, but I knew I wasn't heading home to bed any time soon. See you around, Augie, I said. You going home? Once I found Claire. I started to walk away, and then something struck me. I stopped and turned. Of course, the other possibility is you do know what's going on. You know everything. Maybe you know something about Claire that Mayor Sanders would prefer didn't come out. Maybe she's into something she shouldn't be. Maybe if you find out what it is, you'll have some leverage against Sanders, get him to get the hell off your back. Good thing there are a lot of people around right now, Augie said. Otherwise, I'd knock you flat on your ass. I looked around. Just about all of them are cops, I said. I think they'd back up whatever story you wanted to tell. Isn't that how it works around here? You may have thought you were fooling some of the people at that meeting, Augie. But you didn't fool me. You got a lot of nerve, Augie said. You think if this had happened anywhere else, where your brother-in-law wasn't the fucking chief, you wouldn't be getting your ass hauled in for questioning? You're the last person saw this girl alive, Cal. You don't see me making an issue out of that. Not yet, I said. Augie smiled. Chapter 25. On the way to my car, I stopped to check in on Sean, interrupting an interrogation by Kate Ramsey and Marvin Quinn. Quinn said, Excuse me, mister, but we're working here? It's okay, Marv. This is a friend of mine, the one I was just telling you about, Kate said. How you doing, Cal? I've been better, Kate. I was telling my partner that was you I saw earlier tonight out front of Patchett's when we were talking to our biker friends. I didn't know I'd been spotted sitting in the car. Kate was good. Yeah, that was me. She grinned slyly at her partner. Didn't I tell you that was Donna's husband keeping an eye on me? I had a feeling it was you, I said. There's only 2 women working uniform in Griffin, right? Just me right now. Carla's been on mat leave for 6 months. I thought of the kid working that convenience store, the one who said he'd had his tonsils spray painted by a woman cop. Kind of narrowed it down for this neck of the woods. You stake out Patchett's much? I asked. Quinn, who'd said little up to now, said, We'd been watching those 2 riding in on their hogs, and we're waiting for them to come out, have a word with them. Kate nodded. Plenty of places for them to hoist a few and play pool back where they came from. Sean was watching with glazed eyes like he didn't even know where he was anymore. Were you watching Patchett's last night? I asked him. Around 10. Kate didn't hesitate. Nope. We were both finishing up with a fender bender south of town around then. Weren't we, Marv? Officer Quinn nodded. Why? Kate asked. Doesn't matter, I said. Turned my focus to Sean. You gonna be okay? He shrugged. You called your parents? These guys are still asking me questions. Call your parents, I said. And don't say another word to these nice officers until they get here and hire you a lawyer. Kate Ramsey got her back up. Cal! What the hell? Quinn stared at me. Butt out, pal. I gave the 2 cops a smile. Have a nice evening. And you take care, Sean. As I was rounding the corner to head back to where my car was parked, I glanced back and saw Haynes and Brindle up on the bridge again. Brindle was looking at me. When our eyes met, he turned away. While Ramsey and Quinn might not have been watching Patchett's last night, it was possible some other Griffin cops had been posted outside, and not necessarily Haynes and Brindle. If some cop was watching the place for potential troublemakers like those bikers, and noticed a teenage girl getting into a car with a strange man, he might have made note of my license plate. That could have been what led Haynes and Brindle to have a word with me. It still didn't explain why they were looking for Claire if no one had reported her missing. I wondered if I'd been onto something when I accused Augie of trying to get some dirt on her to strengthen his position in his fight with Sanders. Sanders. I wanted to talk to him again. Much had changed since we'd spoken a couple of hours ago. A girl was dead. His daughter's best friend. He might not have wanted to talk to me before, but I didn't see where he had much choice now. So I pointed the car in the direction of his house. But en route, I noticed Iggy's up ahead. It was on my mental list of places to stop, too. I figured I might as well go on and get it out of the way, especially considering it would probably be closing soon. As I was heading toward it, I noticed a small car in my rearview mirror that seemed to be taking every turn I did. When I slowed, it slowed. When I sped up, it did the same. I wondered whether it would follow me into the Iggy's lot, but it didn't. As it kept on going down Danbury, I managed to get a quick look at it. A silver Hyundai. I didn't have a hope of reading even one number on the plate as it sped off. I locked the car and went into the restaurant. A tall, thin man in his late 20s looked at me expectantly from behind the counter as I approached. Is Iggy around? I asked. Always start at the top. Iggy? Asked the man who had a name tag that said Sal. That's right. There is no Iggy. At least not anymore. Iggy, that'd be Ignatius Powell, opened his restaurant on this site in 1961, rebuilt it a couple of times, and then sold it 10 years ago to my father. Last year he died. Iggy, I mean, not my dad. I manage this place for him in the evenings. Is there a problem with your burger? Nothing like that, Sal, I said. I showed him my license and told him I was trying to track down a girl who'd been here about this time last night. I'm pretty sure she slipped out your back door and may have met someone in the parking lot, I said. I notice you've got cameras. Oh, yeah, you have to, Sal said, especially at the drive-thru window. Go on YouTube, you'll see a bunch of videos of McDonald's customers going berserk there. We had this one lady, she said she wanted a Whopper, and Jillian, she was the one on the window, told her we don't sell Whoppers, that's Burger King, but she wouldn't take no for an answer, kept screaming that she wanted a Whopper. Finally, she gets out of her truck and tries to grab Jillian through the window. We had to call the cops.
I'm hoping a look at last night's recordings will show me who might have given this girl a ride, I said. It made sense that someone other than Sean was waiting here to drive Claire somewhere, or that she'd arranged to have a car left here for her. I guess I can show you, you being licensed and all, Sal said. I mean, I've already showed the police, so... The police have already been here? Yeah, like a few hours ago. I nodded like I'd expected this, which in fact I had. Would that have been Officers Haynes and Brindle? We're all working toward the same goal. We just want to find Claire. So you know those guys? We were discussing the case earlier in the evening, I said. Sal called over a pimply-faced girl working the counter alongside him who couldn't have been 20. I'll be back in a bit, he told her. You hold the fort. He motioned for me to follow him to a door at the end of the counter and led me through the kitchen where one person was working. I followed him into an office with 2 monitors, each showing 4 views of the property. There were live shots of the drive-thru, the front counter, the kitchen, another office where the safe was kept, and 4 of the parking lot. We had another nutcase one day, Sal said. Came up to the counter wearing nothing but a pair of ratty shorts and flip-flops, a .38 in his hand. You're kidding. Yeah. Hair all sticking out, total whack job. Waved the gun around and said he'd start shooting if we didn't hand over the recipe for the special dressing we put on our burgers, which is really just mayo with some relish and a couple of other things mixed into it. Not exactly the formula for rocket fuel, I said, as Sal sat down in front of the monitors, started moving a mouse around. Yeah, right, he said. So I wrote it on a napkin for him. Mayo, relish, a pinch of cayenne, like that, you know. And I handed it to him and he says, no, put down what's really in it. So I said, okay, and just started making shit up, like dimorixolin diphosphate and positronic marzipan, even Callista Flockhart. Good one, I said. I might even have written down plutonium. Anyway, I gave him that and he looks at it and says, okay, good. And I hand him another napkin and the pen and tell him he needs to sign his name. Whenever we give out the special mayo recipe, the person has to sign for it, I say. He didn't. He did. Didn't take long for the cops to find him. Okay, here we go, he said, pointing to the screen. It was a shot of the door on the side of the restaurant near the back, where the restrooms were located. The camera was mounted outside and offered a broad view of the parking lot. But it was also night, so the view wasn't terrific. The date and time were superimposed across the bottom of the screen. So this is 9:54 p.m. yesterday, Sal said. This is about where the cops had me started from. He froze the image. There were 2 vehicles visible in the lot from this vantage point. A light-colored or white Subaru Impreza, and partially hidden behind it, what looked like a silver or gray Volvo station wagon, although I couldn't be sure. The Sub is mine, he said. Can you fast-forward that until we see some activity, I asked. Sure. He fiddled with the mouse. At 10:07 and 43 seconds, a black Dodge Challenger, the new model designed to look like one from the 70s, pulled up close to the door. A heavy-set man got out, went inside. 3 minutes later he was seen leaving, a brown Iggy's bag in hand. He got into this car, the lights came on, and he was gone. At 10:14 and 33 seconds, a man appeared from the right side of the screen limping. He looked like he was in his 20s, but he moved like a much older person. Rail-thin, about 5'5", wearing a jeans jacket. That's Timmy, Sal said. Timmy? I don't know his last name. He lives just up the street a bit in that 4-story square apartment building. I think, anyway. Works a shift somewhere, gets home about this time, comes by here every night on his way home for a double patty cheeseburger, large fries, and a chocolate shake. Every night, I said. Yeah, Sal said. He's like 130 pounds, tops. Sal shrugged. Some people handle fast food really well. Every single night? I asked again. Sal glanced at me. You got any idea how many people eat here daily? Look, you're not going to catch me knocking our food, but I couldn't eat this stuff every day of the month. Hang on there for a second, I said. I raised a finger to the monitor. Isn't that exhaust? It was coming from the Volvo station wagon parked behind Sal's Subaru.
That car's been running the whole time, I said. Yeah, I know, Sal said. I was waiting to see if you noticed. I didn't want to ruin it for you. It's not a movie, Sal. I'm okay with spoilers. Okay. The cops, well, one of them, noticed the exhaust too. So you've already seen all of this? You know what's coming? Sure, he said. At 10:16 and 13 seconds, the door of the ladies' room opens. It's Hannah. She darts out the side door. This would have been just before she got into my car. I was probably coming into the restaurant about this time. Seconds later, there I am, holding the bathroom door open, calling inside, then going in. Isn't that you? Sal asks. That's me. You're not supposed to go into the women's restroom, you know. Just keep it running. I watched myself come back out of the restroom and head for the front of the restaurant. The next person to appear is Timmy, with a limp, at 10:23 and 51 seconds. He pushes his way out the door, presumably on his way home. Sal did some more fiddling with the mouse. Okay. I think this is the part you're looking for. It happens at 10:24 and 3 seconds. Claire Sanders, looking exactly as she had in my car, emerges from the bathroom. She had to have been perched on a toilet seat since I'd had a look at the stalls and they'd appeared empty, then stands at the exterior glass door, scanning the parking lot. The driver of the Volvo sees her before she spots the car. The lights come on, and the car moves forward, just beyond the Subaru. Claire waves and runs toward the vehicle, veers around the far side, and opens the passenger door. The car's interior dome light comes on for 2 seconds and goes off. Go back, I said. Sal backed up the video a few seconds, hit play again. Stop it when the inside light comes on, I said. It took him 2 tries to freeze the frame at just the right spot. As best I could tell, the only other person in the car was the driver, but it was impossible to determine anything about him or her. Nothing more than a grainy smudge. It's hard to see anything real clear, Sal said apologetically. The cops were pissed too. I'm not pissed, I said. I appreciate it. Is there any way you can blow up that image, get any kind of look at that license plate? Nope, he said. Hopeless. Let it go ahead. I want to see where the car goes. Once Claire's in the car, the Volvo turns hard right, does almost a 360, and vanishes from the right side of the monitor. You have any other angles that would show it leaving? Nope, he said again. What about arriving, if we go back before where you started? He took us back to 9:45. There was no car behind his Subaru at that point. He kept moving ahead until 9:49 and 17 seconds, when the car appears from the right side of the monitor, sidles up next to Sal's car, and stops. The lights go off. I had him keep running it right up until 10 p.m., just in case whoever was in that car decided to come in for a coffee or a burger. No such luck. Whoever was behind the wheel stayed there. Sal, I said, drawing his name out slowly. Yes? Can I have a coffee? Sure thing. When I went into my pocket for some change, he said, On the house. What do you take? 2 creams, I said. While he was gone, I dropped into his computer chair and stared at the screen, thinking it through. Claire thinks she's being followed. Gets Hannah to switch places. Now someone's following Hannah, who's with me. Hannah gets out and runs, pitches the wig. Whoever's been on our tail now knows it's a trick. Figures out the switch happened at Iggy's. Thinks maybe Claire's still there. Sal returned with a takeout cup of coffee for me. It's really hot, he said. I wouldn't want you to spill it on yourself and then sue us for millions of dollars. I forced a chuckle. I want you to take me through the rest of the evening, I said. Right up to closing time. Yeah, sure, I guess, he said. Same view? I thought about that. No, at least not to start. Let's go to the front counter. Yeah, that view. That shows everyone coming in, looking up at the menu. If we get held up, we can get a good look at them from here, he said. Where do you want me to start from? Start at 10:30.
I took the lid off the coffee and blew on it. Fast forward through. He did. People shuffled in and out comically. Before long, I spotted someone I recognized. "Stop," I said. It was Sean Skilling. He'd said that he'd drop by here and Patchett's after everything had gone wrong, after the brief, troubling call from Hannah. In the video, he bypassed the counter, disappeared into another part of the restaurant. "Can you find him on the other cameras?" I asked, taking a sip of coffee. Still hot, but good. Sal tapped away. "There he is." Sean had poked his head into the ladies' restroom just as I had done, but he hadn't gone right inside. Finding no one there, he returned to the front of the restaurant. Sal found him on the other camera again, and we both watched him leave. The video continued to roll. "Well," I said, "was that what you wanted?" "I don't really know what I want," I said. "Mostly I just want to go home and go to bed." "I should have got you a decaf," Sal said. "I don't think it'll matter," I said. "I could be injecting it straight into my veins. When my head hits the pillow tonight, I'm—" "Hello, what's this?" The monitor was still displaying the front counter. The time was 10:58 and 2 seconds, and counting. A heavy-set man with brown hair and mustache had come in. Not in a suit, but nicely dressed in black slacks, a white-collared shirt with the cuffs rolled up. "Pause that," I said. Sal clicked. "You know that guy?" he asked. "Yeah. But I only met him recently," I said. "Just this evening, in fact. It was Adam Skilling, Sean's father." Chapter 26. When I came out of Iggy's, there was a Griffin police cruiser parked behind my Honda, blocking it in. Officer Ricky Haynes, along with his partner in crime prevention, Officer Hank Brindle, were leaning against their car, presumably waiting for me to show up. "Mr. Weaver," Brindle said, pushing himself upright. Haynes followed suit. "Evening, officers," I said. "You kind of slipped away from the scene in a hurry." The chief had sent me home, but I didn't see why I had to explain myself to these two, so I said nothing. "Thing is, we still had some questions for you," Brindle said, tipping his hat up half an inch as if to get the full measure of me. So far, Haynes was letting his senior partner take the lead here. "Ask away," I said. "I suppose," Brindle said, "you may think you enjoy some kind of special status being married to the chief's sister and all. But Officer Haynes and I have to follow our investigation where it leads us, even if that might make our boss unhappy. But ultimately, I believe Chief Perry will understand." "I'm waiting." "What exactly did you and Miss Radomski talk about before he kicked her out of your car in the middle of nowhere?" Brindle asked. "I didn't kick her out," I said. "She demanded to get out of the car." Brindle smiled. "All right, then. What did you and the girl talk about before she demanded to get out of the car?" "I figured out right away she wasn't Claire and called her on it. Asked her what was going on." "And what'd she tell you?" "Not much. She said it was nothing for me to worry about. I told you this before, and I've told Augie." "Augie," Brindle said, smiling and nodding. "We don't call him that. We call him Chief, or Sir, and sometimes behind his back a few other choice words, but I'm sure I can count on you not to pass that along." That grin. "As you say, Mr. Weaver, you told me and Ricky this before, but that was before we knew the girl was dead. So that makes whatever you two had to say to each other more relevant." "But it hasn't changed what we said," I told him. "I guess what I'm wondering is why you really picked up the mayor's kid in the first place. I mean, man your age, giving a ride late at night to a teenage girl, that's not the smartest thing a fella can do. And I'd think, given your line of work, you'd be smarter than that." I took in a long breath through my nose and let it out slowly. "I met cops before who tried to rattle you, make you do something stupid. It's just possible I might have done it myself a time or two back when I wore a uniform. I knew the drill and the importance of keeping my cool. Claire said she knew my son. I couldn't say no at that point. Were you hoping maybe she wouldn't say no, too? The grin morphed into a schoolboy sneer. You got something to say? Say it. Brindle took a step closer. You know what my take is on this? I'm sure whatever it is, it'll be brilliant. Looks to me like you picked up one girl, thinking you could have a little fun, and then when a different girl got into the car, you thought, hey, what the hell's this? These girls trying to mess with me? Play some kind of trick on me? Did that piss you off? You were thinking of getting it on with the first girl, that she was just your type, and then the Radomski girl gets in the car and you're all, shit, that's not what I wanted. I wanted some of that other stuff. Brindle stopped, waiting for a response. Maybe he wanted me to hit him. The satisfaction would have been too short-lived. When I had no reply, he said, You want to hear the rest of this? Knock yourself out. You got angry with this Hannah girl and she wanted to get out of the car like you said, but when she ran, you went after her. Ripped the wig off her head. I could see it right there in your car. Yeah, I said. All my training and years working as a cop and then a detective have taught me the best place to hide incriminating evidence is on the back seat of your own car. I sighed. This very long night was catching up with me, and I still had, as the wise poet once said, miles to go before I slept. You're going to have to find another way home, Mr. Weaver, Brindle said. Officer Haynes has informed me that we're to seize your car and search it, and I think that's a pretty good idea. For Christ's sake, I said under my breath. I said to Haynes, You telling me Augie actually asked that my car be taken in? So, no more Mr. Nice Guy. My brother-in-law was through cutting me some slack. Haynes turned his hands palm up in a what-can-I-tell-you gesture. I didn't actually hear it from him directly. Who then? I got the message through Marv. Officer Quinn. So Augie told Quinn, and Quinn told Haynes, and Haynes told Brindle, who was clearly enjoying himself. He said, The way it looks to me, you're the last one saw that girl alive. You're the one who had the opportunity. The other thing I figure, given the personal tragedy you've had lately, things are probably pretty bad on the home front, and chances are you're not getting any. So, come on, man, Haynes said to Brindle. Brindle shot him a look and kept going. So, a nice ripe thing like that, it'd be hard to pass up. It took everything I had. But then, Brindle continued, you had to shut her up, right? She couldn't go around telling people what you'd done to her. I got out my phone. What are you doing? He asked. Calling a cab, I said. You said I needed to find another way home, so I take it you're not arresting me. Not yet, anyway. Neither of them said anything. I could see the disappointment in Brindle's eyes, that I hadn't taken the bait, that he'd missed out on a chance to slap some cuffs on me for assaulting an officer. He would never know how close he'd come. I put the phone to my ear. Yeah, hi, I'm at Iggy's out on Danbury, and I need a lift home. 5 minutes? No problem. Name's Weaver. I ended the call and slipped the phone back into my jacket. On their way, I said, digging out my keys. Don't want you having to smash the windshield or anything. I got my house key off the ring, then tossed the car keys at Brindle. He didn't react in time, fumbled them comically, and they landed at his feet. His face turned red with fury and embarrassment. He glared at me, then at the keys on the pavement, then at me again. He'd have to shoot me before I picked them up. I got it, Haynes said, leaning over, snatching them up, and dropping them in Brindle's open palm. It would have been, I had to admit, a stupid thing to die over. Chapter 27. As promised, a cab was there in 5 minutes. Haynes and Brindle were still standing by their cruiser, babysitting my car until a truck came to tow it away. I gave them a friendly wave as we pulled out of the parking lot. Wonder what the cops are up to, the woman behind the wheel said as I got buckled into the back seat. Hard to say. You know what I bet? What? Bet that car's full of drugs. You never know, I said, and suddenly had a dark thought. I knew the car had no drugs in it now. I hoped that was still the case when the tow truck arrived. So, where are we off to? I gave her Bert Sanders' address. The mayor's place? My driver said. Yeah. Driven him home a couple of times when he wasn't exactly fit to get behind the wheel. Not that I'm passing judgment. That happens to all of us once in a while. I'm just glad the mayor's got the sense not to drive home pissed, you know? I like that in my elected officials. We pulled up in front of the house 5 minutes later. It might be a while, I said. It was already $7 on the meter, so I handed her a 20 to ensure that she'd hang in. Take your time, she said. I might catch a couple of winks. Just don't scare the bejesus out of me when you get back if I'm asleep. There was a 5-year-old black Buick in the driveway this time, and what looked like one light on upstairs. Aside from Sanders' expensive suits, that car and this modest house spoke to an unassuming middle-class lifestyle. There's a perception among some that all mayors live in mansions, that they're chauffeured about in Lincoln Town cars. Some actually do. An old friend of mine from Promise Falls used to drive that town's former mayor around in one. But the reality is, in America, small towns are more often than not run by regular people. They sit on school boards, town councils, water commissions. These are our neighbors, the folks we run into at Walmart and the DMV and the Exxon station. As small-town mayors went, Sanders was undoubtedly more intellectual than most. A former college professor, an author. But he'd persuaded voters he was one of them, still enough of a regular guy to be viewed as one of their own. Although tonight's town hall meeting suggested fewer of them thought of him that way than used to. I hadn't voted for him. But I hadn't voted for anyone, in any election, in years. After a while, you stop wanting to reward liars. They're all liars. Sanders hadn't won me over in our face-to-face meeting either. I wasn't expecting our second encounter to go any better. I jammed my thumb onto the doorbell and kept it there. The chimes just inside the door rang incessantly. Ding-dong, 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 ding-dong. Peering through the window, I saw a man come down the stairs, silhouetted by the light filtering down from the second floor. He was tying the sash of a bathrobe and shouting, "Okay! Okay!" The front porch light came on over my head, and a second later I heard a bolt being turned and the door swung open. "Jesus Christ," he said, a lock of his hair sticking out sideways. He'd clearly been in bed. "You again? You have any idea what the hell time it is?" I placed my palm on the door as he attempted to shut it. "We need to talk again." "Get off my porch." I pushed harder until I had the door open wide enough to step in. "I told you, get out," he said. "I guess you haven't heard," I said. "There's been what you might call a development in this little switcheroo Claire and Hannah pulled last night." "I told you I have nothing to say to you about this." "Hannah's dead." It was like I'd hit him in the head with a 2x4. Stunned silence at first, then, "What?" "Hannah Radomski's been murdered. I found her body under a bridge. Someone put their hands around her neck and choked the life out of her." Still dumbfounded, he reached for the banister to steady himself. "That's not... My God, that's not possible." "I can take you there if you don't believe me. I doubt they'll be moving the body for a while yet. This is horrible." To himself more than me, he said, "Doesn't make any sense, just doesn't..." "Of course it doesn't. Why the hell would it make sense?" "I just can't... There's no way they'd go this far." "Who?" I asked. "Who are you talking about?" "A drink," he said, pushing himself away from the stairs and heading off to the kitchen. "I need a drink." He opened the cupboard and took out a small glass and a bottle of scotch, poured himself 3 fingers and downed it in one gulp. He went to pour another, but I grabbed his hand and forced the bottle back onto the counter. Tell me what the hell's going on, Sanders. I don't know who killed Hannah, he said. I swear I don't. What about Claire? Where is she? He placed his hand over his forehead, as though all this was giving him a nuclear-grade migraine. But then, almost instantly, he got over it and gave me a devilish smile. Oh, I get it. I get what's going on here. The grin turned into a short laugh. Very good. You almost had me. Had you? You think this is a joke? Not a joke. A trick. Really? Come on, then. I grabbed a fistful of robe at his shoulder. I got a cab waiting. We can go down and have a look at her, at least what's left. The dogs had some of her for lunch. He shook me off, the robe sliding down his right shoulder and almost to his elbow. He pulled it back up with a theatrical flourish, trying to preserve his dignity, but he was too shaken. Dear God, dogs? He put his hand to his mouth like maybe he was going to be sick, but then pulled it away. Okay. Even if what you say about Hannah is true, there's no good reason for me to trust you. I've got a good idea what your game is. You think by telling me about Hannah you can scare me into telling you where Claire is. So she's hiding out somewhere. Not hiding. Just away. When's the last time you heard from her? For Christ's sake, Sanders, your daughter's best friend is dead. If Claire were my kid, I'd be getting her on the phone right now to make sure she's okay. If there'd been a problem, she'd have called. He was talking more to himself than to me. If Claire's in trouble, she might not be able to call. No, her mother. She would call. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Sanders nodded hurriedly, looking like a bobblehead. Claire went to stay with her mother? In Canada? He put his hand over his mouth again, mumbling, as though he didn't want me to hear him thinking out loud. Talk to me, I said. Is that where she is? He took the hand away. I know Augustus Perry's your brother-in-law. You think I don't know he's using you to find out where she is? Are you kidding? I said. He just had my fucking car towed. And what's Augie got to do with Claire? Sanders said nothing, but kept looking at me wide-eyed. Look, I told you how I became involved in this, and it has nothing to do with the chief. Claire asked me for a ride, she and Hannah pulled off their little stunt with my help, and now Hannah's dead. I'll find out what's going on with or without your help. I've nothing to say to you, Sanders said. Tell me she's alive. Do you know that much? Before he could answer, lights swept past the living room from outside, casting a glow as far as the kitchen. Sanders broke away from me and ran to the window, pulling back the lace curtain for a better view of the street. What is it? I said. There's a car sitting out there with the lights off. Someone's inside. It's my taxi. I told her to wait. But the lights... Probably just another car driving by, I said. The woman next door said the police have been parked on the street lately, like they've been watching your house. He glared at me. You've been talking to my neighbors? And you're trying to tell me you're not in on it? In on what? Why are the police watching you? Why do you think the chief's involved in this? When he wouldn't respond, I tried a more conciliatory tone. Mr. Sanders, I swear, I'm trying to help you here. I'm trying to help Claire. If she's running from something, tell me what it is so we can deal with it so she can come back. He studied me in the dim glow of the light filtering down from the second floor. How long you lived here, Mr. Weaver? A few years. 6. Happy here? I used to be, I said. He picked up something in my voice. Your son, he said. I know about your son. He swallowed. I'm sorry. I didn't have to ask how he knew. Everyone in Griffin knew. It was a safe bet Claire had mentioned it to her father at some point. But before your personal tragedy, were you happy in Griffin? It was hard to think back to what our world was like before 2 months ago. There had been troubled times with our son for a year or more, but even through that there had been good times as well.
And before Scott found comfort in substances that clouded his judgment, I suppose we were what you'd call happy. Content, maybe. But I didn't feel like getting into that with Bert Sanders. I don't see your point. He said, "Have you felt safe here?" I hesitated. I guess. The Griffin cops. They do a hell of a job, right? I thought of the petition. Our cops are tops. That actually made him smile. Have you signed? I shook my head. He nodded admiringly. That's a surprise. I don't know what this has to do. Down in the park one night, there was a kid with one of those air horns. You know, the kind that looked like an aerosol can. One of Griffin's finest went down there, held the horn right over that kid's ear, and let it go. The kid may not get his hearing back. His parents tried to come after us, but guess what? Your brother-in-law's got 3 cops who say the kid was so drunk he put the horn up to his own ear and did it himself. Sanders gave me a withering look. You ask just about anyone in town here whether that kid got what was coming to him, and they'll tell you yes. I said nothing. He was right. If it's just cops getting a little carried away once in a while, we can all look the other way and pretend it's not happening. That's the prevailing view in this town. Some punk gets the shit beat out of him and finds himself dumped outside the town line. Who's going to lose sleep over that? But if Augustus Perry's stormtroopers are willing to bend the rules there, what else are they capable of? What do you think happens to drugs and illicit cash they seize? If there's no trial, there's no need for evidence. Why do they turn a blind eye to what goes on at Patchett's? You think Phyllis Pierce isn't spreading a little cash around? You have proof of any of that? He laughed. Proof? Yeah, sure. I didn't have time for this. Mr. Sanders, just tell me where Claire is. I'll bring her home. It's what I do, I said. He wasn't hearing me. He said, You think the cops are sitting out on that street watching out for me? Is that what you think? Why don't you just tell me? They're not watching out for me. They're just watching me, intimidating me, trying to get me to back off. I still don't understand what... I stopped. I heard something, or someone, upstairs. Chapter 28. What was that? I said, looking up. It had sounded to me like someone moving around. Definitely not a squirrel running across the roof. I didn't hear anything, Sanders said. Then you're deaf, I said. It was upstairs. There's nobody upstairs, he said. I'm alone. I studied him. Is she here? Is Claire here now? He shook his head quickly again. No. I raised my head to the ceiling. Claire? I shouted. Shut up, Sanders said. Keep your voice down. Why do I have to keep my voice down if there's no one here? I made my way to the stairs, shaking Sanders' hand off my arm as he attempted to stop me. Get out, he said. You've got no right to search my house. I glanced back at him. Maybe you should call the cops. He stammered something unintelligible as I ascended the stairs. I was nearly halfway up when he charged after me. I felt arms locking around my knees and I toppled forward. I reached out to brace my fall, but my right elbow connected with one of the hardwood steps, sending a charge up my arm. Shit, I said. You son of a bitch, Sanders said, grappling with my lower legs. I managed to slip one free, then placed the bottom of my left shoe against his bare right shoulder and pushed. He flew back down the stairs and landed on his ass, the sash of his robe coming undone, exposing him. Nothing looks more foolish or more vulnerable than a man with his junk hanging out for the world to see. He scrambled to his feet, pulled the robe around himself, and retied the sash. I was half sitting, half standing on the steps, giving my elbow a gentle rub. We can make this easy, or we can make this hard, I told him. Please, he said, in a voice that bordered on whimpering. Just get out.
What does any of this have to do with you, really? Can't you just go? Stay there, I said, and climbed the rest of the flight. Claire? I called again, but not shouting this time. I didn't want to sound threatening. It's Mr. Weaver, Scott's dad. We met last night? At the top of the stairs, I took a second to orient myself, as Sanders, now halfway up the steps behind me, said, I told you she's not here. I ignored him. There was a bathroom immediately to my right, and just beyond it a door to what looked like the largest of the 3 other rooms up here. This, I guessed, was Sanders' room. A queen-sized bed, the covers thrown back. He'd clearly been under them when I had arrived and had thrown on the robe to greet me at the door. To the left, what had probably been a bedroom but was currently an office, a desk, bookshelves, a desktop iMac. And straight ahead of me, the door closed, was Claire's room. I didn't need to be Poirot to figure that out. Stuck to the door was a miniature plastic license plate, the kind you can buy at novelty and souvenir shops, that bore the girl's name. Claire, I said, hesitantly before pushing the door open and running my hand along the wall for the light switch. I flicked it on. The first, most obvious thing I noticed was that the bed was empty, and made, although it was littered with about a dozen magazines. I told you, Sanders said behind me. I stepped into the room. There were several stuffed animals, a few dogs and 2 furry bunnies, a pink one and a blue one, that all looked worn with age, adorning the pillow. She'd probably had them since she was a child. The magazines were not what I might have expected. While there was one issue of Vogue, most were copies of The New Yorker, The Economist, Harper's, and The Walrus, a Canadian magazine of news and commentary. On the bedside table were an iPad and the Steve Jobs biography that had come out a couple of years ago. I picked up the iPad and pressed the home button to see what came up. An array of icons, most of them news sites. You've got no right to look. I whipped my head around and snapped. Enough. I tapped on the stamp icon and brought up Claire's emails. I gave recent messages in the inbox and those that had been sent a 10-second scan. The thing was, my generation felt so advanced communicating through emails, but most kids texted, having abandoned email long ago. No message jumped out at me. I looked up, caught a glimpse of myself in a mirror. When I was young, we tucked the edges of snapshots under mirror frames, but there were none displayed here. These days, hardly anyone had a picture that was on a piece of paper. Photos were shared online, posted, emailed, flicked across smartphone screens. Technology allowed us to share our photos with more people now than ever before, but where would these captured moments in time be in 20 years? On some outdated piece of hardware at the bottom of a landfill site? What happened to memories you couldn't hold between your thumb and forefinger? These thoughts running through my head prompted me to tap on the iPad's photo icon. Up popped the kinds of shots teenagers most often took of each other, laughing, vamping, sticking out their tongues, standing around at parties, drinks in hand. Those pictures are private, Sanders said. He was wearing me out. Like I said, call the cops. There were several shots of Claire and Hannah together. Hannah kissing Claire on the cheek, Claire grabbing Hannah's nose, the 2 of them in prom dresses, hands on hips. But there were shots of Claire with boys, too. Some that, by their placement farther down the screen, were probably taken longer ago and featured an older-looking, round-faced kid. Young man, actually. I turned the iPad toward Sanders. Is that Roman Ravelson? Honestly, would you please get... Is it? Yes. And what about this boy? In the more recent pictures, Claire was snuggling, kissing, and laughing with a young, clean-shaven black man with closely cropped hair. He stood a good foot taller than Claire. Dennis. Dennis who? Dennis Malavy. Someone she used to go out with. From Griffin? No, I don't know where from. He had a summer job here. He went back home, wherever that is. Was it serious? Sanders shook his head in exasperation. I don't know. It was a summer romance. You remember those? They're all the more intense because the time seems so limited. This is a total invasion of my daughter's privacy. I set the iPad down and surveyed the top of the desk. It was cluttered with what I would have expected. Some makeup, bottles of nail polish, school books. I rounded the bed to see whether anything was tucked between it and the wall. I was thinking someone could have been hiding there, but no one was. Then went to the closet door and opened it. "For God's sake," Sanders said. I was greeted with a kind of congealed mass of clothing. I doubted it was possible to stuff one more thing in there. I turned, looked at Sanders standing in the doorway, trying to look imposing. "You should go," he said. He moved aside to let me leave the room, but instead of heading back down the stairs, I walked into his office. Nothing much to look at here. The closet was already open, jammed with cardboard filing boxes. I crossed the hallway and returned to Sanders' bedroom. There was something in the air. A scent I recognized. I had a feeling I'd smelled something similar not all that long ago. "I'm not going to tolerate this intrusion any longer," he said. But he didn't have an ounce of authority left in his voice. "How long has it been since you and your wife split up?" I was looking at the mattress as I walked around it. "What does that have to do with—" Hang on. When I got to the far side of the bed to see whether anyone was hiding, I noticed there was an ensuite bathroom off the bedroom. Sanders caught me looking at it, and his body tensed. I moved to the doorway. A sink, toilet, and a tub. The shower curtain was drawn across the bathtub. The fabric was too heavy to show whether there was anyone hiding behind it, but you get a sense about these things. "Claire?" I said. No answer. I said, "I'm going to count to 5, and then I'm going to pull back the curtain. 1, 2, 3... "Okay," Bert Sanders said in defeat. "Okay." He spoke beyond me. "You might as well come out." From behind the curtain, a woman said, "I'm naked." For a second there, I was feeling pretty proud of myself. I'd found Claire. But the feeling drifted away pretty quickly at the thought of Sanders out here, naked under his robe, and Claire in there without a stitch on. What the hell was going on? "Hang on," Sanders said, and ran to the closet where he grabbed a second robe. I looked discreetly away as he went into the bathroom. I heard curtain rings sliding back on the rod. "Here you go," Sanders said. "Just slip that on." "I tried to be quiet," she said. I know. He preceded her out. I figured it was now safe to turn around and look at Claire for the first time since I'd seen her run into Iggy's the night before. She didn't look like the Claire I remembered at all. That's because she wasn't Claire. It was Annette Ravelson, wife of Kent, the couple who owned the furniture store where my son had jumped to his death. Chapter 29. "Annette," I said, as she tightened the sash on the robe. "Cal," she said, not able to meet my eye. "You know each other?" Sanders asked. "Of course I know Cal," she said, then found the strength to look at me and asked, "You thought I was Claire? You were shouting her name all the way up the stairs." "I thought you might be here," I said. "Well, I guess it makes more sense that she might have been here than me," Annette said. "I can honestly say I wasn't expecting to find you here, Annette. It's late. Won't Kent be creeped out, not finding you at home?" "I told you he's out of town," Annette said. "On a buying trip. It's like a furniture wholesalers' convention. He picks what lines he wants us to sell." She stuck out her lower lip and managed to blow a lock of hair out of her eyes. She glanced at Bert, then back to me and said, "I know this kind of looks bad." I said nothing, but peeked into the bathroom. Thrown into the dry tub were her clothes, shoes, and a handbag. She'd evidently hurriedly collected, from the bedroom, all evidence of her presence. Her purse landing in the tub was probably the noise I'd heard, and that scent I'd picked up earlier was the perfume she'd been wearing when I'd run into her earlier, before going into the town hall. Annette said, "Why are you looking for Claire?"
Bert, is Claire in some kind of trouble? Sanders had sat down on the edge of the bed and was rubbing his shoulder where I'd given him a shove down the stairs with my foot. I don't know, he said defeatedly. I'm not sure I have any idea what's going on anymore. Annette vouched for me, I said. I'm trying to help Bert here, but he doesn't trust me. Help him with what? I think Claire is in trouble, but Bert either doesn't think so or doesn't want to admit it to me. But there's more reason now to be concerned. Why? Annette asked. What? Sanders lifted his head. The Radomski's kid is dead. Annette's eyes widened. What? She was murdered. He pointed a feeble finger at me. You tell her. Hannah Radomski, I said. I know who she is, she said, aghast. I know her parents. My God, this is terrible. They must be devastated. I imagined they were, but I hadn't seen them since discovering their daughter's body. I felt a pang of guilt, as though I should be at the Radomski's house and not here, but I believed every minute counted now where finding Claire was concerned. Does Claire know? Annette asked. Bert, does she know what's happened to Hannah? Sanders looked at me. I don't know. I suppose it's possible, the way kids are all connected these days. Do regular people know yet? Has it been on the news? I don't think so. But it's only a matter of time. Like you say, if Claire has access on her phone, or if she's near a computer, this kind of thing will spread like wildfire on social media before it hits the news. I hesitated. She should hear it from you. Yes, you're right, Sanders said, and turned to look at the phone on the bedside table. Pick up the goddamn phone and call her, I thought. But it looked like he was heading in that direction. She probably has her cell phone turned off, he said. Why would that be? I said. They can track you, right? If your cell phone is on? What are you talking about, Bert? Annette asked. Who'd be tracking? Oh, God, you're not serious. You really think he'd do that? Who? I asked. Who'd do what? Annette gave me a critical look. Your brother-in-law, that's who. What are you talking about? I mean, do you have any idea how much trouble I had to go to sneak in here tonight? She asked. Had to park a block over that way. She pointed toward the back of the house. Had to sneak between houses, acting like Catwoman. Could have used some night vision goggles. Ripped my nylons on some prickly bushes. It's not like Bert can go anywhere to meet me. They're watching him all the time, his comings and goings. But I can sneak in through the back way and no one spots me. You're worried the chief is going to find out you two are having an affair? It's not that, Sanders said, his hand resting on the receiver. Perry's trying to put the fear of God into me. Bert, yes, Perry's being a total asshole, Annette said. But why would he be tracking your daughter's whereabouts? I mean, she's on a school trip to New York. Why would he care about that? And if she doesn't have her cell on, then get in touch with the teacher, or call the hotel where she's... That's not where she is, Sanders said. She's not on a school trip to New York. That's just what I told you. Annette Ravelson blinked. I could see she was hurt. Always disappointing when the man you're cheating on your husband with isn't honest with you. Don't be upset, he said to her. You know I'm living in a fishbowl these days. Everything's on a need-to-know basis. Exasperation overwhelmed him as he said to me, You heard what my neighbor said. You never know when there's going to be a cop car watching this house. It's all part of Perry's intimidation campaign to get me to shut up, to let this whole thing about how he runs his department just go. He's watching me, and he's got his jackbooted thugs watching me, and up to a couple of days ago, Claire, too. If Perry can walk all over the constitutional rights of everyone else who dares venture inside the town limits, why not the mayor's? Why not my daughter's? Claire was feeling the heat, I asked. How could she not? Sanders said. She said she couldn't stand it, the cops watching me like that. She was sick of getting caught up in my battle with them, and who the hell could blame her? She wouldn't go into specifics, but one night outside Patchett's, a cop stopped her, and another time, more recently, same officer, I think, took her purse from her, supposedly to search for drugs, which there were absolutely none of, and we had to go down to the station to pick it up the next day. Can you blame her for wanting to get the hell out of this town? She figured out a way to do it without the cops knowing where she went. You knew she was doing this thing with Hannah. I didn't know exactly what she was doing, but she told me she had something all worked out. She must have told you where she was going. Sanders hung his head in a gesture of admission. To Toronto. To stay with her mother, my ex-wife, Caroline. Caroline Karnofsky now. Caroline picked her up? Another nod. Claire set it all up with her mother. Claire said if there were any problems, she or her mother would call. I didn't hear anything, so everything must have gone off just fine. I pointed to the phone and mimed a dialing motion with my fingers. You need to let her know. Sanders moved to pick up the receiver, then hesitated. This line, he said. It might not be safe. Seriously? I said. You think the chief has your line tapped? It's crossed my mind. Sometimes I think I hear clicks. You know what they say. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean... I waved my hand. I know. But Jesus, he wouldn't... But I knew that over the years Perry had done surveillance work. And he'd have people in his department who'd know how to do that sort of thing. If you really believe that, I said, for all we know, the whole house is bugged. Someone could be listening to what we're saying right now. Annette's look of horror was immediate. What? You mean someone could have heard what... Someone could have been listening to us in this room, like just a little while ago? She was no doubt replaying in her head the things she'd said in the throes of passion. Sanders appeared to be doing the same. If someone recorded that... She didn't bother to finish. I could imagine what she was thinking. If someone had all this on tape, okay, more likely a digital recording, and played it for her husband, well, that couldn't be good. I don't suppose you'd want Kent hearing that, I said. Annette didn't like it when I said her husband's name. Don't even joke about such a thing, she said. I had bigger things to worry about than Annette Ravelson's infidelities becoming public. I entered the bathroom and called out, Annette, come get your clothes. She came in, scooped everything out of the tub, and grabbed her purse, too. I'll go get dressed in Claire's room. I pulled the curtain back across the tub, then turned the cold tap on full blast. I yanked the knob that turned the shower on. Streams of water hit the plastic curtain, creating a low-level background noise like rain on a tin roof. I waved Sanders to come in and handed him my cell phone. If your phone or this place is bugged, this should keep anyone from hearing. Sanders entered a number into my cell and put it to his ear. It's ringing, he said. Then, Caroline, it's me. I know this isn't my number. I'm using someone else's phone. I leaned in, my head nearly touching Sanders, so I could hear both sides of the conversation. Is everything okay? Caroline asked. Yeah, where are you? What's that noise? Are you standing in the rain? I'm in the... Don't worry about that, Caroline. I need to talk to Claire. Is she there? Can you put her on? I've got some bad news for her. Claire's not here. Why would Claire be here? It's okay. It's safe to talk, Sanders said. There's no way they could be listening in on this phone. Bert, Claire isn't here. When will she be back? Bert, you're not hearing me. She's not staying with me. She's not supposed to be coming to see me for another couple of weeks. Sanders' voice went up. But you picked her up last night. Here, in Griffin. Bert, I did no such thing. Where's Claire? Panic was creeping into both their voices. Sanders said, Claire set it up. She said you were picking her up last night. At Iggy's. She has to be with you. Listen to me, Bert, Caroline said, sounding nearly breathless. Claire is not here. Claire hasn't been here in weeks. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Chapter 30. "I'm going to have to call you back," Sanders said to his ex-wife. He ended the call and handed the phone back to me. The color had drained from his face. She said, "I heard." I turned off the cold water still streaming down from the shower head. "Claire told you her mother was going to pick her up?" "That's what she said." "What kind of car does your ex-wife drive?" One of those little convertibles, a Miata." "Not a Volvo wagon?" Sanders shook his head. "No, she doesn't have one of those. Neither does her husband." He looked imploringly at me. "Where the hell could she be?" "Looks like she accomplished exactly what she set out to do," I said. "She didn't just give whoever was following her the slip. She gave everybody the slip. You think this war between you and Perry was really enough to make her want to disappear?" No hesitation. "Absolutely. That'd suggest Claire doesn't even trust you to keep her whereabouts secret. Does that make sense?" He raised his hands in frustration. "Christ, I don't know." Annette crossed the hall and came into the bedroom in a pair of killer heels. She was wearing a scoop-necked black dress that showed off her ample cleavage, plus a hint of a lacy push-up black bra that was assisting the process. A sexier get-up than when I'd seen her outside the furniture store. "What's going on? Did you tell Claire? Did you tell her about Hannah?" "She's not with her mom." "Well, then where is she?" Neither Bert Sanders nor I said anything. "You don't know?" "We don't know," I said. "Oh, shit," she said. Sanders met my eye. "What do I do now?" I felt like telling him to pray that Claire hadn't met the same fate as Hannah. But I'm not a particularly religious man. Plus, it would have been a pretty shitty thing to say. So I came up with something else. Start calling around. Her other friends, boyfriends, teachers. "I'll ask Roman," Annette said. For my benefit, she explained. "My son went out with her for a while. Maybe he has an idea where she might have gone." She bit her lip. "Although I kind of doubt it. Not like they've been talking that much." "They used to go out," I said. "Yeah." But she broke it off. Roman took it hard. I didn't have it in me to feel bad for Roman at the moment. My head was still throbbing from where he'd hit me. "So, anyone you can think of," I said to Sanders. And then I felt like slapping my head. "Try her cell," I said, and handed him my phone again. He entered a number and listened. "It's gone straight to voicemail." "Claire? It's your dad. Where the hell are you? I just got off the phone with your mother. We're both worried sick. If you get this, call me right away, okay? Just call me. Or call Mr. Weaver. I'm using his phone. Please? Okay? I love you." Sanders handed the phone back to me. "If it went straight to message, it means the phone is off, right?" he said. "Or the battery's dead," I said. This is terrible. I just don't know what... No, I'll do what you said. I'll start asking around. I felt at that moment some small sense of relief. I didn't have to carry all the weight of this on my shoulders. Sanders had a better handle on Claire's friends than I did. He might have her tracked down before I could do it. What nagged at me was why Claire had lied to him. She told him why she wanted to go, but not who it was going to be with. The surveillance video I'd seen at Iggy's showed she'd gotten into a car with someone. "Okay, you do that," I said. "We'll talk in the morning, see where we are." That sound like a plan? Sanders nodded. Annette had a concern of her own. "You're not going to tell anyone about us, are you?" "Tell you what," I said. "You can buy my silence with a lift home. I've had some car trouble tonight." I ran out to the cab, rapped lightly on the window so as not to scare the driver to death, and settled up with her. I scanned the street for cop cars and didn't see any, although there were a few regular vehicles parked along the curb. I suppose it was possible someone was slunk down behind the wheel of one of those. Then I walked briskly to the rear of Sanders' house and mounted the steps to the kitchen door, just in time to see Annette slip out of Bert's arms. He'd left the outdoor lights off, which meant Annette needed a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness, so she could navigate her way across the yard, around the garage, and between the houses that backed onto Sanders' property. Luckily, no dogs barked and no motion-sensitive lights flashed on. Annette was, indeed, unsteady on her feet. Her heels were 3 inches at least, going from grass to gravel to sidewalk and taking care to sidestep trash cans, bicycles, and lumber scraps. So I took her hand and led her through the worst of it. "Why the hell I wore these shoes, I'll never know," she said. "Well, of course I know. Is there a man alive whose motor doesn't get a kick-start from high heels?" It struck me as a rhetorical question, so I let it go. Once we'd come out from between the houses and were on the sidewalk of the next street over, I let go of her hand, but she latched onto my elbow and held on until we were almost to her car. "You're a nice man, you know," she said. "I'm sorry for all your troubles." We were coming up on a black Beamer sedan. "This one," she said, taking a remote from her purse and hitting the button. The taillights flashed. "Why were you taking a taxi anyway?" "Long story," I said, and slid in on the passenger side. There was no need to tell her where I lived. During Scott's stint at her store, she or Kent had dropped him off several times. Scott wasn't old enough to drive, so Donna or I usually chauffeured him back and forth. But when we were occasionally unavailable, he got a lift with friends or coworkers. "I really appreciate you keeping quiet about me and Bert," she said as she buckled her seatbelt. "I mean, this is probably just a passing thing with Bert anyway." "Why do you say that?" "I'm a realist. I know Bert. I know what he's like." "And what's he like?" "Oh, come on," she said, putting the Beamer into drive and easing her foot down on the gas. "Like you haven't heard." "He likes the ladies," I said. "That's putting it mildly," she laughed. "I know I've only got a limited amount of time with him before someone else catches his eye. That's why Caroline left him. He was screwing some other professor at Canisius." I thought about Donna's comment about the woman at work Sanders hit on when she was a student and he was still teaching. For a while there, he was even doing it with someone else at work. His work? No, mine. Rhonda McIntyre. I didn't know the name. Hot little thing, I admit, and about 40 pounds lighter. But what she had on me in the youth department I could more than make up for in experience. Bert thinks I never knew about her, but I could tell. The way she looked at him when he came into the store, or if they ran into each other on the street. It was back in the summer. He still believes I think he was only seeing me. Anyway, Rhonda doesn't work for us anymore. Did you fire her? She quit, all of a sudden, a couple of months back. I think she actually left town, got a job somewhere else. Broke it off with another guy, a cop as it turned out, who she was finding kind of freaky and who didn't know she was seeing Bert on the side. Or on her back. Annette chuckled. Just as well she quit. I'd have had to find a way to cut her loose. Drop some hints to Kent that she was taking an extra cut off the top with cash deals. Fudging some receipts, something. But in the end, I didn't have to. It's bad enough knowing this thing I've got going with Bert has an expiration date, but while I'm still in the best before days, I want him to myself. You think there's something wrong wanting a bit of excitement in your life? I guess it depends what kind. Maybe you should try whitewater rafting. It's just that my life these days, it's just life, you know? Today's going to be like yesterday, and tomorrow's going to be exactly like today. But with Bert, even if it's just for a while, I can have a few days that aren't like all the others. You have to admit he's a handsome man. I mean, you can say that and it doesn't mean you're gay or anything. He's a handsome man, I said. He's got the looks to be a lot more than a small-town mayor. He could be a governor or a senator or anything like that if he decided that's what he wanted. It's not what he wants? He's not ambitious that way, Annette said. He just wants to make a difference wherever he happens to be at the time. He cares about being a good mayor, about doing what's right. That's why he's in this fight with Perry, who I just want to say is not that bad a guy. I think he does right by this town, and I'm not just saying that because he's Donna's brother, you know? Maybe he goes a little overboard now and then, I'll grant you that. But Jesus, you don't really think he has Bert's house bugged, do you?
I mean, that'd be bad. I shrugged. How'd you get looking for Claire in the first place? I told her briefly about the night before. God, kids, she said. You can never predict what they're going to do. She appeared to be thinking. This thing with Hannah, that's just so awful. You think maybe Claire ran off because she knows who did it? Claire took off before it happened, so no, I pointed. We're almost to my street. I know. Half a minute later, she brought the car to a stop at the end of our driveway. How are you and Kent doing? I asked. What do you mean? Annette said. This thing you have going with Sanders. You don't have to be a genius to figure out it means you and Kent are going through a rough patch. It doesn't have to mean that, she said. So things between you are perfect? I asked. No couple on this planet has a perfect relationship, she said. Do you? When I hesitated, Annette jumped in. God, I'm sorry. With what you've been through, I don't know how I could have said that. Don't worry about it, I said. Listen, sometime I'd like to go up on the roof again. Oh, Cal. I'm still wrestling with this, Annette. I keep playing it in my head how it happened. Tell you what, she said. I'll mention it to Kent. If you don't hear from him, if he doesn't call you, then you'll know he's not okay with it. I was betting I'd never hear from him. Thanks for the ride. Oh, and would you say hi to Roman for me? She cocked her head to one side. Sure. Why? We kind of ran into each other earlier tonight. Tell him I'm thinking about him. Donna's car wasn't in the driveway, so I figured she must have put it in the garage, which she didn't do very often. I let myself into the house as quietly as I could and went to the kitchen, thinking I'd have a glass of water, then realized I'd gone through another evening without any dinner. I opened the cupboard and took out some saltines and peanut butter. Not exactly fine dining, but a few smeared crackers would keep my stomach from growling through the night. Stealthily, I put the dirty knife and glass into the dishwasher and crept up the stairs. I tiptoed through the bedroom, but I stepped on something hard and there was a sudden cracking noise. Not all that loud, but loud enough, I feared, to wake Donna. When I didn't hear her stir, I knelt down and patted the carpet until I found what I stepped on. One of her pencils. I'd snapped it in two. I picked up the pieces, noticed that the small can of spray fixative had hit the floor too, and scooped that up, then slipped into the bathroom. I waited until I had the door closed before turning on the light, put the broken pencil pieces in the trash basket, the spray can on the counter, and disrobed. Stripped to my boxers, I brushed my teeth, then killed the light before opening the door. It hit me then that Donna usually left the bathroom light on for me. My eyes were taking a while to adjust to the dark, so I made my way to the bed by instinct, pulled back the covers on my side, and slipped between the sheets. I knew the moment I was in the bed that something was off. I blinked hurriedly until my eyes were accustomed to the absence of light, as though that might somehow help, then sat up and looked at the other side of the bed. Donna was not there. Chapter 31. The porch light helps her as she slides the key into the front door and turns the deadbolt. She's surprised when she opens the door to see her son standing there in the front hall, having seen him only a few hours earlier. You scared me half to death, she says. You're not usually out this late. What's going on? Things are working out, he says. I had to tell you. I didn't want to wait till morning. You found them? No, but I may have found a way to find them. She throws her purse on the closest chair. Please don't get my hopes up. He tells her what he's done. He has been, she must admit, a busy boy. That's a lot of running around, she says. While she remains skeptical, he does seem to have thought this through. She likes one of his ideas in particular. That's a good plan, to use the detective, she says. I saw him earlier.
We put him to work for us, except he doesn't even know it, he says. It could work. I feel like it's coming together. Don't get carried away, she snaps. We're a long way from being able to put this behind us. If the boy took the book, when you find him, you have to get it back. I should have cottoned to the fact that he'd given it away sooner. Usually when he fills a notebook, he asks for a new one, and I get him one. But he didn't ask this time because it was too soon. He'd probably only filled half of it. He figured I'd get suspicious. You're worried too much about that damn book. No, I'm not. You need to take this seriously. Are you kidding? You think I'm not taking this seriously? Really? Look at the shit I've had to deal with. I've been thinking on my feet. Like with the other girl, how I made it look like something it wasn't. How about a little credit for that? I'm going to bed. I can't deal with this one more minute. It's your fault anyway, you know, he says. That stops her on her way to the stairs. What did you say? Leaving the house while the dryer was running? Not being here when the lint caught on fire? If there'd never been any smoke, none of this would have... Her hand moves so quickly, he doesn't have a chance to stop her from slapping him across the face. I will not have you speak to me that way. Who do you think this has all been for, huh? Who's it all been for? He puts a hand to his hot, red cheek. It's been for Dad, he says. No, she says. It's always been for you. All of it. I did all of it for you, and so help me God, it looks like I'm going to have to do more before we're done. Chapter 32. I threw back the covers and stood up so quickly I made myself lightheaded. I turned the bedside table lamp on. Donna's side of the bed did not look slept in. It didn't make sense that if she hadn't been able to get to sleep, she'd have made the bed when she got up. You don't do that when it's 11 or 12 at night. You get up, wander around, have a glass of water, figuring that in a few minutes you're going to get back under the covers and try again to get to sleep. So Donna had not yet gone to bed. I made my way down the hall, going to Scott's room first. It never surprised me to find her under the covers there these days. But when I opened the door, allowing light to spill in from the hall, I could see the bed was empty. Turning on lights as I went, I descended the stairs. If she had been sitting in the living room, quietly, it was possible I could have walked in and gone right past her without noticing. But she wasn't there. She wasn't in the basement or the laundry room. "Donna!" I shouted. I unlocked the sliding glass doors that led out onto the deck and hit the floods, which were powerful enough to illuminate the entire backyard. It was way too frosty for her to be sitting outside, gazing heavenward, wondering how our boy was doing up there. Like I say, if you believed in that sort of thing. I went back in, relocked the sliding doors, and opened the one at the end of the kitchen that connected with the garage. Donna's car was gone. Son of a bitch, I said. I went to the phone on the kitchen counter and hit the button that automatically connected me to her cell phone. It rang once. Come on, I said. It rang a second time. Pick up. It rang a third time. Then, hey, where are you? I asked. Driving around. I came home, couldn't find you. I was starting to get frantic. I should have left a note, she said. I couldn't sleep. What's wrong? The stupid question to end all stupid questions, I knew. What I was trying to ask was, what made tonight worse than all the other nights of the last few months? I have a lot on my mind, Donna said. We were both silent for a few seconds. I could hear the hum of the car in the background. Finally, I said, "What do you have for dinner?" I didn't have dinner, she said. Me neither, I said. Another pause. I'm kind of starving. I guess I am too. The Denny's would be open, I said. We could get a midnight breakfast. I feel like some eggs and sausage. I'm not far from there, Donna said. Long pause. I'll meet you. I need you to swing by and pick me up. I haven't got a car. You haven't got a car? I'll tell you about it over eggs.
Before I could fill her in about the car, I had to explain the bruise on the side of my face. She noticed it as soon as I got into the passenger seat. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "Not as much as my pride." There were 2 other couples and 1 man sitting by himself at Denny's. Donna and I took a table by the window and ordered decafs to start from the waitress, who was there before our butts had hit the seats. We clung to the hope that once we got home, we'd actually be able to get to sleep, so regular coffee seemed an unwise choice. "The police seized the car," I said. Donna spooned some sugar into her mug. "Tell me." I told her, starting with my visit to the Radomskis, followed by my visit to the Skillings, taking Sean with me to where I dropped Hannah off, then finding her body under the bridge. "And Annette Ravelson is sleeping with the mayor," I said. "But that seems kind of anticlimactic to everything else." "How awful," she said. "Finding that girl's body." I thought I saw her shiver. It wasn't possible to think about anybody without imagining Scott's in the parking lot at Ravelson Furniture. "Yeah," I said. "The Skilling kid took it bad." "You don't think he did it?" Donna said. "I don't," I said. "But I've been wrong before." The waitress returned, and we ordered eggs and all the greasy, wonderful things that generally come with them. An awkward silence ensued for several minutes until the food came. "I can't believe my brother would have the car seized," Donna said. I sipped my coffee, imagined the jolt it would give me if it weren't decaf. "Yeah, I was surprised too. You 2 are like a dog and a cat in the same sack, but I think at some level he respects you," she said. "Maybe he seized the car to make a point that he's not showing favoritism, even though he knows he won't find anything." "Unless he does," I said. Her forkful of eggs stopped halfway to her mouth. "Cal, Augie's not going to frame you. That's absolutely ridiculous. You think he's going to plant evidence against you?" I said nothing. "For God's sake, why would he do that? What possible reason could he have?" "I don't know," I said. "I know you don't like him. Half the time, I don't even like him. But he's not capable of that. He's feeding the mayor a line of bullshit saying his people never overstep their bounds." She gave me a look that suggested I should know better. "You think there's a police force anywhere that doesn't? Like, say, the Promise Falls police? I believe you used to work there." "Donna, Augie looks out for his people, the way your chief looked out for you." "I lost my job," I said. "You could have lost more," she said. "My time in Promise Falls was not something I like to talk about. Maybe you're right. Maybe Augie's making a point. Maybe he just wants to inconvenience me. I'll have to rent something in the morning." "Use my car," Donna said. "Drop me off. If you can't pick me up, I'll find my way home." "Sounds like a plan," I said. A couple of minutes of silence followed. I had a feeling we were done talking about my evening, at least for now. We were moving to something else. Finally, Donna said, "I was afraid he'd stop loving me." I looked at her and waited. "I was afraid that if we got really tough with him, grounded him, cut off his money, forced him into counseling, just went to war with him about what he was doing, I was afraid he wouldn't love me anymore." "I know," I said. "I even thought about turning him in," Donna said. "Calling Augie. Have him arrested, put the cuffs on him, throw him in jail, the whole thing. Like that Scared Straight movie. Remember that? But I couldn't bring myself to do it. I didn't think I'd be able to forgive myself. I thought about what might happen to him when he was in jail, even if it was only for a little while, about the other people he might meet in there, what they might do to him. But now that I didn't do it, I can't forgive myself for that either." I put my fork down. I wanted to say something, but it was hard for me. "What?" Donna said. "I'm angry all the time," I said. "I do my best to hide it, but it's always there. It's like I've got snakes slithering around under my skin. Millions of bugs, crawling inside me." "Are you angry with me?" Donna asked. I didn't answer right away. I was debating how honest to be, because I was angry with her. But it was nothing compared to the anger I felt toward myself. It was nothing compared to the anger I felt toward whoever sold Scott that final dose. And it was nothing compared to the anger I felt toward Scott himself. I don't know if there's anyone I'm not mad at, I said, and watched her face fall ever so slightly. But you're far from the top of the list. I paused. That's where I am. I made 2 fists trying to work out my tension, and then relaxed my hands. You want to punish yourself, that's one thing, she said. I get that. I want to do it to myself. But you have to stop punishing me. I'm not, I said. I haven't said a thing. Exactly. You have to talk to me. I've never needed you more in my life than I do now, but you're shutting me out, withdrawing into yourself. When we lost him, what we had, part of that died too. Are you willing to let it die completely? Her eyes were red and moist. I closed my own briefly. No, I said. I struggled to find words. I'm afraid. I feel like it's wrong to be happy, that if we're ever good, if we're ever happy again, it's some kind of betrayal. A tear ran down Donna's cheek. Oh, babe, we're never going to be happy. But we could be happier. Happier than we are now. As hungry as I'd been, I didn't have enough appetite to finish what was on my plate. I pushed some eggs around with my fork, then set it down. I never should have let her out of the car, I said. What else could you have done? Something. At the very least, stayed with her until she got hold of someone else to give her a ride. She was calling the Skilling kid when she got interrupted. You said she ran away. How would that have looked, you chasing a teenage girl down some empty street late at night? Donna wasn't wrong, but I didn't feel any better. It's not my only regret, I said. I've done some things. Donna eyed me warily. Go on. Things I'm not proud of. Her face fell and her lip trembled before she spoke. Are you seeing someone? What? The comment caught me off guard. Things like that happen. After a crisis, people end up doing any number of things they wouldn't normally do. No, I said. Not that. I looked her straight in the eye. Never that. I got the check. I think we both knew it was going to happen. We went into the house, neither of us saying a word, perhaps worried that if we said anything, it wouldn't. We got ready for bed the way we used to, sharing the bathroom, taking turns to brush our teeth at the sink, crawling under the covers at the same time, turning out the lights on the bedside tables. Night, I said. Night, Donna said. Neither of us pretending the other wasn't there. I hesitated a moment, then laid a hand on her side. She turned so that her face was resting on the edge of my pillow. I pulled her body into mine, and it happened. It was slow, and undoubtedly sad in the way lovemaking can be at times. But there was something else. There was hope. Things seemed better. Maybe we'd turned a corner.